On Saturday, at 9:30 in the morning, Zhang Zhen returned to his rented apartment, utterly disheveled and covered in mud. He had ventured out early to deliver takeout when he was knocked down by a car, with the driver compensating him 300 yuan. Reluctant to visit a hospital, he thought it sufficient to simply apply some medicine at home. Zhang Zhen had been working tirelessly for several months without a single day of rest, all to save enough for a down payment to move in with his girlfriend, determined to earn no less than 400 yuan each day before calling it a day. He lived frugally, with all his remaining funds deposited into Tang Xiping's account after covering his daily expenses. For 5 years, Zhang Zhen had been the sole breadwinner, while Tang Xiping had hardly held a proper job. As he entered the apartment, he made an effort to be quiet, fearing he might disturb his girlfriend's sweet dreams. To his surprise, Tang Xiping was not in the room. He assumed she had gone out for breakfast. Strange sounds emanated from the adjacent room. This was a 2-bedroom shared apartment, and the neighbor, Chen Zihui, was a young man who worked as a live streamer, rumored to have been expelled from university due to fighting. Zhang Zhen pondered how someone like Chen Zihui, living alone, could manage to have a girlfriend. However, youth is often full of surprises. The young man was full of energy, while Zhang Zhen, worn out from his daily struggles, returned home feeling as if he could collapse into bed at any moment, his submissions growing increasingly infrequent. Focus on living your own life, mind, less about others, he thought to himself. Zhang Zhen found some alcohol and iodine, carefully rolling up his pant leg to reveal a severe abrasion on his knee. Despite his attempts to be gentle, the pain was excruciating. As he applied the ointment, he resolved to head back out for deliveries. The rain that day deterred many from venturing outside, resulting in an abundance of delivery orders. Coupled with the adverse weather compensation, the potential earnings were substantial, and Zhang Zhen was not about to forfeit such a lucrative opportunity. Xiao Hui, you're simply amazing. I'm about to reach cloud 9. Shall we go again? Sure, Sister Ping. You're my number one. I must ensure you're satisfied. But Sister Ping, I ran out of the blocker. That was my last one. I have some over here. Let me grab it. As the door swung open, Tang Xiping, clad in slippers, beamed with enthusiasm at the small dog on the bed. It was part of a bulk purchase during Double 11 that good-for-nothing Zhang Zhen can hardly finish 2 in a month, and there's still more than half a box left. When she turned around, her gaze met Zhang Zhen's, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. You're back. Zhang Zhen, his eyes ablaze with fury, retorted Tang Xiping. I toil endlessly to earn a living, and you're here messing around with someone else. Is this how you repay me? Tang Xiping panicked and stammered. Darling, please let me explain. I was forced into this. Nonsense. Do you think I'm blind and deaf? Zhang Zhen's eyes were practically ablaze with anger. Seeing that the truth could no longer be hidden, Tang Xiping dropped her facade. Zhang Zhen, putting facts aside, don't you think you share some blame? You're hardly ever home, and when you do return, you collapse onto the bed like a dead pig, unable to meet even my most basic needs. Are you even a man? When I needed you the most, where were you? Zhang Zhen roared back. Nonsense. If I didn't go out to earn money, would you be eating the wind? Chen Zihui, donning a jacket, approached Tang Xiping, brazenly stating, Zhang, it's not my place to tell you, but girls need companionship. A man like you has no understanding of women. You think that as long as you throw some money their way, everything will be fine, and your girlfriend will be eternally grateful? You couldn't be more mistaken. That's irresponsible and downright scummy behavior. How could you bear to take advantage of such a wonderful woman as Sister Ping? With Chen Zihui backing her, Tang Xiping grew emboldened, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Zhang Zhen's chest heaved with rage, his blood pressure soaring as he struggled to suppress the urge to lash out at the two of them, clinging to the last threads of his sanity. Tang Xiping, if that's the case, let's part ways amicably. Return my money, and well, sever ties once and for all. Realizing this wretched woman was not worth it, he decided to cut his losses. Being caught in the act was far better than discovering infidelity after buying a house and getting married. That would truly be a complete financial disaster. What money? I have none. Tang Xiping averted her gaze. Zhang Zhen's eyes widened, his voice rising an octave. I transfer at least 8,000 to you every month. After accounting for daily expenses, over 5 years, that amounts to over 500,000. As Chen Zihui's arm wrapped around Tang Xiping's waist, her confidence surged. Zhang Zhen, since you've given me the money, I have every right to spend it as I please. To be frank, I've spent it all. I have not a single cent left. I gave all his tips to Xiao Hui, helping him win several PKs. Chen Zihui chimed in, exactly, Sister Ping is my number one. Anyone who dares to trouble Sister Ping will have to deal with me first. With that scoundrel's support, Tang Xiping grew increasingly audacious. Zhang Zhen, I'm simply tired of you. Just seeing your weathered, dark, and wrinkled face irks me. I'm weary of sharing this cramped apartment for 5 years. Tired of that creaky wooden bed. It was Chen Zihui's arrival that brought me a different experience. Being with him is far more enjoyable than 5 years with you. Her words pierced Zhang Zhen's heart like a dagger, leaving it bleeding profusely. All his sacrifices over the past 5 years had been in vain. He'll make you both pay. Zhang Zhen was seething with rage, a singular thought racing through his mind. To end this pair of scoundrels. Overwhelmed by impulse, he hobbled back into the room to grab a fruit knife. As he reached for the knife's handle, Chen Zihui, who had been following closely behind, smashed a beer bottle over his head. Bang! Zhang Zhen collapsed onto the old wooden bed, blood streaming from his head, and lost consciousness. Crash! The bed could no longer bear the weight and collapsed. This bed had borne witness to their entire relationship. 5 years ago, when they moved in together, Zhang Zhen had taken Tang Xiping to browse a flea market, where a vendor boasted that it was an antique from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Tang Xiping, ecstatic, had immediately decided to buy it. In truth, it was just an ordinary bed, and Zhang Zhen had never believed such nonsense. Blood flowed along the edge of the bed, a faint glimmer of light emerging. Time passed, and a cacophony of noise erupted in his ears, gradually rousing Zhang Zhen from his slumber. As his vision cleared, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Dozens of futuristic-looking vehicles lay strewn across the roadside, some mangled beyond recognition, others reduced to mere shells. The emblems on the hoods were unfamiliar. Zhang Zhen had never seen any of them before. Roar! Several grotesque, humanoid monsters were pursuing a terrified pedestrian. As the hapless individual was brought down, blood splattered in all directions. The chilling screams served no purpose other than to elicit visceral reactions. The horrifying sound of chewing sent shivers down Zhang Zhen's spine. Suddenly, one of the monsters turned its gaze upon Zhang Zhen, its eyes wide with ferocity, its mouth smeared with steaming entrails. This was unequivocally a zombie. Zhang Zhen felt nauseous, nearly retching, but without time to ponder, he fled with all his might. He ran until exhaustion overtook him, leaning against a nearby iron railing, gasping for breath. This dream was far too vivid, too terrifyingly real. Hiss! At that moment, an eerie sound echoed behind him. A woman, remarkably similar in appearance to Tang Xiping, hunched forward, her mouth agape, revealing a set of rotten yellow teeth, her eyes glinting ominously as she lunged toward Zhang Zhen. Thud! In sheer terror, Zhang Zhen turned to flee, but failed to notice the railing behind him, colliding with it and tumbling over in a most ungraceful manner. Crack! The zombie lunged but missed, its head getting stuck between the bars, mere inches from Zhang Zhen's face. Hiss! The creature struggled violently, emitting beast-like shrieks. The foul stench of its breath nearly overwhelmed Zhang Zhen. In a frenzied panic, he grabbed a brick and smashed it against the zombie's head. Tang Xiping, you wretched harlot! How dare you betray me right under my nose? The zombie, struck hard, rolled its eyes back. In my dreams, you dare to frighten me? It'll put an end to you, settling old scores alongside new ones. Zhang Zhen continued to strike until the zombie's skull was completely shattered, a peculiar grayish, translucent mass falling at his feet. Discarding the brick, Zhang Zhen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Yet, soon he sensed something amiss. They say one cannot feel pain in dreams. Why then did his rear end throb so painfully from that fall? Zhang Zhen pinched his thigh, wincing in pain. Could it be that this was not a dream, but a reality? In a hurry, he surveyed his surroundings. The modern city and streets were eerily quiet, all the shops tightly shut. Only a gold shop on the right had its roller shutter half open. Determined to understand the situation, Zhang Zhen took a step forward. The shop was utterly deserted, with with shattered glass displays strewn about, fragments of glass mingling with an array of golden ornaments, all glimmering with a dazzling radiance. Regardless of whether it was reality or a dream, such unclaimed treasures warranted no hesitation. Zhang Zhen procured a tote bag and filled it with all the gold he could find. It felt quite heavy, likely exceeding 10 pounds. At that moment, Zhang Zhen was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness, his eyelids growing unbearably heavy. Despite his utmost efforts to remain awake, he eventually succumbed to the urge and closed his eyes involuntarily. In the next instant, Zhang Zhen jolted awake. What greeted him first was the familiar sight of the ceiling and chandelier, the scene he encountered each morning upon waking. Zhang Zhen realized he had emerged from the dream, lying on the remnants of a collapsed bed. What a dream! It was how wonderful it would be if it were real. So much gold, surely worth a considerable sum given the current market. His thoughts then turned to the wine bottle he had just endured, and Zhang Zhen's teeth clenched in frustration. Tang Xiping, Chen Zihui, you wretched couple, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Zhang Zhen propped his forehead with his hand and rose from the fallen bed, only to be astonished by the presence of a tote bag emblazoned with the words Chow's Gold Shop. Was this not the very bag he had used in his dream to collect the gold? Chapter 2. A Bounty of Wealth and Extraordinary Powers. Encountering deceitful characters, Zhang Zhen took a series of deep breaths, his heart laden with trepidation as he reached for the tote bag. With a sudden clatter, the bottom of the bag, unable to bear its burden, gave way, scattering an array of golden ornaments across the floor, gold rings, necklaces, bracelets. Instantly, the room was aglow with shimmering brilliance. Astonishingly, it was real. Zhang Zhen's immediate instinct was to hastily shut the door, lest prying eyes behold the scene. The apartment was eerily silent. Tang Xiping had already absconded with all the valuables, leaving Chen Zihui's room equally barren. Clearly, the deceitful pair feared reprisal upon his awakening, prompting their hasty retreat. Perhaps it was for the best. Out of sight, out of mind, he would relish the solitude henceforth. Zhang Zhen fetched a kitchen scale. Though it lacked the precision of a professional jeweler's scale, it would suffice for a rough estimate. The final tally was 265 grams. With gold prices soaring over the past 2 years, each gram fetching 700 to 800, and recycling yielding over 600, this weight translated to nearly 4 million. He had struck gold. Next was the task of liquidating this treasure. Selling it all at once would undoubtedly draw attention. Zhang Zhen carefully selected 4 substantial men's gold chains, 6 gold bracelets, along with several gold bars and pendants, totaling roughly 1 kilogram, and sealed them in bags. The remainder he stuffed into an old backpack, contemplating a temporary concealment beneath the dilapidated wooden bed. Surely, that wretched woman, Tang Xiping, would not dare return. Even if she attempted a stealthy retrieval, she would never suspect the golden bounty hidden beneath the bed. Having sustained a head wound, Zhang Zhen proceeded to the lavatory to tend to it. The notion of attempting to sell gold in such a state, with blood still flowing, risked the assumption that the gold was acquired illicitly, potentially prompting an immediate call to the authorities. A gasp of astonishment escaped him as he gazed upon his reflection. The laceration on the side of his head had completely mended, leaving no visible trace of the injury, whether by touch or visual inspection. Were it not for the desiccated bloodstains adorning his face and collar, he might have questioned the reality of the bottle's impact. Once esteemed as a handsome young man, Zhang Zhen had been the object of affection for many young women who pursued him with ardor. Even attractive older women had presented him with generous offers. Alas, his unwavering devotion to Tang Xiping led him to spurn these advances. 5 years of relentless exposure to the elements had rendered his complexion swarthy and coarse, aging his appearance by at least a decade. Yet, the visage reflected in the mirror, while still bearing a hint of darkness, exhibited a marked improvement in texture, and the frostbite on his ears had vanished. Upon abluting the blood from his face, Zhang Zhen observed a discernible lightening of his complexion. It is worth noting that cleansing lotions and the like had long been appropriated by Tang Xiping, leaving him with only the most economical sulfur soap. This defied logic. Could it be attributed to the recent dream? But within the dreamscape, he had engaged in no discernible action. Perplexed, Zhang Zhen returned to his chamber to change into fresh attire. With the soiled garments in hand, he retreated to the lavatory, intending to deposit them in the washing machine. As he absently delved into his pocket, an unexpected event transpired. "What is this?" Zhang Zhen exclaimed, his face etched with astonishment. In his outstretched palm lay the very same irregularly shaped, ashen-white crystal. This object had fallen from the crown of the female zombie. Zhang Zhen felt a wave of revulsion, barely able to glance at it, let alone consider picking it up. Now, inexplicably, it had found its way into his pocket. How peculiar! What on earth could it be? After scrutinizing it for quite some time, he was unable to discern its nature. Instinctively, he leaned in to catch a whiff, and in an instant, the crystal shot into his mouth. Ugh! The very thought of its origin made Zhang Zhen's stomach churn, and he hastily attempted to expel it. But it was already too late. Gagging, he inserted his fingers into his mouth to induce vomiting, laboring fruitlessly as tears and mucus streamed down his face. The crystal had already dissolved into a viscous liquid, surging into his stomach, igniting a fiery sensation that rapidly spread throughout his body. The skin exposed to the air flushed crimson, and beads of sweat poured down his forehead. An excruciating pain, akin to being torn apart, crashed bereft of time for deliberation. Zhang Zhen was abruptly confronted with a series of characters materializing above his cranium in the mirror's reflection. Physique, 82, upper middle. With a normal human apex of 100, vitality, 62, passable. With a normal human apex of 100, abilities, left-hand spatial manipulation, S-tier ability, initial space of 100 square meters. Ocular acuity, S-tier ability, initial state allows for 110 daily use, effective on the living, rank, novitiate, level 1, 110, accomplishments, tier 1 zombie, 1. Amidst his astonishment, Zhang Zhen ascertained that these were, in fact, his attribute statistics. Their manifestation in the mirror was attributed to his ocular acuity ability. The subsequent vanishing and reappearance of the towel in his left hand served as confirmation of his left-hand spatial manipulation. As a former aficionado of online novels, Zhang Zhen was suddenly overcome with elation. The recent dreamlike encounter had resulted in the acquisition of invaluable gold from another realm, coupled with abilities that would undoubtedly incite envy. With the left-hand spatial manipulation, he could not only store the gold, but also amass various provisions. Zhang Zhen spent several minutes composing himself, quelling his excitement. He then descended the stairs, mounted his vehicle, and proceeded to a renowned jewelry store 3 blocks away. Inside, a couple was engrossed in the selection of gold ornaments. It was none other than Chun Zihue and Tang Xiping, the detestable pair. Zihue, are you truly going to bestow a gift upon me? That miserly Zhang Zhen was exceedingly parsimonious, never once presenting me with a respectable gift in the past 5 years. Tang Xiping's eyes gleamed with fervor as she gazed at the resplendent array of gold jewelry. Chun Zihue possessed the art of delighting women. Ping, you are my beloved. So bestowing gifts upon you is only natural. The recent incident must have startled you. Consider this a token to soothe your nerves. Choose whatever your heart desires. Tang Xiping was moved, replying, You've already done exceptionally well, resolving Zhang Zhen's threat promptly, leaving him no chance to harm me. Rest assured, my dear Ping, I vow to shield you even more fiercely in the future. That Zhang fellow won't dare approach you. You're so wonderful, shall we? Meeting you is my blessing. The naive woman was evidently blinded by infatuation, conveniently overlooking the fact that Chun Zihue's wealth was largely due to her own generous contributions as his top benefactor. This so-called gift to calm her nerves was essentially being paid for by herself. My dear, your boyfriend is not only handsome, but also treats you so well. It's truly enviable. The shop assistant chimed in with flattery, gratifying the vanity of both lovebirds. However, Chun Zihue's smile soon faded. He clearly hadn't anticipated that gold prices could be so exorbitant. A small pendant weighing a mere dozen grams could easily cost over 10,000. Chun Zihue immediately regretted his offer, and with a brazen face, he said, My dear, you're so young. Wearing gold jewelry is far too gaudy. Platinum would complement your aura much better. Really? Chun Zihue, knowing that gold was 800 or 900 per gram, while platinum was less than 300, a difference of 2/3, set against his true feelings. Of course. Trust my judgment. My dear. All right then, I'll take your word for it. Tang Xiping reluctantly put down the gold pendant she had admired. Expeditiously, she selected a platinum crushed ice bracelet weighing over 20 grams, priced at more than 6,500 yuan. Nevertheless, Chun Zihue felt a sharp pang of distress. His original scheme involved casually spending 1,000 or 2 yuan on a necklace to suffice. However, having boasted excessively, he had to maintain a smiling facade through gritted teeth. At that moment, Zhang Zhen, who had come to sell gold, flitted past their line of sight, heading straight for the adjacent counter. After understanding the situation, the shop assistant stated, today's gold buyback price is 636 yuan per gram. We need to verify its authenticity first. No problem. Zhang Zhen handed over the bag. Assuming Zhang Zhen had come to cause trouble, Tang Xiping decided to preemptively strike, rushing over and loudly berating, Zhang Zhen, what are you doing here? I'm warning you. We have no relationship whatsoever anymore. Xiao Wei is my new boyfriend, so don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies about me. We've only just established our relationship. And Xiao Wei is already treating me to expensive gifts. And you? For 5 years, even on my birthdays, such significant occasions, you merely ordered a cake as a formality. I was utterly blind to have followed a man as stingy as you for 5 long years. Tang Xiping, what did you ever give me for my birthdays? Not even a cake. In previous years, you would at least send a WeChat blessing, but these past 2 years, you've completely forgotten. Unexpectedly encountering Tang Xiping here. Zhang Zhen retaliated. I deliver takeout every day to support you, giving you all the money I painstakingly earn, yet you cheated on me with my roommate. Staging a live pornographic show in broad daylight, caught red-handed. As the one who betrayed the relationship, what gives you the audacity to accuse me? Flustered, Tang Xiping retorted. Disregarding the facts, do you bear no responsibility whatsoever? It's precisely because you didn't value my birthday, failing to meet my expectations, that I took corresponding actions. What's wrong with that? Anyone with discernment could tell she was being deliberately unreasonable. Fortunately, I met Xiao Wei. And only then did I truly experience the joy of being a woman. Zhang Zhen, you're just an incompetent good-for-nothing. Xiao Wei is far more capable than you. He's earned 300,000 to 400,000 in less than half a year of live streaming, with unlimited potential, something you, a poor takeout delivery guy, can't compare to. Hearing this, Chen Zihui's face lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to chime in. Zhang, as a grown man, how can you haggle over every detail with a girl? A man's heart should be broad. When he saw Zhang Zhen, he was terrified, fearing retaliation, considering they were in a jewelry store and he was a customer. Chen Zihui dared to speak up. Zhang Zhen cast a cold glance, revealing Chen Zihui's attributes. Physique, 55. Blood and qi, 45. I thought this guy, being a college student, would be in good physical condition. Turns out, he's utterly weak. This is it. And he dares to blather on in front of me. Zhang Zhen kicked him. I'll broaden your fucking ass. Chen Zihui was caught off guard, kicked several meters away, clutching his stomach as he sat on the ground. Tang Xiping, filled with concern, shouted loudly, Zhang Zhen, have you lost your mind? How dare you lay a hand on Xiao Wei? Do you believe I will call the police and have you arrested? Zhang Zhen remained unfazed, gesturing towards his forehead and retorting, oh, let the police decide. Which is the greater offense? Smashing a bottle on someone's head or kicking them in the stomach? Chen Zihui, who had initially looked resentful, visibly panicked. Realizing that calling the police would be detrimental to her boyfriend, Tang Xiping swiftly changed the subject. With an air of arrogance, she raised her right hand to showcase a newly purchased platinum bracelet. Do you see this? It was a gift from Xiao Wei, costing over 6,500. A poor wretch like you could never afford such a thing. I advise you to abandon your pathetic pursuit and leave this place at once. Fuming with rage, Zhang Zhen was further provoked when a nearby shop assistant interjected, Sir, your gold is perfectly fine. The weight is 1031, 18 grams, totaling 655, 830 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via bank transfer or WeChat? Chapter 3. Exquisite equipment for a second brush with the apocalypse. The scoundrels returned to steal. Tang Xiping gazed at the pile of gold ornaments, her shock intertwined with greed. Just the gold bracelets exceeding 50 grams numbered several, alongside an array of hefty gold chains and bars. In comparison to her platinum bracelet, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. At that moment, a flicker of regret stirred within Tang Xiping's heart. Had the infidelity remained concealed, all of Zhang Zhen's earnings would have been hers. And this cache of gold would have been no exception. As it stands, WeChat. Zhang Zhen selected without hesitation. This was because Tang Xiping knew his bank card account number and password, enabling her to effortlessly make cardless transfers. WeChat, however, was different. As long as the phone remained in Zhang Zhen's possession, Tang Xiping would be unable to access the funds within. Very well, sir. Please present your identification. The transfer proceeded smoothly, and before Tang Xiping could react, Zhang Zhen had swiftly departed from the jewelry store. His account balance had transformed from less than 3 figures to 650,000. It felt like a dream. Although Zhang Zhen had earned 500,000 or 600,000 over the past 5 years, Only upon receiving his salary would the balance on his card exceed 4 figures. Then, for a mere hour at most, this sum would be transferred to Tang Xiping, with the remainder allocated to utilities and rent, eventually dwindling to almost nothing. Indeed, having money in one's pocket brings peace of mind. At the entrance of the jewelry store, Tang Xiping watched the receding figure with a complex expression. Could it be true that Zhang Zhen had been hoarding so much gold? Chen Zihui's expression mirrored the complexity. He had believed that by seducing Tang Xiping and cuckolding Zhang Zhen, he had not only satisfied his vanity but also greatly indulged his perverse pleasure by draining the latter's savings. However, Zhang Zhen's sudden revelation of a kilogram of gold, instantly convertible into over 600,000, filled Chen Zihui with envy and regret. Had he known there was still profit to be extracted from Zhang Zhen, he would have been more cautious and not played his hand so early. I'm not certain either. Tang Xiping clearly felt more regret than he did. Chen Zihui sensed this but chose not to confront it directly. Instead, he inquired, with all this gold, where does he usually keep it? Even you, Sister Ping, seem unaware. This fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, hiding things so deeply. Suddenly, Tang Xiping's eyes sparkled with insight. Could there be a possibility that Zhang Zhen has other hidden funds? Sister Ping's implication was, shall we return and investigate? Chen Zihui's face was filled with avarice. Tang Xiping suppressed her inner desire and replied solemnly, it may not be appropriate to go now. Zhang Zhen is certainly at home. We should wait until he is away, understood? Chen Zihui nodded vigorously. Zhang Zhen did not return home immediately. Instead, he headed to the largest outdoor equipment store 3 streets away. As he made his way there, he pondered deeply. The ability to bring items from his dreams back to reality indicated that those dreams were indeed real. He did not dwell on how the apocalyptic visions had come to be, nor how he managed to traverse between 2 worlds. After all, unraveling the mysteries of the universe was hardly the specialty of a delivery man. However, it was certain that if there was a first time, there would inevitably be a second. He vowed never again to confront zombies with nothing but a brick, as luck could not always be relied upon. What if a zombie did not get its head caught in the railing? Could he fend it off? Even if he barely managed to survive? What if he suffered a bite or scratch? Even without knowing when the next encounter would occur, he resolved to be thoroughly prepared. A set of stab-resistant clothing lined with chainmail, yes. A ballistic shield, arm guards, a blast helmet, and steel-toed military boots. He would acquire it all. The protective measures are in place. Next comes the armament. With the sale of controlled knives prohibited, one may resort to a replica of a war hammer from the Liaojin period, particularly one with armor-piercing wolf teeth, complemented by a bomb-proof shield, ideal for delivering decisive blows. Having secured close combat weaponry, the focus shifts to ranged arms. Though crossbows are classified as contraband, bows remain permissible. Zhang Zhen was a member of the archery team during high school, having represented his school and secured a silver medal in the provincial student games. Despite a 5 or 6 year hiatus, his foundational skills remain intact, and with some practice, he should be able to regain his former proficiency. Bows are categorized into 2 primary types: competitive recurve bows and compound bows. Although Zhang Zhen was trained in the competitive bow style, after careful consideration, he resolved to purchase a compound bow. This decision stemmed from the fact that competitive recurve bows are more suited for target shooting, whereas compound bows are preferable for hunting. Additionally, the presence of various auxiliary devices makes them easier to master and utilize. Ultimately, Zhang Zhen acquired a forged compound bow, adjustable from 40 to 75 pounds. Alongside high-carbon feather arrows, he equipped himself with sights, release aids, and rapid-fire mechanisms. Passing by a DJI specialty store, Zhang Zhen entered without hesitation, emerging with both a large and a small drone. The drones facilitate reconnaissance. The smaller model is miniature, designed for maneuvering through windows and corridors, while the larger one boasts extended flight time and altitude capabilities, ideal for aerial surveillance, together compensating for each other's limitations. Finally, he made a trip to the supermarket, filling an entire shopping cart with essentials such as purified water, instant noodles, and ham sausages. The total expenditure amounted to over 20,000 yuan. Upon returning home, Zhang Zhen's next step is to ascertain the specific method for entering the alternate realm. Is it possible to traverse between 2 realms through the medium of dreams? And must one repose upon that old wooden bed? The bed, now thoroughly collapsed, is clearly no longer suitable for slumber. Zhang Zhen attempted to find another resting place. The bed in the adjacent room appeared intact. However, the mere thought of Tang Xiping's infidelity with Chen Zihui ignited a fury within him, rendering the space unclean in his eyes. Ultimately, he opted to lay a makeshift bed on the balcony, retrieving a miniature drone and placing it across the way, activating the recording function to serve as surveillance. As winter enveloped the world, the aging balcony window had warped, allowing frigid gusts to invade the space unrelentingly. Feeling the chill, Zhang Zhen instinctively draped the blanket over his head in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Before long, he found himself in the previous gold shop. Upon entering, he had not taken a moment to observe carefully. Now, it appeared that the shopkeeper had returned to retrieve gold, only to be ambushed by zombies upon opening the door. Bloodstains marked the floor, evidence of a struggle against the undead, while display cases lay shattered in the chaos. If all went as expected, the shopkeeper had either been brutally devoured by the zombies or had joined their ranks. In any case, it was clear that the items were unclaimed, relieving Zhang Zhen of any moral burden. He extracted a stab-proof vest from his left-hand space, donned it with care, and then layered a black tactical jacket over it. Cautiously, he peered out from behind the rolling shutter door, ensuring that no threats lay within his line of sight before placing the drone on the ground and swiftly retreating back into the shop. Zhang Zhen was acutely aware that this was his first attempt at flying a drone. He was not naive enough to believe in the notion of a protagonist's halo or an innate mastery of the craft. After all, he had invested several thousand in the equipment, and it was prudent to exercise caution. As the drone ascended, it transmitted high-definition images, revealing the situation within a radius of several hundred meters. In all directions, zombies roamed aimlessly. The terrain to the east was overly intricate, hindering a swift retreat. The sheer number of zombies to the south and north prompted Zhang Zhen to opt for a more cautious approach, ultimately deciding on the relatively easier path to the west. Before long, Zhang Zhen climbed atop a two-story building. He retrieved his compound bow and aimed at a sluggish zombie 40 meters away. Whoosh! He missed with 3 consecutive arrows, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, no one was witnessing this humiliating display, thanks to his solid foundational skills. He quickly grasped the nuances of using the compound bow. On his 4th attempt, he accurately struck the zombie's chest, delivering a decisive blow. With the immense kinetic energy of the arrow, the zombie fell onto its back. Yes, Zhang Zhen exclaimed with exhilaration, but before he could revel in his success, the zombie surprisingly rose to its feet once more. Although its movements were clumsy, it seemed no different from before. The arrow that had pierced through its chest appeared to inflict no damage whatsoever. It became evident that only a shot to the head could vanquish it. Frowning, Zhang Zhen knocked another arrow, concentrating intently as he released the 5th arrow. Thud! The sharp, triangular arrowhead struck the zombie squarely between the eyes, exiting from the back of its skull. Thump! The zombie collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Zhen produced a small mirror and activated his inside eye. Battle record, Tier 1 zombie, 210. The sound startled 3 nearby zombies, which, despite their previous sluggishness, immediately quickened their pace toward him. These entities belonged to the first tier of zombies, exhibiting a speed comparable to that of an ordinary person. Zhang Zhen lay in wait, executing a series of precise kills as they approached from a higher vantage point. Subsequently, he utilized the drone's vocal feature to lure distant zombies to their demise. After an hour, Zhang Zhen's achievements reached a count of 10, resulting in significant alterations to his personal attributes. Physique, 83, above average, with the highest value for a normal person being 100, health 63, passing grade, with the highest value for a normal person being 100, abilities, left-hand space, S-grade ability, initial space of 100 square meters, Eye of Insight, S-grade ability, usable 2 times out of 20 per day, effective on living beings, level, Awakener, level 2. 020, achievements, first-tier zombies, 10, both his physique and health increased by 1 point. The usage frequency of the Eye of Insight doubled, and his level ascended from 1 to 2. When employing the Eye of Insight on himself, regardless of the number of times used within a day, it is counted only once. Similarly, repeated assessments on the same target do not accumulate. Just as Zhang Zhen recognized this as a means of leveling up through combat and contemplated further action, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his eyelids and experienced dizziness in his vision. This was likely a precursor to returning to the real world. Hastily, he directed the drone's camera towards himself, only to be met with darkness. In the next moment, he awoke on the balcony. 2 furtive canine figures stealthily entered the living room. Indeed, it was the unscrupulous duo of Tang Xiping and Zhang. They appeared oblivious to Zhang Zhen's presence on the balcony, plunging headfirst into his bedroom to rummage through his belongings. It was evident they were there to steal. It was clear they were after the gold. Zhang Zhen flashed a wicked smile, uttering disdainfully, "You worthless scoundrels, I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you come knocking at my door. Why should I be polite? It is time to deal with you." In Chapter 4, a violent confrontation ensues as the two unscrupulous individuals are taken away by Uncle Hat. Clearly, the news of Zhang Zhen liquidating 650,000 at the jewelry store has provoked Tang Xiping. Coupled with the avarice of Qin Zihui, the two quickly conspired together. Several delivery scooters were parked downstairs, yet they were uncertain if Zhang Zhen's vehicle was among them. After waiting for over an hour, the two grew increasingly impatient and resolved to take a risk. They entered with utmost caution, but inadvertently roused Zhang Zhen, who had been sleeping on the balcony. Their minds were fixated on gold, leaving them oblivious to the presence of someone on the balcony. Zhang Zhen, maintaining his composure, discreetly activated his phone to record. After rummaging through the room, Qin Zihui, finding nothing, raised his head and inquired, "There is nothing in the wardrobe or the nightstand. Could it possibly be under the bed? The bed is broken. How could anything be hidden there?" Tang Xiping directed her attention to the details of the curtains and beneath the table. Qin Zihui, clearly undeterred, lifted the fractured bedboard, insisting, "Let's take another look. Perhaps we might find something." Zhang Zhen frowned, relieved that he had created space with his left hand. Otherwise, he might have had to conceal the gold beneath the bed. The two turned the room upside down, yet ultimately found nothing. "Sister, I will check outside." Qin Zihui resolved to explore other avenues, such as the toilet tank in the bathroom or the cabinets in the kitchen. Tang Xiping, understanding Zhang Zhen's character, believed he would not conceal valuable items in plain sight. Without raising her head, she responded nonchalantly, As Qin Zihui stepped into the living room, he was abruptly kicked in the waist by the waiting Zhang Zhen. Thud! The feeble warrior fell to the ground, letting out a pained yelp. Ouch! How audacious to come in broad daylight to steal. Zhang Zhen barked sternly. Tang Xiping, startled, felt a shiver run down her spine. Where had Zhang Zhen emerged from? She hadn't seen him upon entering. "Shall we? Are you all right?" Tang Xiping rushed over, helping Qin Zihui to his feet while chastising Zhang Zhen. "On what grounds do you strike him? Zhang Zhen, where is your sense of decorum? Resorting to violence at a whim? It's truly disheartening. Do you have the right to lecture me on manners, Tang Xiping?" Zhang Zhen retorted, unyielding. "You too are trespassing. It is entirely justifiable for me to act as I have. You believe you have the right to hit people? This is also our residence. How does it constitute burglary?" Tang Xiping's anger flared instantly. "Do you doubt my resolve to call the police and have you arrested?" Qin Zihui grimaced in pain, his animosity escalating as he threatened. "Zhang, if you wish to avoid imprisonment, you will kneel and apologize immediately, along with compensating for the damages. Otherwise, we shall ensure you face the consequences. Indeed, surrender all your hidden savings, or we shall not relent," Tang Xiping chimed in. What began as theft had now escalated into outright robbery. Amused by their audacity, Zhang Zhen scoffed, "Summon the authorities by all means. Whoever demurs is a craven. It is often said that the timorous fear the bold, and the bold fear the ruthless." Tang Xiping, evidently reluctant to escalate the situation, displayed a hint of hesitation. Qin Zihui, clutching his injured flank, reassured her, "Sister, we have nothing to fear. I have considered the matter of the bottle. He possesses no evidence. As long as we both maintain that I did not strike him and that he harmed himself with the bottle in a desperate attempt to salvage your affections, we are blameless. However, his two assaults upon me are substantiated by both witnesses and physical evidence. He is the one who should dread the arrival of the police." Tang Xiping concurred, thinking, "Indeed, why should we fear him? Very well, I shall contact 110 immediately. Zhang Zhen, if you are a man, you will not abscond. Await the arrival of the constabulary." Tang Xiping promptly contacted the authorities. Soon, the police arrived. The perfidious couple, acting in collusion, alleged that Zhang Zhen had violently assaulted Qin Zihui and demanded his apprehension. Zhang Zhen countered that he had discovered their infidelity, prompting their hasty departure, and that their return was to pilfer his possessions. Each party presented conflicting accounts. "Do not credit this man's fabrications, officers. We possess evidence," the shameless couple asserted. Their mutual corroboration increasingly prejudiced Zhang Zhen's position. "Qin Zihui, you lie? You seduced my girlfriend, stole my gold, and now you slander me." Zhang Zhen feigned outrage and abruptly seized Qin Zihui by the collar with his right hand, while surreptitiously brushing against his pocket with his left. During the interim, while awaiting the police, Zhang Zhen had not been idle. He attempted to place his phone into the left-hand space, separated a kilogram of gold jewelry, and then proceeded to take photographs. The process went smoothly. Just moments ago, he had discreetly slipped the package of gold into Chen Zihui's pocket. Unaware, Chen Zihue immediately pushed Zhang Zhen away, exclaiming, "You're the one talking nonsense. Officer, I want to sue him for defamation." The officer scolded Zhang Zhen angrily. "Dare to act out in front of us. If you continue like this, we won't be lenient. Do you have any evidence that he stole something?" The couple immediately showed signs of smugness. In their view, Zhang Zhen was utterly doomed with no chance of redemption. "Yes, I recorded it with my phone. They were rummaging through my room earlier, and then my gold went missing," Zhang Zhen replied calmly, first showing the video to the police, then opening the photos of the gold. "Here it is, about a kilogram, hidden under the broken bed. I'm certain it's on one of them." "Nonsense," Tang Xiping loudly retorted. "Officer, listen to this slander. I want to sue him for defamation." Chen Zihue reacted even more vehemently, pulling out his pockets while shouting, "Accusing me of stealing. Right in front of the officers. I'll show you, to prove my innocence." Clatter. A package of gleaming gold fell to the ground, leaving Chen Zihue dumbfounded. "What is this?" Tang Xiping looked at Chen Zihue in shock. If it weren't for the presence of the police, she would have immediately confronted him. "You dared to deceive me. You clearly found it. Why did you tell me you didn't? Were you planning to keep it all for yourself? These are my gold pieces, pilfered by them both," Zhang Zhen declared vehemently. The situation on the field underwent an immediate and complete reversal. Upon comparison, the police confirmed that the gold ornaments were identical to the photographs provided by Zhang Zhen. This, in effect, substantiated the duo's guilt for theft. A kilogram of gold, valued at over 600,000, constitutes an extraordinarily large sum, warranting a minimum sentence of 10 years. Zhang Zhen intended to incarcerate them, thereby assuaging his resentment. The nefarious pair were inherently thieves, and Zhang Zhen merely capitalized on their actions, cementing their culpability. The two deserved their punishment and did not warrant compassion, and Zhang Zhen had no reason to feel remorse. "You claim the gold is yours, but is it truly?" Tang Xiping exclaimed, panicking and vehemently refuting the accusation to the police. "Impossible. How could a pauper like him possess such a quantity of gold?" Zhang Zhen unhurriedly began to lay a trap. "I delivered takeout for 5 years, accumulating a total income exceeding 600,000. Your money was entirely given to me. Where would you have acquired the funds to purchase gold?" Tang Xiping blurted out indiscreetly. Zhang Zhen had eagerly awaited this statement. "Officers, her preceding statement has been recorded by the body cam, correct? Tang Xiping, since you admit to taking my money, you will dutifully return it to me. Henceforth, this will serve as evidence for recovering the debt from her." Tang Xiping, realizing she had been deceived, became exasperated and clamored like a shrew. "Officers, arrest him immediately. Not long ago, he sold over 600,000 in gold at a jewelry store, and now he possesses another kilogram. How could this be?" Chen Zihue hastily added. "With such a quantity of gold, it must either have been stolen or seized. It is undoubtedly contraband. You ought to investigate thoroughly. You will surely uncover the truth." Only by proving that this gold was indeed illicit could they hope to extricate themselves from the charges of theft. Confronted by the skeptical gaze of the police, Zhang Zhen maintained his unhurried demeanor, declaring, "This gold was bequeathed to me by my parents before they passed away." After all, his parents had been deceased for over a decade, making this explanation quite plausible as a shield. The police, however, had their own discernment, and to them, this was tantamount to being caught red-handed. With a click, handcuffs were fastened around Chen Zihue's wrists, prompting him to urgently seek assistance from Tang Xiping. Noticing the police's unfriendly demeanor, Tang Xiping was reluctant to incite further trouble and hesitated to respond. The police addressed Zhang Zhen, stating, "This batch of gold is regarded as evidence in this case, and we must take it in for further examination. It will be returned once we ascertain that there are no issues." Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement, affirming, "That is acceptable. I trust that our officers will not wrong an innocent person, nor will they allow a guilty one to escape. This gold, having originated from another realm, could withstand scrutiny." He assured them to keep his phone accessible and remain available for inquiries. "Very well, I shall cooperate fully," as he was forcibly escorted out. Chen Zihue realized the precariousness of his situation and, in a desperate bid to absolve himself, began to cry out, "Officer, I am innocent. I truly did not steal anything. You must believe me. I have no idea how this gold ended up in my pocket. I know nothing. It was Tang Xiping who sent me here. She is the true culprit. It was she who seduced me, seeking my affection through live-streaming rewards. commanding me to share her bed as a form of repayment. I was ensnared by her allure. Chapter 5. Unveiling the secret of the crystal core, a beautiful woman barters gold bars for instant noodles. Tang Xiping never imagined that the little pet she had diligently nurtured would betray her at such a pivotal moment. At this instant, regret surged once more. The police officer declared, "Since you two are accomplices, you shall both accompany us for further questioning." Tang Xiping was utterly distraught. "Chen Zihui, you speak nonsense. It was you who seduced me. Even as autumn approached, you pranced about without a shirt, deliberately displaying your chiseled abs, seizing every opportunity to shower me with attention. I see now, your intentions from the very beginning were to exploit my wealth, were they not? Officers, please disregard his fabrications. If I were a thief, how could I possibly report a crime? Is this not the pot calling the kettle black? I have no knowledge of how Chen Zihui procured those items. It was entirely his own doing." The police, uninterested in their petty squabbles, sternly stated, "We will ascertain the truth of the matter. Both of you will be taken in for investigation." Tang Xiping felt an unsettling dissonance, as though she had inadvertently stepped into a trap. Yet, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, leaving her oblivious to Zhang Zhen's subtly upward curving smile and the intense hatred reflected in his gaze. As Tang Xiping and Chen Zihui were escorted away by the police, the rented apartment fell silent once more. Those wretched individuals deserve their fate. Zhang Zhen, having confirmed that slumber would transport him to another realm, felt a profound sense of relief, unperturbed by the location of his rest. Availing himself of the residual warmth within the bedclothes, Zhang Zhen reclined once more, endeavoring to summon slumber while simultaneously reviewing the surveillance footage from earlier. The visuals depicted him in a state of undisturbed repose, devoid of any anomalies. Reassured, Zhang Zhen relinquished his concerns and swiftly succumbed to the embrace of Morpheus. On the apocalyptic front, the drone-mounted camera functioned seamlessly, enabling Zhang Zhen to promptly replay the events in an attempt to ascertain the manner of his departure. The evidence corroborated that he had vanished instantaneously, seemingly out of thin air. "Aha," he mused. "It appears that upon awakening in the terrestrial realm, I am immediately transported from this post-apocalyptic domain." While the notion of dematerializing into nothingness was not without its merits, as it obviated any concerns regarding potential harm to his corporeal form in this realm, it also presented a drawback: the inability to autonomously determine when to depart, contingent instead upon the awakening of his counterpart in the real world. The absence of volitional departure did indeed render him somewhat passive. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhen harbored the conviction that a method for initiating departure at will could be discovered in due course. However, given the current dearth of viable approaches, he resolved to defer such investigations to a later juncture, opting instead to concentrate his immediate endeavors on the extermination of monsters and the attainment of higher levels. Emboldened by his prior experiences, Zhang Zhen proceeded with heightened proficiency. Employing the drone's auditory projection capabilities, he lured the zombies into close proximity before dispatching them with a single, decisive arrow. Ere long, the zombies within a radius of several dozen meters had been eradicated entirely, augmenting his tally from 10 to 21. A mere 9 additional cadaverous contributions were required to attain the subsequent level. Donning the arm shield and brandishing the warhammer, Zhang Zhen executed a series of practice swings to assess its tactile properties. Having fortified himself with both melee combat and defensive preparations, Zhang Zhen departed from the rooftop, venturing towards the locations where the zombies had fallen in order to reap the spoils of his endeavors. Thwack! As the cranial vault of a zombie was breached, a grayish-white crystalline substance was dislodged. Bending down, Zhang Zhen retrieved the object. Save for subtle variations in its configuration, it was virtually indistinguishable from its predecessor in terms of hue, heft, and tactile qualities. Despite having previously ingested such a thing and having it catalyze the successful awakening of 2 distinct abilities, the mere thought of its origin filled Zhang Zhen with revulsion. If only there were an alternative mode of assimilation. As the thought crossed his mind, the crystalline core spontaneously burrowed into the center of his palm. A familiar heat, reminiscent of the previous encounter, swiftly coursed from his hand throughout his body. A searing pain, though somewhat diminished this time, resurfaced. With the agony now within tolerable limits, Zhang Zhen merely bent at the waist to withstand it, managing to remain upright. He could distinctly perceive adrenaline surging through his veins. Under the catalytic influence of this arcane power, his cells underwent rapid fission and evolution, while his metabolism ascended to a new echelon. Concurrently, on a small building 70 or 80 meters away, a curtain fluttered momentarily in a 4th-floor window, revealing a pair of luminous, intelligent eyes. A minute later, the crimson flush on Zhang Zhen's skin gradually receded, leaving him drenched in perspiration. Throughout this process, Zhang Zhen was incapable of independent movement, forced to maintain a stooped, hunched posture. Fortunately, the surrounding zombies had been thoroughly eradicated, precluding the risk of ambush. Such recklessness must be avoided in the future. It was far too perilous. Upon the completion of the absorption, his personal attributes underwent a corresponding transformation. Constitution, 84, Vitality, 64, Abilities, Left-hand space, S-rank ability, initial space of 100 square meters. Eye of Insight, S-rank ability, usable 2 out of 20 times daily, effective on living beings, level, Awakener, level 2. 1120, Record, first-tier zombies, 21. Both physique and vitality have increased by 1 point, while the 2 abilities remain unchanged. Zhang Zhen tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, confirming that his strength had indeed increased. This is the benefit brought about by the enhancement of physique and vitality. After taking several deep breaths to ensure his body had fully recovered, Zhang Zhen resumed his assault on the zombies with his beloved hammer. Bang! Oh, what is this? Nothing? Zhang Zhen gazed at the empty scene, lost in contemplation. The next one yielded no results either. Again, nothing. Doubting his luck, Zhang Zhen smashed the heads of the 3 zombies to smithereens, yet he found no reward. Finally, on his 4th attempt, a crystal core appeared. Could it be that not all zombies possess crystal cores? Reflecting on the differences among the 4 zombies, Zhang Zhen recalled that the first 3 had white eyes, with their pupils nearly merging with the sclera, while the 4th had gray pupils. Could this be the distinguishing factor? With this question in mind, Zhang Zhen proceeded to verify his hypothesis. The outcome confirmed his suspicion. He also remembered a detail. The zombies with white pupils exhibited significantly slower movement and reaction times compared to the gray-pupiled one. If that were the case, he would focus on hunting the gray-pupiled zombies, avoiding any time wasted on the white-pupiled ones. Ultimately, Zhang Zhen obtained 4 crystal cores. Just as he was about to deploy a drone for reconnaissance and shift to a new battlefield, a sudden reflection from a mirror glinted on his face. Who is it? Zhang Zhen immediately became alert, his knees slightly bending as he shielded his body with one hand. His piercing gaze fixed upon the direction of the reflected light. Not far away, a small building flickered with brilliance. The other party seemed devoid of malice, merely seeking to capture Zhang Zhen's attention, driven by a sense of self-preservation. Zhang Zhen swiftly concealed himself behind a remarkably futuristic vehicle, before calmly deploying a drone. Soon, the drone hovered at the window, revealing a young woman with a sallow complexion, clearly weakened by hunger. Although her face was gaunt, it could not conceal her innate beauty, surpassing the so-called beauties of the real world who incessantly flaunted themselves in short videos. With the drone, the tables turned. Zhang Zhen was in the shadows while the other party was in the light, granting him a sense of reassurance. After all, this was a world overrun by zombies, where societal order had completely collapsed, and the living posed a far greater threat than the dead. Zhang Zhen spoke through the drone. What do you want? The girl, her voice hoarse and appearing pitiful, replied, I haven't eaten for several days and I'm barely holding on. Could you spare me some food? Zhang Zhen's heart was unmoved, his tone surprisingly cold. No. He had just endured the betrayal of Tang Xiping, his heart wounded and bleeding. It was as if it were encased in cement. At the very least, he would no longer be the Navi soul who blindly gave, oblivious to being wronged. Your prowess is undeniable. Even zombies are no match for you. Surely you possess the capability to procure sustenance. Might you assist me? The girl, seemingly famished, hurriedly cradled 2 gleaming objects in her hands. I can offer you a trade, 1 gold bar for a packet of instant noodles, or any other food that could fill my stomach. Zhang's gaze was keen. Those were gold bars weighing 200 grams each. Based on the current market price, one was worth approximately 130,000. The exchange of a gold bar for a mere few yuan's worth of noodles represented an extraordinary profit margin. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, the most worthless commodity is money. While Zhang was momentarily speechless in astonishment, the girl misinterpreted his silence, thinking he disdained her offer. She quickly added, 2 bars. I'll give you 2 gold bars for a single meal. Deal. Zhang replied without hesitation. For 100 grams of gold for a packet of noodles worth just 2 or 3 yuan, who wouldn't see such an opportunity? All right, come over here. I reside in Unit 2. 4th floor, east side of Building 1. Do not get lost. The girl appeared far more elated than Zhang, as if she had struck an incredible bargain. Beneath the window, her backpack contained several gold bars of various sizes. Had Zhang remained non-committal, she would have likely increased her offer, even contemplating using her body as leverage merely to survive. By the way, be cautious on your way here. There are zombies in the vicinity. Since yesterday, strange noises have been emanating from the corridors and basement, the girl cautioned. Rather than expressing concern for Zhang Zhen's safety, it would be more accurate to say she was preoccupied with the prospect of filling her stomach. Understood. Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of regret for not having purchased a drone equipped with transportation capabilities. Such a device would have enabled him to conduct remote transactions, eliminating the need to risk his life for face-to-face dealings. Contemplating the prospect of profits 100,000 times over, he deemed the risk worthy of pursuit. Chapter 6. The Beauty's Heart in Turmoil. A situation so dire this was an aged residential community, comprising 8 six-story buildings. Upon entering through the main gate, one would find the primary road flanked by 4 buildings on either side. The girl resided in Building 1, which faced the street, thus allowing her to witness Zhang Zhen dispatching zombies. Through the drone's reconnaissance, Zhang Zhen observed a dozen or so zombies wandering about the complex, 1/3 of which were the formidable gray-eyed undead. The remaining residents, upon spotting the drone, hastily positioned themselves by the windows, waving in silent gestures, as they dared not make a sound in the presence of the zombies. Zhang Zhen regarded them with indifference, choosing to ignore their existence. After all, he was still a novice. With no personal ties, he had no intention of risking his life for them. However, should they be able to offer gold, as the girl from Building 1 did, the situation would be entirely different. If they could not, then it was regrettable. Zhang Zhen maneuvered the drone to land in the innermost area of Building 8, the farthest point from Building 1. He then activated his phone to play the sound of a groundhog. With a resounding crash, the previously aimless zombies transformed into wild, unrestrained creatures, rushing towards the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity created by this distraction, Zhang Zhen sprinted towards Building 1 with fervor. Before embarking on his journey, he deliberately exchanged his military boots for a pair of lighter running shoes, enabling him to move with greater speed and silence. Zhang Zhen arrived smoothly at the entrance of the unit. Instead of rushing in directly, he lifted his foot and kicked a stone inside. Clang, clang. Testing the waters. A low, beastly growl accompanied the scene as a wide-eyed zombie charged out from within, its maw agape, lunging toward Zhang Zhen. Prepared for the encounter, Zhang Zhen crouched and thrust his left hand forward, brandishing a riot shield. Bang! The zombie was toppled to the ground, and before it could rise, Zhang Zhen swung a hammer with great force, striking its temple with a resounding thud. The creature lay motionless, having met its end. Without pausing for a moment, Zhang Zhen ascended the stairs 3 steps at a time, sprinting to the 4th floor. The security door of the eastern unit comprised 2 layers, the outer one featuring a grill. Upon recognizing Zhang Zhen's arrival, Wu Chenyu promptly opened the door. As Zhang Zhen entered, Wu Chenyu hastily closed it behind him. Originally, her plan was to conduct their transaction through the grill, ensuring her personal safety to the greatest extent. However, the duped zombies outside were already making their way from Building 8, and it would not be long before they surged up the stairs, leaving no time for the two to negotiate, nor any opportunity for Zhang Zhen to escape safely. Almost instinctively, Wu Chenyu changed her mind, risking danger to allow Zhang Zhen entry. Upon entering, Zhang Zhen's immediate reaction was to once again play the sound of a groundhog's call. The zombies promptly turned, redirecting their attention toward Building 8. Yet, the 3 black-eyed zombies had only taken a few steps before they suddenly halted. This suggests that in order to achieve the goal of luring the tiger away from its mountain, the initial attempt is the most effective. However, excessive repetition diminishes its efficacy. With no further commotion from Building 1, they remained motionless in their places. Zhang Zhen sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. The decor of the living room appeared quite antiquated, likely a relic from over a decade ago, yet many objects were unfamiliar to Zhang Zhen. Particularly, the air conditioner, television, and refrigerator exceeded his comprehension of design. Do not inquire how Zhang Zhen recognized these items, for they bore text labels. Wu Chenyu gazed at him with a watchful expression, her right hand concealed behind her, gripping a fruit knife. Zhang Zhen activated his insight eye, revealing Wu Chenyu's attributes. Physique, 90. Vitality, 86. Powers, not yet awakened. This revelation left Zhang Zhen astonished and blushing. A girl who had gone several days without food appeared delicate yet possessed a physique 6 points superior to his own. Most astonishingly, her vitality surpassed his by a significant 24 points. This was particularly remarkable considering he had undergone awakening, leveled up, and absorbed a crystal core to enhance his attributes. It was evident that during the past 5 years, Zhang Zhen had been so engrossed in relentless labor that his physical condition had deteriorated to such an extent that he was practically risking his life for financial gain. In truth, Wu Qianyu was merely slender, standing at 175 meters tall, allowing her to stand out not only among girls but also among boys. Without further ado, Zhang Zhen opened his backpack to reveal its contents. In addition to the instant noodles that Wu Qianyu had longed for, there were also small bread rolls, sausage, chocolate, and a variety of other items. Wu Qianyu's large eyes immediately sparkled with light, her throat repeatedly making swallowing motions, her right hand maintaining a grip on the knife, while her left hand placed 2 gold bars on the coffee table. Zhang Zhen pondered for a moment, then took out a pack of tonkatsu ramen from the brand Soup Master, weighing 125 grams, and also placed it on the coffee table. Previously, Zhang Zhen had never been willing to buy this brand, as it was too expensive. He usually ate Kong Shuaibua, which cost less than 2 yuan per pack. After all, Zhang Zhen was not a profiteer, and this being his first transaction here, he felt it necessary to offer the other party a bit more value. Wu Qianyu immediately clutched the instant noodles to her chest, her throat making swallowing motions once again. For 3 days, she had eaten nothing, drinking only 1 bottle of water each day. Moreover, even the water was nearly gone. If it weren't for Zhang Zhen's appearance, Wu Qianyu didn't know how she would have survived. Just then, Zhang Zhen took out another pack of instant noodles and placed it on the coffee table. What? What do you want? Wu Qianyu immediately became alert, using the hand clutching the noodles to shield her chest, while brandishing the fruit knife in her right hand. Glaring at Zhang Zhen with a facade of strength masking her inner vulnerability. Although, when starving, Wu Qianyu had considered trading her body for food, after all. Such things were quite common in the apocalypse, where filling one's stomach was the most crucial matter. And dignity and face could be discarded at any moment, but since she could exchange gold for food, Wu Qianyu naturally preferred not to pay any other price. After all, she came from a prestigious family, raised as a little princess since childhood, enjoying the highest standard of living, her self-esteem much higher than that of ordinary girls. But the key issue was that the other party was so powerful, and she was so hungry that her stomach was practically touching her back. With only a bit of strength left, could she even resist? Faced with the ferocity of bestial instincts, does one acquiesce half-heartedly or actively cooperate? Would a lack of resistance render one too casual? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. And this packet of instant noodles serves as a fair exchange, Zhang Zhen elucidated. Clad in a stab-resistant vest. Even if he were to sit passively and allow her to stab him, a mere fruit knife would inflict no harm whatsoever. Really? Wu Qianyu responded with a wary expression. Zhang Zhen produced a war hammer from his waist, stating, "If I intended to overpower you, do you truly believe you would stand a chance?" Wu Qianyu's expression soured as she reluctantly set down the fruit knife. "If zombies aren't a match for you, I certainly won't be. Feel free to ask whatever questions you have, and I assure you I will speak candidly." A rumble akin to thunder emanated from her stomach, causing Wu Qianyu to blush. "Could I possibly eat while discussing?" "Of course," Zhang Zhen replied with great generosity. Wu Qianyu retrieved a small alcohol stove and began heating water. During the wait, through his inquiries, Zhang Zhen learned that Wu Qianyu was 21 years old, once the daughter of a wealthy family, and had lived several kilometers away in an affluent district. The Wu family owned a villa valued at over 20 million, occupying 3 acres with front and back gardens and 3 stories. When the zombie outbreak commenced, societal order disintegrated. The villa complex where Wu Qianyu resided fell victim to looting and vandalism led by security personnel and idle thugs. In a critical moment, it was the nanny who guided Wu Qianyu to safety. She had grown up under the nanny's care, as this was her home. A week ago, they were on the brink of starvation. The aunt left the last remaining food and water for Wu Qianyu and went out to find more, instructing Wu Qianyu not to open the door no matter what happened. However, the aunt never returned, likely meeting a grim fate. The zombie virus outbreak occurred a month ago, initially causing all electronic devices to short-circuit instantly, leading to power outages, loss of internet, and water supply disruptions, followed by widespread chaos and the complete collapse of social order. Those bitten or scratched by zombies would turn into zombies themselves within 24 hours, and consuming contaminated food or water would also result in infection. All crops exposed to the outside and food packaged in conventional ways were inevitably contaminated, with crops withering and dying, and food rapidly spoiling. At this point, Wu Qianyu asked in astonishment, "How is your drone still functioning? Such an outdated model, yet it can still fly? How did you preserve the chip? And how did you charge the battery? All my latest models at home are completely useless." Zhang Zhen widened his eyes, thinking to himself, This is the latest model I just bought. How can it be considered outdated? Wu Qinyu felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry. We agreed that you would ask and I would answer. I overstepped by asking you questions. Zhang Zhen magnanimously let it go, and when the instant noodles were ready, he waited politely for Wu Qinyu to eat. Wu Qinyu ate heartily, as if it were a feast. In the past, with her proper upbringing, she would never have eaten in front of strangers. Now, such formalities were no longer a concern. Following a satiating meal, Wu Qinyu continued her narrative. The military had orchestrated rescue operations, yet with negligible efficacy, a mere fraction of the populace was salvaged, and even then, at a grievous cost. During her lifetime, my aunt would deliberate with surviving neighbors, postulating that the virus had annihilated over half of humanity. However, based on my observations these past days, their assessment is excessively sanguine. I surmise that no more than a third of the populace has survived. Furthermore, I have discerned that the infected are undergoing an evolutionary process. Initially, their movements were languid, their reactions obtuse. An average individual stood a considerable chance in a one-on-one confrontation. Nevertheless, within a brief span, their capabilities underwent a substantial transformation. Their auditory perception became preternaturally acute, and their reaction capacity and velocity of locomotion surpassed that of a normal human being. Unless one is exceptionally robust, it is virtually impossible to contend with them. Zhang Zhen produced a crystalline nucleus, inquiring, "What is this object?" Wu Qinyu demurred, "I have never encountered such a thing." Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow, perplexed. It defied logic. He had personally witnessed the allure of a package of instant noodles. Wu Qinyu had no incentive to dissemble. At that juncture, Zhang Zhen's eyelids abruptly grew heavy. He immediately apprehended that his consciousness was being summoned back to reality. Had another unforeseen incident transpired? "Forgive me. I must return momentarily." Zhang Zhen articulated with utmost haste, and then, before Wu Qinyu's astonished gaze, he evanesced into thin air. Chapter 7. Adversaries inevitably collide. The abuser is humiliated. Crack. The instant Zhang Zhen's eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by the resounding report of firecrackers. The balcony windows not only leaked air but also provided subpar sound insulation. With the year drawing to a close, the elementary school students were on holiday. An age detested even by dogs, and they congregated in the residential area to set off firecrackers. These mischievous children. Clearly, they had too little homework and insufficient discipline. Perhaps the day they managed to blow up the sewer, they would finally quiet down. Zhang Zhen was roused from his slumber by the sound of explosions. Before vanishing into thin air in the apocalypse, he distinctly recalled Wu Qinyu's astonished expression. Based on prior experiences, he would likely reappear at Wu Qinyu's residence, startling her once more. As for how to explain it, Zhang Zhen did not find it particularly troublesome. At worst, he would offer her a few packets of instant noodles as hush money, which he believed Wu Qinyu would gladly accept, vowing to keep the secret. Zhang Zhen arose from his bedding and stretched languidly. This marked the second time he had been awakened today, and the dual experiences had demonstrated that he was not suited to continue residing here. It was imperative to find a place that could guarantee absolute sleep quality, undisturbed by external factors. Now that he possessed the financial means, he could consider purchasing a residence. Moving out of the rental apartment had been Zhang Zhen's long-held aspiration and goal. Even after experiencing betrayal from his girlfriend, he remained steadfast in his ambition. With the gold in Zhang Zhen's possession, he need not liquidate all of it to acquire a luxurious dwelling in this third-tier city. However, the process would be rather convoluted, involving selecting a property at the sales office, paying a deposit, signing a contract, and then undertaking renovations, purchasing appliances and daily necessities, a time-consuming and laborious undertaking. He could not afford such delays. After careful deliberation, Zhang Zhen concluded that the optimal solution at present was to reside in a hotel. Ordinary hotels would certainly not suffice, as their soundproofing and service were questionable. If he were to stay, he would opt for the finest establishment available, the only 5-star hotel in the area, Xinyong Grand Hotel. Despite being mentally prepared for the expenses, Zhang Zhen was nonetheless taken aback upon seeing the price on the booking app. The most luxurious presidential suite was priced at an astonishing $21,888. How exorbitant! To put this into perspective, the rental for his 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, complete with a kitchen and a bathroom, including property fees, was merely $11,000 for an entire year. The bedroom shared with Tang Xiping, being slightly larger, incurred a proportional rent of $6,000, equating to merely $500 a month. The cost for one night in the presidential suite was tantamount to his living there for 3.5 years. Zhang Zhen gritted his teeth. He was now affluent, and money came easily. He decided to treat himself as a reward for 5 arduous years of toil. He placed an order for 3 days on his phone, making the payment via WeChat. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Zhen received a call from the hotel, confirming his identity and check-in time. It was now 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Zhen replied, "I'll tidy up a bit and be there shortly." "Very well, Mr. Zhang. We will make all necessary preparations and eagerly await your arrival at Xinyong Grand Hotel." The hotel staff were impeccably courteous. Zhang Zhen went to change his clothes. After all, he had just returned from an apocalyptic realm and had even engaged in close combat with zombies, inevitably carrying some lingering odors. Upon opening his wardrobe, he discovered he had only one set of winter clothes remaining. The set in the washing machine in the bathroom, along with the one he was currently wearing, amounted to a mere 3 sets. The newest one had not been worn in over 3 years. For the past 5 years, Zhang Zhen had predominantly donned the attire of a delivery man, perpetually engrossed in his demanding routine, affording him neither the time for social engagements nor the necessity for acquiring new garments. Conversely, Tang Xiping, unburdened by employment, possessed a wardrobe replete with apparel, necessitating the periodic acquisition of new pieces and the disposal of older ones with each passing season. Many of these garments remained virtually unworn before being relegated to the recycling receptacle downstairs. Zhang Zhen once again felt a profound sense of regret for his previous lifestyle. Fortunately, the incarceration of that odious shrew, Tang Xiping, brought Zhang Zhen immense satisfaction. At that moment, a call came from the police. "Filming equipment? One moment. I'll check the spare bedroom." Zhang Zhen proceeded to Chen Zihui's room and, following the clues provided by the police, opened the desk drawer, where he discovered a black electronic device. "Found it. You want me to photograph it and send it to you?" "Very well." Zhang Zhen remained uncertain of the police's motives, but he understood that cooperating with law enforcement was a civic duty, and he complied. Upon concluding the call, Zhang Zhen changed his clothes, and the ride-hailing car he had summoned arrived, whereupon he descended the stairs. Half an hour later, at the Xinyong Hotel, a taxi pulled up to the curb, and Tang Xiping emerged. "Don't even mention it. I'm having the worst luck." Tang Xiping, brandishing her phone, approached the hotel entrance. "That little rascal, Chen Zihui. I spent so much money promoting him, and he had the audacity to profit from both my wealth and my affections, and at the crucial moment, he tried to pin the blame on me. Does he think I'm a pushover?" In the presence of the police, I managed to exonerate myself with just a few words. I explained that Chen Zihui had asked me to accompany him to retrieve a video device, and that he had smashed a beer bottle over Zhang Zhen's head. Fearing retaliation, he dared not return alone and thus dragged me along for courage. Fortunately, the police indeed found the device, corroborating my story. I firmly maintained that the theft of gold was solely Chen Zihui's doing, and that I was completely unaware of his plans. He had neither consulted me beforehand nor informed me after the fact, so I had no involvement whatsoever. That scoundrel thought he could drag me down with him, but he was sorely mistaken. I easily extricated myself from the situation and was released by the officers, while he's looking at a minimum of 10 years. No doubt about it. Rest assured, I've been staying at the Rongxin Grand Hotel these past couple of days, in a room booked by Chen Zihui, who claimed he wanted to treat me to the services of a 5-star hotel. Since the money was already spent, I figured I might as well enjoy it. Just then, a ride-hailing car pulled up at the hotel entrance. Tang Xiping happened to see Zhang Zhen stepping out, and she immediately lost her composure. She stormed over, her fury blazing as she unleashed a torrent of curses. "Zhang Zhen, you really are relentless, aren't you? Quite the feat, tracking me down here. Admit it. Did you install tracking software on my phone? I'll have you arrested, believe me. You're like a dog that can't stop eating filth, thinking that chasing me here will make me forgive you and reconcile? Dream on. We're done. Do you hear me? Even without Xiao Wei, you're still unworthy. I've tasted the finest delicacies. Why would I ever go back to eating scraps with you? This is a 5-star hotel. If you are concerned about your dignity, you should leave promptly and avoid embarrassing yourself here. Of course, as a mere delivery person, you may not comprehend the concept of face. Hence, I shall invoke the principle that the customer is king and summon security to expel you. Security, where are you?" The commotion attracted the attention of the hotel staff, who hurried over to investigate. Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow, lamenting the blindness of fate that allowed Tang Xiping to evade justice with the police. This outcome took Zhang Zhen by surprise. However, Tang Xiping, do not rejoice too soon. Zhang Zhen intended to hire a lawyer to sue Tang Xiping, determined to extract every penny from her. Zhang Zhen, as a lowly delivery man, has likely never encountered such a scene. I could extend a charitable opportunity to you. Contemplate how to explain yourself to avoid a humiliating confrontation. Tang Xiping was poised to issue commands from her lofty perch. Zhang Zhen, dismissing the fool, calmly stated, "Who is Manager Liu?" "I am Zhang Zhen." Tang Xiping scoffed derisively. "Do you think that by merely announcing your humble name, they will overlook your transgressions? Such wishful thinking. Do not accuse me of lacking compassion. I offered you a chance. But your failure to seize it warrants your humiliation." Suddenly, a sharply dressed man emerged from the crowd, enthusiastically addressing Zhang Zhen. "I am the personal butler of the presidential suite. My surname is Liu." "You are Mr. Zhang, with whom I just spoke?" "Indeed, I am," Zhang Zhen replied, his expression remaining unperturbed. The personal butler gestured urgently towards the interior, whereupon a bevy of more than 10 comely attendants arrayed themselves in neat ranks on either side, their countenances beaming radiantly upon Zhang Zhen. With their svelte legs encased in sheer hosiery and their figures accentuated by short skirts, each one surpassed Tang Xiping in pulchritude and poise. Under the guidance of the personal butler, they executed a synchronized bow towards Zhang Zhen, their voices coalescing in a dulcet chorus. "Welcome to the Shinrong Grand Hotel. Esteemed guest of the presidential suite, Mr. Zhang Zhen." Anticipating Zhang Zhen's imminent arrival, the personal butler had meticulously orchestrated the welcoming preparations. "Mr. Zhang, for the ensuing 3 days, I shall attend to your every need and comfort. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall remain at your disposal around the clock." The personal butler intoned, bending in a precise 90-degree bow. Meanwhile, Tang Xiping stood aghast, utterly dumbfounded. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Zhang Zhen, a man notorious for his parsimony, would deign to reside in a hotel, let alone the most opulent presidential suite. When Chun Zihue had escorted her to book a room, she had inquired about the prices of various accommodations, learning that a 3-night sojourn in the presidential suite would cost upwards of 60,000 yuan. Coincidentally, Chun Zihue had also booked a 3-day stay, albeit in a deluxe king-size room priced at a mere 600 yuan per night. This so-called deluxe room represented the lowest tier of accommodation, its grandiose moniker merely a sop to the sensibilities of the average consumer. As Zhang Zhen swept past Tang Xiping, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction, a dismissive snort escaping his nostrils. Such a specimen hardly warranted magnanimity, for she was utterly unworthy of it. Tang Xiping's face flushed crimson, and she yearned to vanish into the earth as she beheld Zhang Zhen, resplendent in his glory, enter the portal amidst a constellation of admirers, leaving behind a trail of splendor. The presidential suite was indeed the epitome of opulence, not only encompassing an entire floor, but also boasting amenities that Zhang Zhen had never before encountered. A personal butler elucidated the operation of the various facilities before inquiring with utmost courtesy, "Mr. Zhang, do you have any requests?" "I am famished," Zhang Zhen responded, rubbing his stomach. The butler proposed, "The Australian Wagyu today is exceptional, prepared by our Michelin-starred chef. Would you care to indulge? Western cuisine sounds delightful. However, I do have a rather substantial appetite," Zhang Zhen admitted somewhat sheepishly. The butler chuckled, "That is of no consequence whatsoever. My purpose is to ensure that all your needs are met." Shortly thereafter, a lavish Wagyu set meal for 2 was presented to Zhang Zhen, accompanied by a bottle of complimenting red wine. Zhang Zhen devoured the meal with gusto, exclaiming, "Delicious." It was his inaugural experience with steak. He had frequented steakhouses for pickups in the past, but the exorbitant prices had always deterred him from partaking. In high spirits, he requested an additional serving for 2. He consumed 1 portion himself, while the other was stored within his spatial dimension. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Zhang Zhen reflected on the fact that he had already slumbered twice during the day, thrice if one included the period of unconsciousness. Under normal circumstances, one would be wide awake and brimming with energy at this hour. However, Zhang Zhen had been chronically sleep-deprived in recent years, and the excessive comfort of the bed proved irresistible. He had barely reclined when he drifted off into slumber. In the next instant, Zhang Zhen found himself within the apocalyptic realm, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Am I even permitted to witness this?" he mused, seated on a sofa, his gaze fixed upon a figure with skin as smooth as jade, a statuesque physique, and prominent curves. So fair, so ample. It was Wu Qianyu, and she was in the midst of bathing. Chapter 8. Witnessing a bath with a single bottle of water, and a beauty serving as a guinea pig. Astounding. Exhilarating. Gratifying. Observing the spectacle before him, Zhang Zhen audibly gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing, and felt an irrepressible urge to salute. Wu Qianyu, a dance major in her 3rd year at the Academy of Arts, had received the most rigorous dance instruction since childhood. For well over a decade, her physique had been as impeccably proportioned as a textbook illustration, even surpassing the AI-generated beauty Zhang Zhen encountered in his video feeds. Standing at a height of 1.76 meters, her legs effortlessly exceeded 1 meters in length. Her bust reached a 34 cm, not excessively large, yet surpassing over 80 of others. Given her dance background, excessive size would detract from the aesthetic presentation of her movements. With a slender waist and elongated legs, her figure was devoid of any superfluous flesh. Each contour honed to perfection. Why was she bathing in the living room rather than the bathroom? Due to a month-long disruption of water and electricity, Wu Qianyu, despite being a meticulous individual, had to contend with normal bodily functions daily. With the inability to flush the toilet, the bathroom emanated a rather unpleasant odor. To preserve the air quality in the apartment, she naturally kept the bathroom door sealed. The bedroom was cramped, and Wu Qianyu, with her dance-honed limbs, felt restricted in her movements. Hence, her decision to bathe in the living room. Bathing, however, was an overstatement. Wu Qianyu possessed only a single bottle of water, the most ubiquitous, commonplace 550 milliliters bottle of purified water. Confronted with this tableau, Zhang Zhen found himself in an awkward predicament. Etiquette, instilled since childhood, dictated that one should avert their gaze from impropriety. Yet, his presence was unintentional, a mere coincidence. Desiring to vanish without a trace, to act as though he had never existed, Zhang Zhen still lacked the mastery of a deliberate departure. At present, all he could do was hold his breath, sitting upright on the sofa, striving to emit no sound. Beyond being astonished by Wu Qianyu's physique, which would evoke envy even in the creator, he was perplexed by her ability to bathe with but a single bottle of water, a feat seemingly unattainable. Zhang Zhen's curiosity piqued. He deemed it a scholarly pursuit. Given the preciousness of water, Wu Qianyu moved with utmost caution, ensuring not a single drop was squandered. She stood within a basin of 40 centimeters in diameter, designed to collect her bathwater. It appeared that she was accustomed to bathing, unlike Zhang Zhen, who would wash away clumps of dirt before sleeping. After 5 minutes, she meticulously scraped every droplet from her skin, each one immensely valuable. In one corner of the living room stood a makeshift filter where the water, after simple filtration, was gathered for use in flushing the toilet, bathing, or other unforeseen necessities. Bending down, she began to wash her dainty feet, inadvertently catching sight of a figure behind her. There was indeed a person on the sofa. Moreover, it was a man with wide, astonished eyes. Wu Qianyu's startled gasp was stifled as she hastily covered her mouth with one hand and clutched a towel with the other to shield her body. Any sound could alert the horde of zombies lurking downstairs. She had no desire to relive the harrowing moment of zombies pounding on the security door. The towel, long unused, rendered the act of drying off a seemingly extravagant endeavor. Wu Qianyu was evidently encountering such a situation for the first time, lacking any experience in handling it. The towel in her hand became a source of distraction as the spring light unexpectedly shone through. "I did not mean to, truly," Zhang Zhen, feeling guilty, hurriedly explained. "Please believe me, I had no idea you were bathing." "Turn your head away," Wu Qianyu retorted, her anger mingled with embarrassment. "Oh." Zhang Zhen turned to face the wall. Barefoot, Wu Qianyu fled back to her bedroom to don her clothes. When she reappeared in the living room, her eyes glared at Zhang Zhen with a fiery intensity. Zhang Zhen apologized once more, reiterating that it was unintentional, yet his words seemed to have little effect. "Zhang Zhen, do not think that your small acts of kindness permit you to act with impunity. Honestly confess, when did this occur? When you began to lather the soap? So you saw everything, from beginning to end? You insisted that I be honest. You are too much, as a grown man. Can you not consider a girl's dignity? Sometimes, a benevolent lie is a matter of goodwill." "Very well, I saw nothing. That is unacceptable. It is simply too dismissive." Zhang Zhen felt overwhelmed. And as he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he decided to unveil his trump card, the exquisite Wagyu beef he had stored in his left-hand compartment. Wu Qianyu had consumed instant noodles a few hours prior, and her stomach was nearly digested. Although she still possessed a packet, she planned to eat half tomorrow and the other half the day after, for the pangs of hunger were unpleasant. Having learned from past experiences, even though she once hailed from a prestigious family, she had mastered the art of frugality, adapting to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. "What do you mean? Do you think this will make me forgive you?" Wu Qianyu felt even more enraged. The steak emitted a tantalizing steam, retaining the warmth of its recent preparation, unaffected by the passage of time. The aroma relentlessly invaded Wu Qianyu's senses, instantly awakening the cravings within her stomach. Typically, her meals were enjoyed at the villa. With scarce provisions at home, and even less meat available, she had only indulged in meat during the initial 3 meals. As vegetables and meats swiftly deteriorated, she was left with no choice but to subsist on vegetarian fare. Eventually, having anything to eat became a rare blessing, despite her poised demeanor. The rumbling of her stomach betrayed her, and the actions of swallowing grew increasingly rapid. Wu Qianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Her pride and dignity as a little princess made it difficult for her to forgive herself for exhibiting such a pitiable behavior over something as trivial as food. "This is merely a small gesture of compensation for my earlier mistake," Zhang Zhen asserted, firmly believing that in a world fraught with chaos, no misunderstanding could remain unresolved with a hearty meal. "If one meal isn't sufficient, then let it be 2. I recognize that my actions were excessive. You may eat freely without concern for whether you forgive me. Satisfy your hunger first, and then decide, shall we?" Zhang Zhen's sincerity swiftly dismantled Wu Qianyu's already fragile sense of pride. "This is what you promised." In truth, the moment Wu Qianyu savored her first bite of beef, she had entirely forgiven Zhang Zhen. "Oh my, this is extraordinarily delicious." With the second bite, she thought, "Zhang Zhen truly is a good person." By the third bite, she mused, if only every occasion could be like this. A bath followed by a sumptuous steak dinner felt like an undeniable gain, an immense fortune indeed. Although Wu Qianyu disregarded all dining etiquette and indulged heartily in her steak, Zhang Zhen still found the scene to be an elegant picture of beauty. A bowl of instant noodles for lunch and a steak for dinner, such a satisfying feeling. How wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. Alas, how could one entertain such thoughts? "Wu Qianyu, what of your principles? Yet, what value do principles hold if they cannot be savored or enjoyed?" Lost in her delight, Wu Qianyu even forgot to inquire about the mysterious appearances and disappearances of Zhang Zhen. Patiently, he observed as she finished her steak, even scraping the plate clean of its sauce. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Having consumed his fare, she must now serve as his guinea pig. Zhang Zhen produced a crystal core and presented it to her. Wu Qianyu took it, glanced at it, and asked with curiosity, "What is this?" It was clear she was unfamiliar with the crystal core. Zhang Zhen casually fabricated a reason, a post-meal dessert, rock candy. He was eager to discover the effects of the crystal core on an ordinary person. Was it genuine? Wu Qianyu's expression turned skeptical as if to say, "I may not be well-read, but do not deceive me." Chapter 9. The Girl Who Could Squeeze Water. Threatened by a neighbor, Zhang Zhen had passively consumed the crystal core and now sought to understand the effects of active consumption. Although the crystal core had awakened 2 of his skills, spatial manipulation and insight, it remained uncertain whether it bore any toxic side effects. Thus, it was imperative to find a test subject and meticulously observe any changes in her, should it be determined that the crystal core posed a danger to one's health. Preparations for a response would need to be made. However, Zhang Zhen evidently underestimated Wu Qianyu's intellect. He presumed that a girl dedicated to the art of dance, nurtured as a cherished princess under the protection of a wealthy family, would lack focus on academic pursuits and be naive to the deceitful machinations of society, thus making her an easy target for manipulation. The reality, however, demonstrated that she was far from foolish. In fact, she exhibited a bold yet meticulous disposition. From the outset, her clever use of the mirror's reflection to capture Zhang Zhen's attention, to her proposition of exchanging gold for food, and even her act of opening the door for him, all showcased her astute nature. Truly, she was like rock candy, sweet yet deceptive, as Zhang Zhen was about to discover. He retrieved another crystal core from his pocket, poised to toss it into his mouth, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose to exchange it with Wu Qianyu first, feigning to place it in his mouth. In reality, just before it touched his lips, he concealed it in his palm. Given the dubious origins of this item, Zhang Zhen felt repulsed and would not carelessly ingest it. Wu Qianyu, believing him, swallowed it with ease. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. "What is happening? I haven't even begun to savor it, and it has already slipped down my throat. What on earth did you make me consume?" Before Zhang Zhen could respond, Wu Qianyu crumpled to the ground, her face a mask of regret and anguish. In agony, her body convulsed violently, her limbs curling uncontrollably. Remarkably, even in such a contorted state, her dancer's physique retained an aesthetic grace. For Zhang Zhen, this was the 3rd occasion he had employed the crystal core, and the sensation was noticeably milder than during the previous 2 instances, remaining within tolerable limits, allowing him to appear quite at ease. After a few moments, Wu Qianyu's exposed skin gradually returned to its normal hue from a flushed red. Her curled limbs also began to relax and extend. In a fit of pique, Wu Qianyu lifted her head, her initial utterance being, "You, Zhang, indeed harbor ulterior motives towards me. If you desire my person, you could simply state it outright. Why resort to such circuitous means? For a grown man to rely on drugs to achieve his aims, I hold you in contempt." Zhang Zhen, with keen eyes, noticed a pool of liquid forming beneath her on the floor. Astonished, he exclaimed, "You've discharged water." "Ah?" Wu Qianyu hastily shifted to one side, causing even more liquid to flow from her body. A blush of embarrassment immediately suffused Wu Qianyu's face. How could this be? At such a young age, to suffer incontinence. And to do so in the presence of a man, how utterly mortifying. Yet, she swiftly ascertained that the substance on the floor was not urine, but water. Ordinary, unadulterated water. Zhang Zhen, equally perplexed, promptly activated his eye of insight. Physique, 91. Blood Qi, 87. Ability, Hydrokinesis, A-grade ability. Initial state is the ability to conjure small water orbs, capable of evolving. Level, Initial Awakened, Level 1010. Achievements, Tier 1 Zombie, 0. You've awakened Hydrokinesis. Zhang Zhen declared the reason. Wu Qianyu wore a bewildered expression. Huh? It's like... Zhang Zhen endeavored to explain in the simplest terms possible, ensuring Wu Qianyu could comprehend. He illustrated with an example. The way I vanished into thin air earlier, only to reappear suddenly, that is my ability. The genesis of ability stems from the zombie virus. The rock candy I gave you earlier was, in fact, a crystal core harvested from a zombie. After a thorough explanation, Wu Qianyu finally comprehended the situation. Her face radiated excitement as she realized that she had awakened her extraordinary abilities. In a world fraught with peril, possessing such powers is a coveted dream for many. While Wu Qianyu felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Zhen, she also experienced a pang of guilt for her earlier misjudgment of him. He had no ulterior motives. He treated her to a lavish meal and assisted her in awakening her powers, yet she had unfairly accused him of nefarious intentions. Such behavior was utterly unwarranted. Zhang Zhen, displaying remarkable magnanimity, did not dwell on these trivial matters but instead encouraged Wu Qianyu to experiment with her newfound abilities. Under his encouragement, Wu Qianyu concentrated on the water molecules present in the air, condensing them into a small sphere of water, approximately the size of 10 milliliters. However, this was no mere small water ball, it was indeed a significant droplet, although it appeared to lack any practical utility or offensive capability. In a desolate world where water and food are scarce, it represented a highly valuable skill. First and foremost, Wu Qianyu would not succumb to thirst. Nor would she need to fear becoming a zombie from consuming contaminated water. As her technique improved and her level increased, she would eventually be able to produce larger quantities of water, making bathing and flushing toilets feasible. Not only could she meet her own water needs, but she could also sustain a group of people, trading water for food or other services, thereby securing her survival in the harsh realities of the apocalypse. After several attempts, however, Wu Qianyu found herself making little progress, and the water sphere seemed to diminish in size. Zhang Zhen felt somewhat helpless, as he too lacked experience and could only rely on Wu Qianyu to figure things out. At that moment, an abrupt knocking echoed through the air. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was soft yet rhythmically persistent. Zhang Zhen and Wu Qianyu simultaneously grew alert, their gazes fixed on the security door. Tap, tap, tap. There was no mistaking it. The sound emanated from that very door. Wu Qianyu refrained from acting impulsively and first sought Zhang Zhen's counsel. Furrowing his brow, he gave a slight nod. Only then did Wu Qianyu rise and approach the door, lowering her voice to inquire, "Who is it?" Zhang Zhen followed suit, wielding a hammer in hand. "Good neighbor, my family has run out of food. My child is so hungry that he can only roll his eyes. He has fainted several times in a single day. It's truly pitiful." A sorrowful female voice penetrated through the door. "They say distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Could you show some kindness? I'm not greedy. I only wish for my child to have a half-full stomach." Wu Qianyu, from behind 2 layers of security, retorted coldly, "There is no food left in my house. You know this all too well." Her response surprised Zhang Zhen. He had thought that this foolish girl, having filled her own stomach, would exhibit her benevolent nature. One must understand that in a world fraught with chaos, the best way to safeguard oneself is to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Only by recognizing this truth can one hope to survive. Otherwise, it becomes a futile endeavor to advise the doomed. The neighbors above were the worst of the lot. The children lacked manners, the adults were vicious, and the elderly took advantage of their age, showing no respect, an entire family of ingratitude. Wu Qianyu's eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, The death of Auntie is a burden that family cannot escape. At that moment, an angry male voice echoed from outside. I told you that playing the victim is futile. You insisted on trying, which is a complete waste of time. Give it up. Wu Qianyu, enough of your pretense. I witnessed a man enter your home, and he has yet to leave after several hours. If you wish to prevent me from spreading this scandal throughout the entire neighborhood, you better produce some food. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. Chapter 10. The stunning beauty confronts the malevolent neighbors. Zhang Zhen enlists the corpse brothers as security. The malevolent couple observed Zhang Zhen entering the fourth-floor east unit with a bag, and he had not emerged for hours. Standing at the door, they could detect a fragrant aroma reminiscent of beef instant noodles wafting through the crack, confirming that there was indeed food inside. There was no need to inquire further. The sustenance was undoubtedly brought by Zhang Zhen. As for whether Wu Qianyu procured food through unsavory transactions, the couple did not care in the slightest. Their singular aim was to coerce Wu Qianyu into surrendering her provisions through intimidation. After all, she had already engaged in such dealings. What was it to her to sell a few more times? It was far too simple to merely shout for food. If not her, then whom? In the past, Wu Qianyu would have felt embarrassed. However, now she stood undaunted, retorting boldly, "Suit yourself, the innocent have nothing to fear. Feel free to spread your rumors. The louder you shout, the clearer the entire neighborhood will hear. Do not pretend you have never sold anything, even if you had. It is not your place as outsiders to take advantage of the situation." The neighbors found themselves at a loss. They hesitated to raise their voices, fearing they might attract the zombies lurking below. "Wu Qianyu, just wait. You will come to regret this," threatened the male neighbor once more. From the moment the aunt introduced Wu Qianyu into their abode, the male neighbor, upon beholding her, harbored insidious intentions. During each intimate encounter with his spouse, he would envision Wu Qianyu beneath him. Cognizant of the depleted provisions downstairs, he was contriving a scheme to exploit Wu Qianyu's vulnerability. Anticipating that, driven by extreme hunger, she would seek assistance upstairs, he planned to surreptitiously descend and proffer unreasonable demands. Now, with the coveted beauty having been preempted by another man, the male neighbor was naturally incensed. This family, residing in the west-facing unit on the 5th floor, notorious for their litigious nature, habitually encroached upon communal spaces in the hallway and basement. They would obstruct the corridor with shoe cabinets, the floor strewn with their family slippers. After their adjacent neighbor, unable to endure the situation, relocated, they brazenly barricaded the vacated doorway with their shoe cabinet. The stairwell and corridors of the basement were replete with refuse scavenged by the male neighbor's parents, cardboard, plastic bottles, which, while tolerable in winter, emanated a putrid stench during summer, akin to a biochemical weapon. Wu Qianyu indignantly remarked, and their unruly offspring, constantly leaping and darting about, either shoving tables or dragging benches, bouncing balls, and playing with various toys. Although we reside in the east-facing unit on the 4th floor, not directly above, the aunt is incessantly vexed by the noise. The aunt had previously attempted to remonstrate with them, but the family not only rejected her appeal but also reproached her for lacking compassion and understanding towards children. Following the viral outbreak, everyone sequestered themselves at home, subsisting on their meager stockpiles. One day, the female neighbor from the 5th floor descended, feigning destitution, claiming that her family had exhausted their provisions and that her child was on the verge of collapsing from starvation. Her husband went out to procure food but has yet to return. Could they possibly borrow some sustenance, pledging to return it to the aunt immediately upon finding food? Considering that the children in their household had indeed been silent for the past couple of days, the aunt, believing they were in dire straits, generously provided them with 2 pounds of noodles. However, as soon as the woman ascended the stairs, the noise erupted, demonstrating that the children were, in fact, lively and far from starving. It was later discovered that this family had deceived their neighbors in a similar fashion, many of whom had fallen victim to their ruse. The food they acquired was sufficient to sustain their entire family for several days. Just a week prior, the aunt had approached them for assistance, but they had not even opened the door, brazenly claiming to have no food despite the unmistakable aroma of boiling noodles wafting through the crack. In her desperation, the aunt ventured out in search of sustenance, and she never returned. Thus, Wu Qianyu asserted that the aunt's demise was directly linked to this family. Now, she resolutely vowed never to be a foolishly benevolent person who repays kindness with enmity. The reason they had refrained from harassing Wu Qianyu these past few days was due to the presence of a zombie in the corridor. Venturing outside posed too great a risk. Now that the creature had been dispatched by Zhang Zhen, the threat was eliminated, and the cunning family immediately resumed their disturbing antics. Even if Wu Qianyu insisted on not opening the door, it would not deter them from persistently intruding. Although the security door was double-layered, it was of the oldest model, and the lock was of the lowest safety grade, making it conceivable that the occupants above could descend and force it open. After all, people would go to great lengths for a morsel of food. Zhang Zhen pondered that he must devise a permanent solution to ensure Wu Qianyu's safety. I wish to exchange for some food again, maintaining the previous pricing. Wu Qianyu dragged out a bag of gold bars from her bedroom, each bar weighing a standard 200 grams, amounting to 17 or 18 pieces. An old adage states that in chaotic times, gold prevails, while in prosperous times, antiques are valued. Compared to the already collapsed monetary system, the financial attributes of gold are self-evident. Yet, we are not in chaotic times, but rather in a world nearing its end. While gold is indeed precious, it cannot be consumed or quaffed. Many places have already begun to engage in barter, the most direct method of trade. I believe it will not be long before gold becomes nothing more than a cold, useless metal. Wu Qianyu, being astute, decided to seize the opportunity while Zhang Zhen was still willing to accept gold, hastily exchanging it for food to prevent it from becoming utterly worthless, weighing her down. Zhang Zhen removed his backpack and produced 3 packets of instant noodles, 6 sausages, 6 marinated eggs, and a pack of scallion crackers. Wu Qianyu's face brightened, and she promptly pushed all the gold bars towards Zhang Zhen. This was a far more advantageous trade than before, with the addition of a packet of instant noodles. If rationed carefully, it would suffice for Wu Qianyu's consumption for an entire week. In response to Wu Qianyu's astonished gaze, Zhang Zhen merely took 6 gold bars from the pile and returned the rest to her feet, stating, "This sustenance will last you 3 days. I shall return thereafter. Should your abilities exhibit significant improvement, not only will I provide you with a week's worth of food, but I shall also treat you to a steak dinner." Wu Qianyu was profoundly touched. Is that true? A man of his word, once spoken, is as steadfast as the strongest steed. Zhang Zhen replied earnestly. Wu Qianyu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Very well. I shall practice diligently and ensure that you are astounded by my progress in 3 days. Zhang Zhen stood up and affirmed, "It's settled, then." He then inquired, "Are you departing?" Wu Qianyu, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, proposed, "It's perilous outside, and nightfall is imminent. In truth, you could lodge here." Extending an invitation to a man was an unprecedented act for Wu Qianyu. Zhang Zhen smiled faintly. "I appreciate the sentiment." He continued, "After my departure, regardless of the events that transpire outside, remain calm and ensure the door is securely locked. Do not open it to anyone but myself." MMM. Wu Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Zhang Zhen had already conceived an effective protective measure, employing several corpse brothers as security guards, ensuring the family of villains upstairs would not dare to venture out rashly. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, this undertaking was fraught with danger. Preparing himself mentally, Zhang Zhen nodded slightly towards Wu Qianyu. Wu Qianyu inhaled deeply and cautiously opened the 2 security doors. Zhang Zhen strode away, leaving without a backward glance. Wu Qianyu gazed at his rapidly receding figure, lost in thought for a moment, before resolutely shutting the door. Chapter 11. A great beauty's heart stirred. Zhang Zhen threatened by an ability user roar. No sooner had Wu Qianyu secured the security door than she heard the roars of zombies emanating from downstairs. Judging by the sound, there were at least 3. She hastened to the north-facing window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peek through. Below, Zhang Zhen had returned, followed by 4 white-eyed corpse brothers. The mobility of the white-eyed zombies is somewhat inferior to that of normal individuals. Moreover, Zhang Zhen had undergone a transformation and absorbed 2 crystal cores, enhancing his physique and vitality by 3 points each. Wu Qianyu, believing Zhang Zhen to be in peril, hurried back to the entrance, peering through the peephole, ready to open the door for him at a moment's notice. However, after waiting for a while, Zhang Zhen did not appear. In reality, upon entering the corridor, Zhang Zhen swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, leaping directly out of the window. 4 exceedingly foolish zombies rushed into the building, clamoring to ascend the stairs. Zhang Zhen promptly secured the entrance. Swiftly locking the door with a U-lock he retrieved from a nearby bicycle basket. Hearing the commotion below, the zombies turned to descend, but it was already too late. The wide-eyed zombies, with their limited intellect, mindlessly thumped against the door, baring their teeth at Zhang Zhen through the cracks. Trapped in the corridor, they were more than capable of fulfilling the role of security guards. On the 5th floor, there were mischievous children, lacking the self-control of adults, whose careless noises could easily attract the attention of the zombies. It was certain that the zombies would frequently visit, perhaps even taking up residence at their doorstep. The most straightforward solution would be to eliminate the nefarious occupants above. Yet, throughout his life, Zhang Zhen had never harmed a single chicken, let alone a person. Of course, this did not extend to zombies. Zombies are neither human nor animal. They are creatures even lower than beasts, and thus, eliminating them posed no challenge whatsoever. As long as his family remained quietly hidden within their rooms, they would be safe from harm. In the upper floor, Wu Qianyu observed as Zhang Zhen locked the door behind him and departed. In an instant, piecing together Zhang Zhen's earlier remarks, she comprehended his motives. Unbeknownst to her, the softest recesses of her heart were stirred, and a warm sense of security began to blossom. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had witnessed countless instances of treachery. Spouses turned against one another over a morsel of food, and fathers clashed violently with their sons. In their desperate bid for survival, some had even sacrificed their families, pushing them to their doom to appease the insatiable hunger of the undead. The avaricious gazes of those men, coupled with their lecherous expressions, were utterly repugnant. Yet here was Zhang Zhen, a stranger with no ties to her, who had willingly become bait to divert the zombies and shield her from neighborly harassment. This revelation profoundly moved Wu Qianyu. It was not until Zhang Zhen's figure faded from view that she reluctantly lowered the curtain and returned to the living room to gather food and the remaining gold bars. At the fifth-floor window, two pairs of venomous eyes seethed with resentment. The couple gritted their teeth in fury, the wife exclaiming, "That scoundrel, he did this on purpose. Clearly, he wishes to thwart our survival. It must be that little vixen Wu Qianyu's idea. It infuriates me." Her husband, equally enraged, had initially planned to wait until Zhang Zhen left, then descend in the dead of night to force open the lock. At that moment, not only could he overpower Wu Qianyu, but he could also seize her provisions. Subsequently, he would leverage those very supplies to coerce her into submission, making her willingly serve as his slave. Their plans, however, were abruptly thwarted before they could even commence. The couple's shouting attracted the attention of 4 ravenous zombies, which swiftly ascended to the 5th floor, pounding relentlessly against the security door. Bang! The family was petrified, and no one dared to utter a word. Based on his observations and the information gleaned from Wu Qianyu, Zhang Zhen ascertained that this world's technological prowess surpassed his own reality by a considerable margin, roughly 3 decades. This advancement was most evident in the realm of AI, where they had entered the age of artificial intelligence 30 years prior, whereas his reality had only just defined the previous year as the AI genesis. Here, self-driving cars were commonplace, and various servant robots were integrated into the lives of the masses. The vast majority of tasks could be accomplished by intelligent terminals. Regrettably, the advent of the zombie virus caused all electronic components to simultaneously malfunction, rendering them completely unusable. Fossil fuels had been phased out 2 decades ago, ushering in a comprehensive electronic era. The futuristic and casually parked cars that lined the streets served as the ultimate testament to this transition. Weapons that relied on gunpowder for propulsion were quickly superseded by advanced electromagnetic guns. However, these sophisticated weapons suffered the same fate, becoming inoperable. This explains why the military was forced to resort to primitive melee weapons when confronting the zombies, resulting in substantial casualties. Zhang Zhen, as before, sought out an elevated vantage point, continuing his role as a hidden observer. He lured the surrounding zombies and meticulously targeted them with his composite bow. This steadfast approach was characteristic of Zhang Zhen's disposition. With his kill count steadily rising, his archery skills became increasingly refined, allowing him to effortlessly dispatch targets within a 30-meter radius with a single shot. His accuracy rate ranged from 30 to 50 meters, achieving an impressive 85% success rate. Physique, 86, Vitality, 66. Abilities, left-hand space, S-rank ability, initial space of 100 square meters. I have Insight, S-rank ability, usable 330 times daily, effective on living beings. Level, Initial Awakened, level 3, 2640. With minimal exertion, Zhang Zhen ascended to another level, acquiring 11 crystal nuclei. Accumulating these with his previous 2, his total reached 13. Assimilating these 13 crystal nuclei would augment his physique and vitality by 13 points. At this rate of progression, he would no longer need to envy Wu Qianyu's statistics when he met her in 3 days. As evening approached, mindful of the diminished visibility after dark and the consequent reduction in the effectiveness of his bow and arrow, Zhang Zhen donned his melee gear and began relocating. Abruptly, 3 zombies lunged from a nearby alleyway, 1 ash gray and 2 pallid. Zhang Zhen dispatched the gray-eyed zombie with a single hammer blow, deftly evaded the zombie on his right, and was bitten on the vambrace by the zombie on his left. Fortunately, his vambrace was sufficiently robust, shattering the zombie's decayed yellow teeth and leaving only minor indentations. Zhang Zhen crushed the zombie's skull with a hammer blow, then swung his shield, striking the last zombie's forehead and obliterating its cranium. Another crystal nucleus obtained. Impressive skills, friend. A 5-person squad, comprising 4 men and 1 woman, approached from a short distance. The leader, a burly man exceeding 1.9 meters in height, brandished a spiked mace. Stained with fresh blood. We've been observing you from afar for over 10 minutes. Are you responsible for all these zombies? With a sharp twang. Each arrow struck its target with remarkable precision. The robust man, appearing both brawny and unrefined, bore an earnest expression. Yet his keen eyes sparkled with cunning as they fixated on the crystal core in Zhang Zhen's grasp. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Zhihao. These are my companions, and we have banded together to hunt the undead. It seems you have uncovered the secret of the crystal core. To be candid, all 5 of us have awakened extraordinary abilities, becoming the envy of many. My friend, would you be interested in joining us? After all, one is but a solitary force. Collaboration is the optimal choice. We extend a sincere invitation for you to become a brother in arms. While Zhu Zhihao spoke these words of invitation, he exchanged a glance with his 4 companions, signaling them to encircle Zhang Zhen. The implication was clear. Refusal to join them would position him as an adversary. Chapter 12. Deception and Manipulation, Countering with Strategy. Each harbors their own motives among the 5. Only one slender woman, donning a mask, appeared somewhat out of place, her eyes reflecting disapproval of their tactics. However, in this harsh post-apocalyptic reality, survival necessitated reliance on a group, particularly for those at a natural disadvantage, like women. Once one opts for dependence, the sacrifice of individual identity is inevitable, leading them to partake in actions that contradict their original intentions, even to the point of enabling malevolence, an unfortunate necessity. Zhang Zhen observed meticulously, activating his insight eye upon Zhu Zhihao. Physique, 93. Vitality, 88. Abilities, innate divine strength, a great ability, evolvable, level, initial awakened, level 4 1280, record, tier 1 zombies, 82, beyond his extraordinary ability. His comprehensive statistics effortlessly eclipsed those of Zhang Zhen. The other 4 members were slightly inferior to Zhu Zhihao in strength, hence his appointment as captain. Understandably, Zhang Zhen's cumulative time in the apocalyptic realm amounted to a mere 12 hours, during which he had to acclimate to the environment while exploring the intricacies of his abilities and advancement. Naturally, he couldn't compare to these native inhabitants, who had awakened their abilities before him. To comprehend the correlation between the crystalline cores and abilities, Zhang Zhen resolved to feign naivete. Truly, may I join your ranks? Zhang Zhen initially displayed an expression of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into visible elation. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhihao and his team palpably relaxed their vigilance. Indeed, we extend a sincere invitation to you. In these dire times, even we, the empowered ability wielders, must band together for survival. Zhu Zhihao exuded the aura of a leader, authoritatively stating, individual capabilities are ultimately finite. Even if you possess an exceptional ability and are immune to the zombie virus, it cannot rival the strength of a well-coordinated team. Henceforth, the alliance of formidable individuals will become the predominant force in this world. Brother, provided that you join us and heed the commands of your captain, I assure you that you shall never go hungry or lack access to clean water. The vast expanse of this situation, if not for the relentless hardships endured by Zhang Zhen over the years, might have led him to believe otherwise. Zhang Zhen sifted through Zhu Zhihao's embellishments, uncovering a crucial piece of information. Upon awakening one's abilities, one becomes immune to the zombie virus. As long as one is not bitten to death on the spot by a zombie and receives timely treatment, survival is possible. My leader, I am eager to join. Zhang Zhen displayed an acting prowess akin to that of an award-winning actor, with a heart full of fervor, trembling hands, and eyes brimming with sincerity. You cannot fathom the solitude I have endured these past days. Whether I had food or drink, I have suffered through hunger and cold. Forced to emerge and confront the zombies in desperation, I thought to myself, if I could take one down, it would be worth it. If I could take 2, it would be a profit. If I were to be bitten by a zombie, it would be a form of liberation, a complete resolution to my plight. Truly, the heavens have smiled upon me, allowing me to encounter you, willing to extend a helping hand. I, Zhang Zhen, pledge that from this moment forth, my life belongs to you. I am ready to serve my leader diligently, without a hint of complaint. Having delivered takeout for 5 years, Zhang Zhen had encountered a myriad of challenging customers and merchants. In a bid to minimize complaints and maximize earnings, he had cultivated a chameleon-like adaptability, speaking to each person in their own tongue, even if they were unreasonable to the extreme. He would greet them with a smile, brushing aside their insults with grace. This heartfelt expression encapsulated the hardships faced by an individual in a post-apocalyptic world with remarkable clarity. His response was impeccable, dispelling any doubts held by Zhu Zhihao and the others. With his decision to join my team, from this moment forward, we are brothers in arms, united in the same trench. Zhu Zhihao possesses a remarkable talent for winning people's hearts. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "From now on, whatever food we have, you shall not be deprived." After uttering these words, he delved into his pocket, rummaging for some time before finally producing a solitary sausage. It was evident that Zhu Zhihao was reluctant, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes as he did so. This was meant to serve as a token of welcome, a celebration of the younger brother's formal induction into their ranks. He reiterated, "As long as you stick with us, you shall never suffer." Zhu Zhihao feigned generosity, thrusting the sausage into Zhang Zhen's hands. The four onlookers, upon catching sight of the sausage, could not help but swallow hard, revealing their hunger. This indicated that they were scarcely satiated. The notion of not going to bed hungry each night was a mere fabrication. How could one accept such an extravagant gift? "This is far too precious," one of them exclaimed. "I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Captain, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me." Zhang Zhen, despite his utter disinterest in such junk food, feigned surprise, tucking it into his pocket and stating, "Such a fine delicacy. I cannot bear to consume it now. I shall save it to savor later." Zhu Zhihao chuckled, realizing that a mere sausage could secure someone's loyalty, a truly priceless exchange. It is worth noting that before the outbreak of the zombie virus, even the dogs of affluent families would not deign to eat such a thing. Yet now, it had transformed into a potent tool for winning favor. Now that he had welcomed a new ally, he proceeded to introduce the capabilities of his companions. "As for myself, I possess immense strength. Wielding a heavy wolf fawn club feels akin to handling a mere toy, capable of dispatching a small creature with a single strike, without the need for a second blow." On the left is a llama with a striking hairstyle known as Xiaohong, whose extraordinary ability lies in the manipulation of flames, effortlessly shattering the skulls of zombies within a 15-meter radius. Beside him stands Shiwu, whose skin is as resilient as armor, rendering him impervious to the bites of the undead. To the right is Xiangzi, a figure of remarkable speed, capable of stealthily maneuvering behind zombies to deliver a swift, lethal strike. Finally, the masked beauty known as Momo may appear delicate, yet she is an indispensable member of our team. Momo possesses an exceptional sense of smell, detecting zombies within 100 meters, and has repeatedly led the group to safety in dire situations, averting catastrophic disasters. By the way, Zhang Zhen, what is your extraordinary ability? Zhang Zhen had already utilized his insightful eye to assess them, confirming their powers of fire control, skin hardening, speed enhancement, and heightened olfactory senses, all of which are evolvable grade A abilities. In this regard, Zhu Zhihao neither lied nor concealed the truth. Anticipating their inquiry, Zhang Zhen had prepared his response and spoke. "I can see clearly over distances of several dozen meters and excel in archery. Is that truly an extraordinary ability?" Xiaohong frowned, seemingly unimpressed. Zhang Zhen clarified, "I used to be nearsighted, but now I can see quite clearly, and I believe I will be able to see even farther in the future." Zhu Zhihao nodded in agreement. "Xiaohong, your fireballs can only target zombies within 15 meters, while Zhang Zhen's attack range exceeds 50 meters. If you two collaborate, your synergy will undoubtedly become more proficient." This is the primary reason Zhu Zhihao has taken a liking to Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen was about to inquire about the secrets of the crystal core when Zhu Zhihao interjected, stating, "Our purpose for this outing is to visit the Yushan supermarket ahead, to gather various supplies." Yushan supermarket is a medium-sized marketplace, typically bustling with people, and one of the primary outbreak sites for the zombie virus. However, it is precisely due to the presence of these zombies that ordinary individuals are deterred from entering, leading to the belief that it harbors a substantial stock of food and water. Once we arrive, Zhang Zhen, your task will be to draw the zombies away. "Me? Draw the zombies?" Zhang Zhen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, shaking his head vigorously. "I can't do that. It's far too perilous. Taking care of newcomers is a virtue, yet you lack even a trace of that." Zhu Zhihao's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling glint of murder in his eyes. "What is this? Just moments ago, you expressed your willingness to support me wholeheartedly, and now you are having second thoughts?" Chapter 13. Coercion and Persuasion, Teamwork, and Bountiful Returns. Drawing the zombies is a rite of passage for every newcomer joining the team. It is a task that all must undertake, with no exceptions. Zhu Zhihao spoke with unwavering conviction, his tone devoid of doubt. As he spoke, he forcefully drove his heavy wolf Fang club into the ground, not as a suggestion to Zhang Zhen, nor as a mere announcement, but as a blatant threat. This also served to establish the rules, making it clear to Zhang Zhen that in this team, Captain Zhu Zhihao is the indisputable authority. The captain's orders are not to be refused. The three male team members wore expressions that suggested this was a matter of course. They shared Zhu Zhihao's sentiments entirely. Pondering the purpose of recruiting subordinates. Certainly, it's about compelling the other party to undertake the arduous and perilous tasks while oneself remains in a position of ease and security, thereby maximizing personal gain. Momo furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Zhu Zhihao, well-versed in the art of leadership, understood the principle of alternating reprimands with rewards, stating, Zhang Zhen, your efforts won't go uncompensated. You'll receive 20% of the acquired resources from this operation. Zhang Zhen's eyes lit up, vividly portraying his cowardly and avaricious nature. In this dog-eat-dog post-apocalyptic world, an individual who neither competes nor covets is either foolish or harbors ulterior motives. Zhang Zhen needed to establish a distinct persona for himself, one that would allow him to gain a foothold in the group while ensuring that his earth-shattering secret remained concealed. All right, I'll do it, Zhang Zhen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, while feigning reluctance. Who told me to be a newcomer? I need to seize every opportunity to prove myself. Zhu Zhihao smiled contentedly. That's the spirit of a good brother. Zhu Zhihao and the others had already developed a tacit understanding, so there was no need for excessive explanation. The group swiftly arrived at their destination. The fresh supermarket occupied the southeast corner of the intersection, boasting a grand facade and an interior spanning 400 to 500 square meters. Captain, in addition to the 40-odd zombies roaming outside, there are at least 20 more inside the supermarket, and more than a third of them have gray eyes. Momo's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her exceptional olfactory ability functioned as a precise, compact radar. There are also many zombies within 100 meters. Evidently, this was a tough nut to crack. Once a fight broke out, more zombies would be drawn to the sound. Based on the team's previous experiences, if they failed to resolve the battle within 5 minutes, at least 300 to 400 zombies would congregate at this location. With only 6 individuals, even if the zombies did not resist and lined up for them to strike, 5 minutes would be exceedingly challenging. Fortune favors the bold. Zhu Zhihao, driven by a strong gambler's mentality, gritted his teeth and said, consider the food in the supermarket. Along with the neatly arranged cases of bottled water on the shelves, I am convinced that our efforts will not be in vain. Zhang Zhen, you will attract the zombies, leading them as far away as possible. The farther, the better. The rest of you will proceed as before. I will handle the zombies at the entrance. Xiaohei, Xiaowu, and Xiangzi will rush into the supermarket, with Xiaohei clearing the path, Xiaowu providing cover, and Xiangzi collecting supplies with utmost speed. Momo will remain in place to provide support, reporting any changes in the situation. If matters turn unfavorable, we will retreat immediately. Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement with the 4 of them and then dashed toward the supermarket. It was then that Momo spoke up, Captain. Since Zhang Zhen excels in ranged attacks, he would be more suited as a sniper, which could elevate our team's capability significantly. Is it not somewhat counterproductive to have him attract the zombies? Charging headlong into the fray may indeed demonstrate bravery, yet it is merely the valor of a solitary warrior. Such actions are perilous and may inevitably lead to disaster. It is far wiser to adopt a strategy like Zhang Zhen's, lurking in the shadows, ensuring personal safety while skillfully harvesting the zombies. This is the most prudent course of action. Young people ought to train diligently. Fearlessness is the key to going further. Zhu Zhihao nonchalantly remarked, since he has taken my sausage, he must contribute in return. Even if it leads to his demise, it matters not. We can always recruit others. He dismissed the enhanced vision of the ability user as utterly inconsequential, likening it to worthless refuse in comparison to one's sense of smell. At this juncture, he addressed the 3 male team members. If Zhang Zhen falters or merely feigns effort with a few zombies, you are to send him back. What if he manages to lead away a considerable number of zombies? Xiangzi inquired. Zhu Zhihao scoffed, then that shall depend on his fortune. In his scheme, the newcomer Zhang Zhen was merely a pawn. When the moment called for it, Zhu Zhihao would not hesitate to abandon him. There were no familial ties or profound emotions involved. Relinquishing or betraying him would impose no psychological burden. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while the zombies were momentarily distracted, Zhang Zhen dashed through the supermarket entrance, shouting loudly before swiftly retreating. The zombies, both inside and outside, roared in pursuit, numbering around 30 to 50. Zhu Zhihao's expression brightened. This lad was impressive. having drawn away a significant portion of the undead. He exchanged glances with his three subordinates and eagerly brandished his spiked club, charging in from the opposite side. As a zombie opened its mouth, about to emit a growl, Zhu Zhihao brought his weapon down with force, shattering its skull like a watermelon, even collapsing half of its shoulder in the process. Four individuals dashed into the supermarket, collaboratively eliminating the few remaining zombies, and commenced a thorough looting. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhen ascended the traffic light, maintaining a steady stance as he meticulously targeted the cadaverous adversaries below with his compound bow. The zombies, fixated on their futile upward howls, were unable to evade their slaughter. "Well done," Mo exclaimed from a nearby vantage point. Her eyes filled with admiration as she instinctively gave Zhang Zhen a thumbs up. Shortly after, the quartet returned, laden with their spoils. Zhu Zhihao, in particular, wore 2 large rucksacks exceeding 100 liters, along with 2 sizable plastic bags in his left hand. Had his Wolfang club not occupied his other hand, he undoubtedly would have carried even more. The other 3, in addition to their backpacks, each hauled 2 cases of water. Zhang Zhen dispatched the remaining zombies, acquiring 12 crystal nuclei, and subsequently rendezvoused with the 5-person team, accompanying them to their abode, an unfinished building situated on a central floor. The ground was strewn with various provisions, the spoils of their recent endeavor. With the exception of Zhang Zhen, everyone was elated, incessantly gulping. This marked their most bountiful haul since the team's inception. As before, 30% would be allocated to the team, with 20% of the remainder designated for Zhang Zhen, whose contributions to this operation were paramount. "Does anyone object?" Zhu Zhihao inquired, feigning fairness, yet cunningly scheming. By first appropriating 30% of the supplies before allocating Zhang Zhen's share, he effectively reduced Zhang Zhen's portion by 30%. The distribution of the team's portion, of course, remained at the discretion of the captain, Zhu Zhihao. Confronted with such a petty display of craftiness, Zhang Zhen harbored nothing but disdain. Chapter 14. Feigned camaraderie and exploitative pricing. As the leader, "I'll take 20%. You 3 will each receive 15%, and Momo, given her lesser contribution, will get 5%. Ziziho swiftly finalized the distribution, leaving no room for discussion. Zhang Zhen observed clearly that none of them, including Momo, were content with this arrangement. Particularly Xiaohei, Xiaowu, and Xiangzi, whose contributions and exposure to danger were no less than Ziziho's, would receive half a percentage less in the spoils. Was it equitable? Was it reasonable? Yet, they voiced no objection, likely cowed by Ziziho's position as leader and his brute strength, harboring resentment but remaining silent. As the adage goes, it is not scarcity but inequity that breeds discontent. Such an unjust practice would severely undermine the cohesion of the team. As grievances accumulated, they would inevitably erupt, leading to the disintegration of the group. Despite Ziziho's shrewdness and awareness of the importance of expanding the team, he demonstrated a lack of leadership in this regard. How could a self-serving individual expect to achieve long-term success? Under the gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, Ziziho divided the supplies into 7 portions. As each person took their share, Ziziho feigned generosity, proclaiming, "Our cooperation today was seamless, and we achieved a resounding victory in securing a large quantity of supplies. To welcome the new members, I've decided to reward everyone with items from the communal stash, a packet of instant noodles, 2 marinated eggs, and a sausage each. Xiaohei, conjure a fireball to light the campfire and boil water. The rest of you, prepare yourselves. Tonight, we feast." Upon hearing this, the 4 team members' eyes gleamed with excitement. Even Zhu Zhihao, known for his stinginess, was willing to part with his possessions. Their remarkable achievements that day were all thanks to Zhang Zhen's lucky charm, who successfully diverted the zombies, allowing them time to scavenge for supplies. Zhu Zhihao decided to reward everyone, partly due to Zhang Zhen's contribution. The 4 members' admiration for Zhang Zhen grew even more. Frankly, Zhang Zhen had no desire to eat instant noodles, having tasted the finest Wagyu beef. Who would still consume such junk food? However, to avoid suspicion, he feigned excitement. Soon, each person held a bowl of instant noodles, their mouths watering. "By the way, Zhang Zhen," Zhu Zhihao said, gesturing for everyone to start, "within our team, we can exchange resources. We're all comrades here, and we guarantee fairness. No one will take advantage of you. Is there anything you'd like to trade for?" This fellow was not as simple-minded as he appeared. He was testing Zhang Zhen. Imagine a person surviving alone in the post-apocalyptic world for over a month. They would undoubtedly lack food and clothing. If Zhang Zhen lacked nothing, it would arouse suspicion. Either he had a large stash of supplies or was occupying a warehouse they didn't know about. If that were the case, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Zhang Zhen and seize his resources. Risking their lives to confront zombies was far more dangerous than simple robbery and murder. Which was more direct and effective? Trade? I've been wanting to ask, can I exchange everything for crystal cores? Zhang Zhen pushed his supplies forward. Zhu Jihao's expression was one of astonishment. Are we to exchange everything? Will the days ahead be unlivable? The others regarded Zhang Zhen as if he were a simpleton. Zhang Zhen, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Of course we will. I've realized that sticking with the group and the leader ensures we won't go hungry. If that's the case, we can always venture out to find more if we run out. There's no need to fret about starvation. So why not exchange? He first lavished compliments on Zhu Jihao and the others, indifferent to their thoughts, yet it was evident that Zhu Jihao was elated by the flattery. Subsequently, he revealed his naive side, leading everyone to perceive Zhang Zhen as clever, albeit not excessively so, coupled with his previous displays of timidity and gullibility. Zhu Jihao concluded that such a person posed no threat to him. Zhu Jihao remarked, while the crystal core is indeed beneficial, only the first 3 yield the best results. Overindulgence diminishes its effects, and the benefits wane with each subsequent core, alongside significant side effects. What side effects? Zhang Zhen inquired, alarmed, upon seeing Zhu Jihao's troubled countenance, which caused his heart to leap into his throat. Just as he feared his worst apprehensions were coming to fruition, Zhu Jihao explained, increased appetite. The crystal core accelerates the metabolic rate of human cells, necessitating a greater caloric intake to sustain energy expenditure. Is eating more really a side effect? Zhang Zhen chuckled, realizing that he could traverse between 2 worlds at will, and that resources were plentiful. Is that all? In the realm of reality, our vast land of China is abundant in resources, with an exceptionally rich supply of food. Moreover, it is renowned for its high quality and low prices. Zhang Zhen leaned against a sturdy mountain, carefree about the concerns of sustenance. Given this, consuming as many crystal cores as he desired posed no issue. Moreover, Zhang Zhen was not alone. He had the responsibility of nurturing Wu Qianyu. Wu Qianyu had awakened her supernatural ability of water manipulation, and a mere water sphere lacked any lethal potential. It was evidently unrealistic to expect a delicate woman to slay monsters and level up. Therefore, Zhang Zhen resolved to cultivate her into a formidable being using crystal cores. Throughout this process, he intended to observe the evolution of her powers and accumulate experience. Thus, this endeavor was not merely a simplistic development plan, but rather a scientifically grounded study. Indeed, in the post-apocalyptic world, food and water stood as the most vital resources. Xiao He, Xiao Wu, and Xiangzi, having consumed more than 10 crystal cores, found their appetites doubled compared to before, resulting in their meals leaving them perpetually unsatisfied. Due to the constant scarcity of resources, they were compelled to risk their lives daily to combat zombies and scavenge for supplies, their workload surpassing that of their laborious pre-apocalypse routines. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. In unison, they discreetly retrieved sausages, marinated eggs, and other provisions, adding them to their instant noodle buckets. Even so, they could barely achieve a semblance of fullness. They made a concerted effort to slow their pace of consumption, chewing each bite more than 20 times to deceive their stomachs. Zhu Jihao continued, Momo is rather astute. She has refrained from excessive use of crystal cores. And being a girl, her appetite is inherently modest. Despite receiving the least amount of supplies, she has managed to maintain a small surplus. Zhang Zhen took the initiative to befriend Momo, both preferring to remain in the background, sharing a sense of camaraderie. Thank you for clarifying. But I still wish to exchange for a crystal core. Zhang Zhen insisted. In the past, I held my standards too low, remaining idle for an extended period. Now I realize the necessity of raising my expectations. If I do not push myself, how can I make progress? I have decided to challenge my limits. A true man must possess the courage to burn his boats. As you have mentioned, I trust you will not deceive me. Opportunities are fleeting, and I must seize this one. Zhu Jihao observed the fervent youth before him, and the last remnants of his wariness dissipated entirely. This was indeed the material of a natural subordinate. Even if one were to exploit him mercilessly, he would still offer his heart and soul with unwavering loyalty. Given this, why hold back? Zhu Jihao's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration as he declared, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 6 sausages, or equivalent items, in exchange for 1 crystal core. The other 4 individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking to themselves that this was an exorbitant price. Captain, this is rather unscrupulous of you. Chapter 15. The shamelessness of a shrew. The fact that crystal cores could awaken extraordinary abilities had already spread among the survivors. Of course, this excluded those who had isolated themselves at home since the outbreak of the zombie virus. cut off from information. For those who banded together for warmth and dared to venture out in search of supplies, it was no longer a secret. Initially, due to the scarcity of crystal cores, their prices soared to astronomical heights. The quest for even a single crystal core could ignite fierce competition and conflict among major factions. Those who gained extraordinary abilities through crystal cores quickly rose above ordinary individuals, becoming formidable forces in their own right. However, it was not long before the increasing number of gray-eyed zombies rendered the crystal cores commonplace, causing their value to plummet dramatically. Particularly after the drawbacks of consuming crystal cores became apparent, they were rapidly losing their allure. Aside from those who had yet to awaken their special abilities, the general populace exhibited a waning interest in the cores. Zhu Jihao's proposed exchange conditions were set at a rate exceeding twice the actual market value. Outside, a single cup of instant noodles could be traded for a crystal core, and prices continued to decline. What could be exchanged for 1 cup in the morning might yield 2 by evening, gradually relegating them to the status of worthless items over time. When Zhu Jihao quoted his price, he wore an expression that suggested he was being fair to all. Who would have imagined that someone who had experienced life and death situations alongside him would exploit his own kind? Yet, Zhang Zhen was not easily deceived. He discerned everything from the shifting expressions of others. Adhering to the principle of understanding without articulating, Zhang Zhen replied without hesitation, "I'll trade." Besides the spoils he had just received, he had some food in his backpack, all of which he was willing to exchange. These trivial items hardly caught his interest. If he could barter with resources, why risk his life seeking out the undead? Zhu Jihao believed he had outsmarted Zhang Zhen, unaware that it was Zhang Zhen who was truly reaping the benefits. With a flourish, high-calorie treats such as chocolate and Snickers were poured onto the ground, leaving the eyes of the 5 transfixed. There were also 2 cans of Red Bull, far more delectable than instant noodles or sausages, even at double the price. The dozen or so crystal cores in Zhu Jihao's possession only garnered Zhang Zhen a third of his supplies. The other team members eagerly produced their crystal cores, hastening to exchange them with Zhang Zhen. Even Mo managed to trade for 2 cores, considering her lack of proficiency in close combat. Securing 2 was indeed a stroke of luck. As several individuals benefited from this exchange, they naturally refrained from exposing Zhu Jihao's deception. Through this incident, Zhang Zhen successfully integrated into the team, and it was palpable that the barriers between him and the others had diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zhen engaged in casual conversation and learned that Zhu Jihao was the first in the group to encounter a crystal core, as well as the first to witness the gray-eyed zombies. This occurred precisely 28 days after the outbreak of the virus, which means it had been exactly a week since that moment. By the way, Zhang Zhen, what was your profession before? Zhu Jihao inquired with a look of genuine concern. Zhang Zhen initially contemplated mentioning his previous job as a delivery person. However, the advanced technological landscape of this world rendered human couriers obsolete, with robots handling all deliveries. Recalling the dilapidated security booth at the entrance of the neighborhood, when he sought out Wu Qianyu, he casually remarked, "I work as a security guard, overseeing the entrance of a community." Zhu Jihao's face lit up with excitement. "You're a security guard too? We are colleagues then. I used to work at the lakeside villas down south. Where do you work?" "I can't compare to you, my esteemed friend. You were in an upscale residential area, while I'm stationed at a rundown complex called Tianshan Garden," Zhang Zhen replied with composure, though his heart raced at 140 beats per minute. Tianshan Garden was indeed the very community where Wu Qianyu resided, and the lakeside villas had been her former home. What an astonishing coincidence! Zhang Zhen, noticing the scar on Zhu Jihao's temple, instantly concluded that he was the very security guard who had once smashed up Wu Qianyu's house. Wu's family had always treated Zhu Jihao well, presenting him with gifts during festive occasions. Once, when Zhu made a grave mistake and faced the wrath of his supervisor, threatening to dismiss him, it was Wu Qianyu's father who intervened and spoke in his favor, averting the crisis. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Jihao should have felt immense gratitude towards the Wu family. However, as societal order began to collapse, he, along with a group of like-minded individuals, violently breached the Wu family's door. With Wu's parents away, Zhu Jihao assaulted Wu Qianyu, attempting to force himself upon her. At that critical moment, a housekeeper struck him with a vase, rendering him unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, the two hastily gathered their belongings and sought refuge in a nearby community. It was truly a testament to the adage that enemies are often drawn together. Zhang Zhen remarked nonchalantly, "The lakeside villa is 5 or 6 kilometers away. Why does the boss choose to operate here in the old town?" A flicker of suppressed rage flashed in Zhu Jihao's eyes as he dismissively replied, "What is so great about the affluent areas? The living facilities are too scattered. Nothing compares to this place, with supermarkets readily available and easy access to everything." In truth, Zhu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the wealthy. Previously, to retain his job, he had to humble himself before the homeowners in the community, before the social order completely disintegrated. He rallied a band of ruffians to engage in acts of vandalism and robbery against the homeowners. Their brazen actions provoked the victims to unite and drive them out. Undeterred, Zhu Jihao sought a new location to regroup, plotting to retaliate with greater strength against anyone who opposed him, vowing to double the retribution against his adversaries. The night was deep, the campfire crackling intermittently. Zhang Zhen was assigned to a tent along with a sleeping bag, and as a newcomer, his tent was situated closest to the entrance of the building. In the event of danger, Zhang Zhen would serve as a shield for Zhu Jihao and the others. In truth, he was not drowsy. He sat in the tent absorbing crystal cores. Earlier, he had exchanged with 5 individuals a total of 35 crystal cores. And combined with the 26 he had saved, he possessed a total of 61. After absorbing each core, he would gaze into a small mirror and use his insightful eye. Indeed, as Zhu Jihao and the others had stated, from the 4th core onward, the transformative effects of the crystal cores on his body became increasingly negligible. Initially, 1 core would enhance his physical constitution and vitality slightly, then it required 2 cores for a modest increase, subsequently 3, 4, and so on. After consuming 30 crystal cores in one go, his physical constitution only reached 91, 3 points lower than Zhu Jihao. His vitality climbed to 71, which was a staggering 17 points less than Zhu Jihao. Not to mention another extraordinary existence. Even the seemingly delicate Momo had a vitality 10 points higher than Zhang Zhen. At that moment, he profoundly realized the weight of his burdens and the long road ahead, though he still held 31 crystal cores based on his previous experience. He could at most elevate himself by another 2 points. Fortunately, his achievements had reached 86, and his level had ascended to Awakener level 4. Though he would require the assistance of 64 more undead to reach the next upgrade, Zhang Zhen closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. This marked his first slumber in the apocalyptic realm. Correspondingly, in the realm of reality, he opened his eyes. The first thing he did was not to relieve himself or freshen up, but to call his personal butler. "Bring breakfast immediately." 2 servings. "No, make it 3. Zhang Zhen's stomach growled ferociously, hungry enough to feel his front pressed against his back. It was no wonder that Zhu Jihao and the others scoffed at the use of crystal cores. It truly was a burden they could not bear. Despite Zhang Zhen requesting a breakfast meant for 3, he still underestimated his own capacity. After a frenzied feast, he found himself only half sated. The personal butler stood in astonishment, wondering what was amiss with his master. Last night, he had consumed 4 servings of steak alone, and the butler had anticipated that he would sleep until noon, combining breakfast and lunch into one. Yet here he was, ravenous shortly after dawn. The butler hastily instructed the kitchen to remake the food and send it over. A few minutes later, a waiter knocked on the door with a food cart. Just then, a figure burst in, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Zhen and shouting, "Zhang Zhen, you scoundrel, you have gone too far. I came to see you 8 times last night, and you refused to open the door for me." The intruder was Tang Xiping, exuding the aura of a woman scorned. "I have devoted 5 years of my life to you, giving you my prime youth. You want to dismiss me without a word, enjoying wealth and glory all by yourself? That is out of the question. I present you with 2 options. Either we reconcile and pretend yesterday never happened, or you compensate me for my lost youth, 2 million. And it cannot be any less." Chapter 16. Completely ignored and thrown out, zombies evolve into black-eyed beasts. Last evening, Tang Xiping witnessed firsthand Zhang Zhen ascend the VIP elevator, greeted by a throng of stunning leggy beauties adorned in black stockings. Upon returning to her room, Tang Xiping felt an increasing sense of unease. Previously, out of boredom, she had scrolled through short videos and learned that the presidential suite offered certain exclusive services. A heartless individual, she mused, can think and perceive the most unsavory things. The mere thought of Zhang Zhen surrounded by beautiful women, indulging in the highest level of attentive service, intensified her jealousy. Why should this be? After enduring 5 years of hardship alongside him, he had now achieved success, leaving her to fend for herself. Was this fair? She could not allow those opportunistic women to seize this chance. She must assert her claim and reclaim Zhang Zhen. Resolute in her conviction, Tang Xiping promptly ascended to knock on the door. As expected, she was intercepted by the private steward. Zhang Zhen had instructed that no one was to disturb him. At that moment, the adage "you get what you pay for" became starkly apparent. If a suite costing over 20,000 per night could not even accommodate such a simple request, it would be better to shut the establishment altogether. The steward, in a courteous manner, dissuaded her, but Tang Xiping remained undeterred and returned shortly thereafter. She firmly believed that even a tiger must take a nap, let alone a mere human. Regrettably, Tang Xiping had miscalculated. No matter her approach to the presidential suite, the diligent steward thwarted her efforts at every turn, ultimately preventing her from achieving her desire. Unable to see Zhang Zhen in person, her thoughts began to shift. Realizing his cold-heartedness, she concluded that mending their relationship was likely impossible. Thus, she decided to tackle the issue from a different angle. In this world, there is scarcely a problem that money cannot resolve. And if it cannot, then simply throw more money at it. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Tang Xiping darted into the room as the waiter delivered the meal. She began by brazenly accusing Zhang Zhen of betraying their relationship, crafting a persona of herself as the injured party. This was to establish a firm foundation for her subsequent moral high ground from which to denounce the scoundrel. Then, she presented two unreasonable demands for Zhang Zhen to consider. Tang Xiping was fully prepared to act shamelessly, even having rehearsed her bargaining tactics, awaiting Zhang Zhen's response to launch a forceful counterattack. However, Zhang Zhen didn't even glance at her. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the food cart and casually said, "Escort her out." Being completely ignored made Tang Xiping feel like a buffoon, and she became enraged. "Zhang Zhen, you wouldn't dare." Having learned from the previous night's experience, the private butler had preemptively stationed 2 security guards outside to prevent any uncontrollable situations. Upon hearing Zhang Zhen's command, he immediately gestured. The 2 guards swiftly lifted Tang Xiping off the ground and carried her out. Tang Xiping struggled vigorously, but to no avail. "Mr. Zhang, please accept our sincerest apologies. This was our oversight, and we assure you it will not happen again," the private butler said with a contrite expression. Zhang Zhen waved his hand, indicating his indifference, and began to devour the food with relish. The private butler, relieved, retreated from the room, carefully closing the door behind him. As he turned around, his expression turned icy, and he instructed into his communicator, surveillance, add this woman, Tang Xiping, to the blacklist. As soon as she departs from her room, she immediately enters a state of surveillance, with no allowance for her to ascend the stairs and disturb esteemed guests. The front office manager is instructed to inform the reception that Tang Xiping's request for an extension will not be entertained, regardless of the offered remuneration, once the time elapses. She must be promptly escorted out. Meanwhile, in the apocalyptic realm, the members of the squad are soundly asleep, oblivious to the emptiness of Zhang Zhen's tent. The camp is situated on a mid-level of a derelict building, where under Zhu Jihao's leadership, the surrounding zombies have been eradicated. They have sealed off several entrances, leaving only one open, while strategically placing multiple alarm systems in critical positions. Should a zombie invade, these alarms will rouse the team members above at the earliest opportunity. The undead cannot traverse these devices without detection, thus ensuring their ascent goes unnoticed. With the absence of concern for theft, there is no necessity for night watch. This indeed provides Zhang Zhen with advantageous conditions, allowing him to conceal his mysterious disappearance without worry. Time flows equally in both realms, albeit with a slight temporal discrepancy. Zhang Zhen has set an alarm to ensure he retires to slumber in the real world an hour earlier. Beneath the shroud of night, several previously aimless zombies abruptly halt, raising their heads in unison. Their unblinking eyes, with lifeless gray pupils, fixate upon the moon in the sky. Subsequently, their pupils darken at a visible pace, soon becoming as black as ink, merging seamlessly with the profound night. When they lower their heads once more, their agility is markedly enhanced. A figure of a man materializes at the street corner, his steps light as he enters the nearby convenience store. Heh, the black-eyed corpse. 100 meters away, sensed the scent of a living being and immediately let out a furious roar as it rushed towards him. The man was slightly taken aback. Typically, at such a distance, zombies were unable to detect his presence, allowing him to act with confidence and audacity. What could possibly be amiss today that he had been discovered? Nevertheless, the man remained unfazed, quickly gathering his supplies while disdainfully muttering, "What a pointless howl. I am a national-level athlete, capable of sprinting 100 meters in just 11 seconds. Moreover, having awakened my abilities a few days ago, I can easily complete the distance in under 9 seconds. You little imbeciles stand no chance of catching up to me." Without a glance back, he assessed the zombie's proximity based on instinct. swiftly stuffing several buckets of instant noodles into his bag along with a few bottles of water before leisurely beginning his retreat. Even in the face of gray-eyed zombies, he possessed the capability to maintain a 10-meter lead within a 50-meter radius. A mere sprint of a few seconds would render the zombies completely unable to pursue him. At times, he would even toy with these foolish creatures, exhausting them to the point of collapse. However, this time was evidently different, despite starting off with a vigorous sprint. He found himself unable to shake off the zombie, with the distance closing in instead. This was perplexing. Panic surged through him, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his backpack away to lighten his load and increase his speed. As long as he could turn the corner ahead, there would be a chance to escape. Yet, in the next instant, he was tackled to the ground by the black-eyed zombie, which sank its teeth into his shoulder. He struggled fiercely, but the zombie's hands were like iron clamps, its half-inch-long nails digging brutally into his flesh, rendering him utterly helpless. A cacophony of screams rent the air, drawing nearby zombies. The cries were soon eclipsed by the sounds of tearing flesh and mastication, and tranquility was swiftly restored. Only a pool of blood and a few fragments of shattered bone remained on the ground. Back in the real world, Zhang Zhen, his hunger sated, reclined contentedly on the sofa. Without haste, he drained the remaining water from the bottle and informed his personal butler, "I shall be going out." His intention was to request that the butler arrange transportation. Given the strict protocols of the Grand Hotel, Zhang Zhen was concerned that a vehicle he summoned might be barred at the gate by security, leading to unnecessary complications. "Very well, sir. I will arrange a chauffeured car for you immediately," the personal butler responded with utmost courtesy. Upon Zhang Zhen's descent, a Maybach S-Class sedan was already awaiting his arrival. Zhang Zhen entered without ceremony and instructed to Zijing Road, the Wind and Cloud Outdoor Club. Having expended a considerable number of arrows the previous day, he was setting out to replenish his ammunition and prepare for the battles ahead. "Understood, sir," the driver replied with equal professionalism. This scene was witnessed by a disgruntled Tang Xiping, her eyes burning with resentment. "Zhang Zhen, just you wait," she seethed. "If you think you can abandon me and live the high life on your own, you're deluding yourself. I will not let you get away with this." Chapter 17. Replenishing supplies and renting a warehouse. Dancing on the brink of death at the outdoor equipment store, Zhang Zhen purchased several thousand arrows in one fell swoop, nearly depleting the entire stock. He also placed a substantial deposit to have the store order more. He requested a set of compound bows in various sizes, as well as several sets of stab-resistant clothing, arm guards, and shields. These items are all consumables, particularly in the complex scenarios of a post-apocalyptic world, where their utility may diminish at any moment. Thus, preparing a surplus is prudent. Were it not for the limited trunk space of the Maybach, Zhang Zhen would have preferred to procure even more. While the staff busied themselves with packing and transporting, Zhang Zhen discreetly inquired, "Do you have any crossbows?" The advantages of crossbows over conventional bows are self-evident, especially when equipped with high-precision scopes, which can deliver firepower comparable to that of a sniper rifle within a certain range. The attendant shook his head repeatedly, cryptically stating, No, such items are illegal. We operate strictly within the bounds of the law here." Zhang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. It was not that such items were unattainable. After all, he was a new customer, having only visited for the second time since yesterday, and it was understandable for them to exercise caution. Once he became a familiar face, he anticipated that such matters would pose no issue. The next destination was to replenish food supplies. With a dedicated vehicle accompanying him, Zhang Zhen opted for the largest chain supermarket in the area. An hour later, aided by 2 supermarket employees, 3 shopping carts made their way to the parking lot. Boxes of instant noodles, self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, bread, and sausages were among the bounties. Beverages included purified water, milk, cola, and Red Bull, among others. Passing by the tobacco and alcohol section at the entrance, Zhang Zhen seized 2 packs of cigarettes. Though he himself did not smoke, considering the social dynamics of his companion, it seemed a wise acquisition for the trials of the apocalyptic landscape. With the driver's assistance, all these items were loaded into the vehicle. The trunk was packed to the brim, and even the back seat was filled, leaving Zhang Zhen no choice but to occupy the front passenger seat. The hotel staff made 2 trips with a luggage cart to deliver such a plethora of items to the presidential suite. They were quite puzzled, as they were aware of the suite's discreet services, which the hotel would endeavor to fulfill, provided the requests were not overly extravagant. What could be the purpose of purchasing such an abundance of commonplace food? "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work." Zhang Zhen, not one to be stingy, generously offered a few bills as gratuity. The staff expressed their gratitude profusely and left with smiles on their faces. Once they departed, Zhang Zhen promptly stored all the supplies in his left-hand space. Reflecting on their peculiar expressions, he mused, "It seems I cannot continue in this manner. It draws too much attention. I must devise a more discreet approach." Soon, an idea struck him: to rent a courtyard to serve as a logistics hub for his supplies. He would place orders with shops in the wholesale market, have the goods delivered to a designated location, and once they had completed their deliveries and left, he would retrieve the items. After collaborating a few times, he would select trustworthy partners, granting them the access code. Zhang Zhen could then place orders via his smartphone, allowing for on-demand restocking. Resolute, he downloaded a rental app and quickly found a suitable property. He arranged to meet the landlord at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This courtyard was situated in the southern part of the city, with its main entrance facing a road, ensuring convenient transportation. The previous tenant had operated a restaurant here, but due to the economic downturn over the past 2 years, it had closed within 2 months. The landlord was distraught, as this was the 4th tenant to fail this year. Just when he thought he would be unable to rent it out before the year's end, he unexpectedly encountered a new client. Zhang Zhen, being quite generous and not overly haggling, found the rental process to proceed smoothly. Having concluded the procurement for the day and noting the lateness of the hour, Zhang Zhen resolved to seek potential collaborators at the wholesale market on the morrow. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Zhen reiterated his directive to his private steward to ensure his seclusion before disrobing and slipping beneath the covers. In the apocalyptic realm, Zhang Zhen's eyes fluttered open. From the adjacent tent, the steady cadence of snoring resonated. Just then, a towering silhouette traversed past Zhang Zhen's tent, unmistakably identified as Zhu Zhihao himself. Zhu Zhihao proceeded downstairs, and Zhang Zhen, adhering to his principle of non-interference, remained ensconced in his sleeping bag, feigning repose. Seizing the opportunity, he embarked on an inquiry into methods of traversing freely between the two worlds, independent of slumber. Zhang Zhen held a firm belief in his imminent departure. In the ensuing instant, he materialized back in his warm, plush bed. Immediately thereafter, Zhang Zhen reappeared within the confines of the tent. To corroborate his findings, he replicated the experiment several times, each attempt culminating in success. It was, in essence, that simple. A mere thought sufficed to achieve instantaneous translocation. This was an exceptional boon, akin to acquiring an additional life-saving stratagem. Should peril arise in the apocalyptic world, he could promptly retreat to the realm of reality. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhihao returned, announcing in a stentorian voice, "Awaken, all. Calamity has befallen us." Several individuals emerged from their tents in succession. Zhu Zhihao, furrowing his brow, declared, "Last night, an individual witnessed Swift-Foot being ambushed by a zombie, and in a matter of mere minutes, he was reduced to naught but skeletal remains. Pray tell, chieftain, whom do you speak of? Did I hear aright? Swift-Foot, indeed?" Aside from Zhang Zhen, the others were utterly astounded. "He, outpaced by a zombie? Xiangzi, your abilities bear a resemblance. Surely, he was not far behind you in terms of velocity?" Xiao Wu inquired. Xiangzi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In terms of agility, he may not surpass me, yet when it comes to sheer running speed, I cannot compete with him." Unlike the collective astonishment and regret expressed by others, Zhu Zhihao wore a look of vindication and declared, "He deserves it. This is the consequence of overestimating oneself, oblivious to the vastness of the world." Initially, when we sincerely invited him to join our ranks, he declined, claiming he was accustomed to solitary living, which was clearly a manifestation of his disdain for us. He believed that his swiftness could enable him to leave the zombies far behind, living independently without concern for anyone else. Yet, as I have stated, no matter how formidable an individual may be, their abilities are inherently limited. Thus, seeking unity for warmth is the sole path to survival. This sentiment seemed pointedly aimed at a particular individual. Zhang Zhen feigned ignorance and inquired, "Captain, what should we do if we encounter others during our operations?" The response was straightforward. "First, we shall extend no assistance to cowards who lack the courage to slay zombies. Second, we must show no sympathy for ordinary individuals who have not awakened any extraordinary abilities. While we seek to augment our ranks, we shall only select, not nurture." Zhu Zhihao articulated this view with ease, indicating it was not his first time expressing such an opinion. Thus, for these two types of people, it is best Zhen furrowed his brow, pondering whether there was a substantive distinction in the aforementioned statements, since the outcome invariably culminated in fatalities. Why meticulously categorize them into 3 points? Why not simply proclaim, those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish? Zhen, bear in mind that extending leniency to others equates to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Within my ranks, displays of unwarranted compassion shall not be tolerated. Deliberately referring to adversaries as others is a blatant instance of semantic manipulation, yet articulated with sanctimonious conviction. Evidently displeased with Zhen's demeanor, Zhi Hao sought to admonish and intimidate him. His brow furrowed as he declared, following breakfast, we shall revisit yesterday's supermarket for further acquisitions, with Zhen once again assuming the role of monster lure. Zhen promptly demurred. Given Xiang's superior aptitude for velocity, why am I invariably tasked with attracting the monsters? Zhi Hao's countenance darkened ominously as he retorted, you shall execute my directives without question. Such is the obligation you undertook upon joining this ensemble. Unquestioning obedience is the destiny of a subordinate. Do not presume that a minor accomplishment entitles you to challenge the authority vested in me as the leader. Chapter 18. Impudent Seizure of Evolution Crystal Course. An arrow propels him to the Western Paradise. Observing the escalating tension, Mo, the sole female member of the cohort, swiftly intervened as a mediator, imploring, Captain. Zhen is a recent addition and unfamiliar with protocol. Please refrain from holding him accountable. Subsequently, Mo gestured furtively toward Zhen, urging, Zhen, hasten to offer an apology to the captain. Zhen furrowed his brow, deeming it utterly inconceivable to kowtow to a selfish and avaricious individual such as Zhi Hao. The other 3 members of the team, emboldened by last night's exploitation of Zhang Zhen and with Momo taking the lead, chimed in with conciliatory words. Boss, please forgive him this once. As our leader, you possess the magnanimity to overlook this transgression. Grant him an opportunity to redeem himself through future merits. Zhi Hao. Witnessing this collective plea, reluctantly feigned magnanimity, Zhang Zhen, in deference to the entreaties of your comrades, I am willing to pardon you on this occasion. However, be warned that this is your final reprieve. Should you err again, you shall face the consequences without leniency. Furthermore, internalize the 3-kill principle I elucidated earlier, embracing it as your guiding tenet. Is that understood? Within my team, dissent with my directives shall not be tolerated. This constitutes the fundamental obligation of every member. Having delivered his pronouncement, Zhi Hao cast a stern glance at Zhang Zhen before turning to partake in his breakfast. Ordinarily, each member consumed their meal independently, and today was no exception. Zhang Zhen possessed a keen sense of justice, reciprocation with sincerity, and aversion to insincerity. Given the deliberate antagonism directed at him, he harbored no intention of subservience. 5 years of servitude, enduring constant appeasement of platforms and clients for meager wages, had instilled in him a deep-seated resentment. Now, endowed with the ability to traverse realms, he considered himself the chosen one, and thus, he would no longer tolerate such treatment. Half an hour later, the team stood ready for departure. Upon hearing of Swiftfoot's demise that morning, Zhang Zhen's initial reaction was to surmise that the zombies had undergone a mutation. In all likelihood, the zombies had evolved. Those who acquire abilities through consuming crystal nuclei can grow stronger by slaying zombies, and zombies themselves naturally possess this capability. The squad arrived at the supermarket, immediately discerning that the situation was more intricate than the previous day. Merely around the crossroads, there were no fewer than 50 zombies. Although the situation inside remained obscure, the silhouettes of zombies could be discerned. This was because some, witnessing their successful acquisition of substantial supplies, were inevitably envious and sought to emulate their actions. However, instead of procuring resources, they suffered significant losses. Indeed, their numbers exceeded those of Zhi Hao's group. To this day, they remain perplexed as to where they faltered. Not only did they lose everything, but they also attracted all the zombies within several hundred meters. The group held their breath as Momo activated her olfactory ability. Though referred to as olfaction, it was, in essence, an enhanced sensory perception manifested as a sense of smell. Momo habitually wore a mask, and until this day, none had beheld her true countenance. Beneath delicate, arched eyebrows lay a pair of eyes that, though possessing the potential for vivacity, were instead imbued with a chilling detachment. This was the cardinal rule of survival in the apocalypse. Never readily extend goodwill to others, as any warmth could invite catastrophe. Captain, Momo uttered, her brow furrowing deeply and her voice trembling noticeably. There is an unknown peril within the supermarket. I have a premonition of impending doom, the likes of which I have never experienced before. Perhaps we should reconsider our plans for today. The danger that Momo apprehended was likely the cause of the swift-footed's downfall. It is unacceptable to return empty-handed. without a moment's hesitation. Zhu Zhihao resolutely refused. If we appear cowardly, who would dare to join us? How could we possibly expand our ranks? The crux of the matter is returning with nothing. If that word gets out, where would that leave my reputation as captain? Since we are here, we must make an attempt. Zhu Zhihao removed the heavy wolf-tooth club from his back and slammed it into the ground with a thud, asserting, "We shall proceed with yesterday's plan. Zhang Zhen, you will lure the enemies, Momo will cover the rear, and Xiao He, Xiao Wu, and Xiang Zi will charge in with me." Zhang Zhen remained unperturbed, for he possessed the means to escape this apocalyptic world at any moment. "Zhu Zhihao, are you trying to set me up? Who knows who will be ensnared?" Following Zhu Zhihao's instructions, Zhang Zhen sprinted towards the supermarket, turning back immediately upon entering, thus enticing both the zombies inside and outside to follow him. Zhu Zhihao observed Zhang Zhen entering the supermarket, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. The lad shows some sense. Xiang Zi cautiously interjected, "Boss, today's situation seems rather complicated. Sending him alone to lure the enemies carries a significant risk." Zhu Zhihao dismissively replied, "If he perishes, so be it. He is merely a newcomer, after all, destined to be cannon fodder. Do you think I offered such a high reward for nothing? It is precisely to ensure his unwavering commitment to our cause. With great rewards come corresponding risks. We are all adults, surely we understand such simple rules? Just like yesterday, if that brat dares to play tricks, we will not let him off easily. To compel others to face peril, though somewhat unscrupulous, ensures one's own safety. What is there to lament in such a choice?" Furthermore, the three individuals, cowed by Zhu Zhihao's imposing presence, dared not voice their objections. Upon Zhang Zhen's incursion into the supermarket, an unearthly cacophony of zombie howls erupted from within, distinctly different from previous sounds, sending shivers down their spines. The hearts of the three team members simultaneously leaped into their throats. Zhu Zhihao, however, wore a look of delight as he brandished his spiked club, ready to charge forth. Yet, his joy was short-lived. Zhang Zhen did not exit the supermarket. If he had perished, it was strange that not only did the zombies outside cease their advance, but the internal roars also fell silent. There was no clamor of battle or the sounds of gnawing flesh. An unsettling stillness enveloped the scene. Just as Zhu Zhihao grappled with his confusion, an explosion erupted from a gas canister at a restaurant several hundred meters away. With a thunderous boom, the zombies, alerted by the noise, surged towards the source of the explosion, vanishing in an instant. Zhu Zhihao and his companions were left in astonishment. Was it truly possible for such an event to transpire? While the specifics of Zhang Zhen's experience within the supermarket remained a mystery, one thing was certain. His fortuitous streak was undeniable. Yesterday's fortunate turn of events seemed to repeat itself today. Zhu Zhihao forcibly suppressed his rising excitement and, with a reluctant tone, declared, "There is something amiss. I shall investigate the situation. You three remain here and await my command." Having witnessed the rows of cigarettes behind the counter, his long-suppressed craving surged forth like a flood unleashed. Yet, recognizing the constraints of time, Zhu Zhihao opted to prioritize gathering food first. Now, his existing provisions were ample for his sustenance for 10 days, thus alleviating any immediate concerns. His initial impulse was to rush inside and conceal the cigarettes on his person, subsequently instructing his team members to enter, thereby converting the cigarettes into his personal property, exempt from distribution. However, to Zhu Zhihao's utter astonishment, scarcely had he stepped foot inside the supermarket, his gaze yet to fix upon the counter, when a dark figure unexpectedly lunged towards him. Zhu Zhihao hastily raised his spiked club in defense, but it was to no avail, as he discerned the pure ebony irises of his assailant. Realizing it was a mutated zombie, a chilling premonition gripped his heart. Bang! Zhu Zhihao's robust frame, exceeding 200 pounds, was propelled backward like a projectile, colliding forcefully with the road several meters away. Thud! Zhu Zhihao was left disoriented and battered, his bones seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Blood trickled incessantly from the corner of his mouth as he endured the pain and vociferously exclaimed, "Mutated zombie! Everyone, attack together and annihilate it." The black-eyed zombie advanced towards Zhu Zhihao, but at that crucial moment, Xiao He launched a fireball that struck its forehead, affording Zhu Zhihao the opportunity to rise and flee. However, the fireball, capable of shattering the skulls of ordinary zombies, merely left a pale mark on the black-eyed zombie's head. Xiangzi circled behind the zombie and thrust a knife towards its nape. Clang! The dagger seemed to strike against raw iron, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The black-eyed zombie pivoted and swung an arm, sending Xiangzi flying backward, spewing blood into the air. Xiao Wu, armed with a fire axe and emboldened by his skin-hardening ability, disregarded the threat of zombie bites, serving as a stalwart source of damage output within the team. However, upon encountering the black-eyed zombie, he was struck and sent flying at the very first glance, a claw from the undead, leaving a bloody gash on his abdomen. Fortunately, after the awakening of his supernatural powers, he was unperturbed by the zombie virus. Otherwise, Xiao would have been rendered utterly incapacitated. Seizing the moment of distraction from the zombie, Zhu Zhihao swung the heavy wolf fang club with great force, striking it upon the crown of its head. Clang! To his astonishment, the club was repelled with a resounding impact, leaving his palms bloodied and nearly unable to maintain his grip. Glancing at the black-eyed zombie revealed that only a small dent had formed in its skull. At a critical moment, it was Xiao Hei's fireball that provided him with reprieve. Fortunately, the four of them coordinated seamlessly, and through reckless abandon, they managed to crack the zombie's skull open. Of course, they were left panting heavily, their bodies battered and bruised. Their abilities were nearly exhausted, each person teetering on the brink of collapse. Escaping on foot was out of the question, as the black-eyed zombie's speed was an entire level beyond Xiangzi. In the distance, Mo was frantic. Her lack of combat prowess left her feeling helpless. Just as they were on the verge of facing death, an arrow flew from the supermarket, striking precisely at the fissure atop the zombie's head, piercing through its left eye. Thud! The black-eyed zombie fell rigid. Zhu Zhihao wore a greedy expression, fantasizing that since it was an evolved crystal core, it would undoubtedly aid him in enhancing his strength. Only by ensuring that his power surpassed that of his comrades could he instill fear in all team members, thereby securing his position as captain. According to the team's regulations, whoever obtained the crystal core would claim it as their own, rather than it being awarded to the one who vanquished the zombie. Such a rule was clearly designed to exploit the honest individuals who devoted themselves to exterminating zombies, while certain unscrupulous members took advantage of the situation to reap the rewards. It was hardly surprising that a selfish character like Zhu Zhihao was made captain, establishing such an inequitable rule. Swoosh! Thud! Zhu Zhihao's smile vanished completely as an arrow pierced through his left temple, emerging from the right. A single drop of blood fell from the sharp, triangular arrowhead. Apologies, but this black-eyed zombie was dispatched by me, hence the crystal core belongs to me, Zhang Zhen stated as he lowered his compound bow and leisurely exited the supermarket. Chapter 19. Subduing team members as the leader, danger approaches for the beautiful Wu. Zhu Zhihao's eyes widened in disbelief. He could distinctly feel his vitality waning rapidly, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surging within him. Dreadful Zhang Zhen, this newcomer, whom he had just integrated into the team and had been attempting to suppress at every turn to teach him the rules, had the audacity to ambush him. How dare he? Why? Zhu Zhihao could not comprehend how the black-eyed zombie had charged out of the supermarket just as he entered, while Zhang Zhen, who had lingered inside for so long, seemed completely unaffected. Could it be that he possessed the ability to become invisible? I am the captain, and my authority is inviolable. To attack me is tantamount to treason, a betrayal of one's master and ancestors. That dishonorable scoundrel. Zhu Zhihao was reduced to impotent rage, his mind awash with vile curses, though his lips could no longer utter a sound. His consciousness waned, and his eyes involuntarily closed as his body plummeted towards the earth. The precious black crystal core he held slipped from his grasp, rolling to a stop at Zhang Zhen's feet. Xiao Hei, Xiao Wu, and Xiangzi watched Zhang Zhen with palpable dread, their gazes a mixture of astonishment, confusion, and profound fear. Since their acquaintance the previous day, they had perceived Zhang Zhen as timid, apprehensive, and possessed of limited intelligence. He had dutifully lured monsters at Zhu Zhihao's command, acquiesced to exorbitant prices for food, and immediately yielded to Zhu Zhihao's authority as captain. None had suspected that this seemingly docile individual harbored such hidden depths. Momo, in particular, had believed Zhang Zhen to be somewhat submissive and had spoken out in his defense, unable to tolerate Zhu Zhihao's oppression. While the others disapproved of some of Zhu Zhihao's actions, they were powerless to intervene, strength being the ultimate arbiter in the post-apocalyptic world. Regardless, they all considered themselves superior to Zhang Zhen. Yet, without warning, Zhang Zhen had felled Zhu Zhihao with a single arrow, accomplishing what they had all secretly desired but dared not attempt. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Having retrieved the crystalline core, Zhang Zhen offered a subtle smile to the group, announcing, I am Zhang Zhen, your new captain. The four team members exchanged glances, remaining silent, creating a palpable tension in the air. To begin, Zhang Zhen continued. The notion of some individuals adhering to a three kills principle is utterly preposterous, and I, for one, do not subscribe to it. Casting a glance at Zhu Zihao's lifeless body, Zhang Zhen remarked, in these end times, survival is a formidable challenge. To ensure your own safety, you may choose to turn a blind eye and allow others to fend for themselves, but please refrain from wantonly harming the lives of the vulnerable. Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life, and every individual possesses the right to exist. No one has the authority to deprive them of that right. As the strong, our capabilities beget greater responsibilities. As these principles were articulated, the expressions of the four individuals underwent a noticeable transformation. The team members, naturally, preferred to follow a captain who exhibited loyalty and principles, rather than a selfish and avaricious leader who treated his subordinates as expendable assets, disregarding their well-being. Such a person, they reasoned, was unfit to lead. Zhang Zhen gestured, indicating that he had concluded his address, and it was now their turn to express their views. Mo was the first to speak, stating, I concur with Zhang Zhen's appointment as captain. Zhu Zihao was a selfish and greedy individual who hoarded resources and abused his strength to dominate the team. I have long harbored resentment towards him. Although Zhang Zhen was a recent addition, everyone had witnessed his superior strength and character compared to Zhu Zihao. Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, that is the case. I have no objections either. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xiao and Xiangzi expressed their agreement, the primary reason being Zhang Zhen's exceptional archery skills, which rendered both Zhu Zihao and the black-eyed zombie utterly powerless. Following such a formidable leader undoubtedly promised a bright future. Recognizing their acceptance, I felt compelled to divulge my secret. My extraordinary ability lies within the realm of spatial manipulation. You must be perplexed as to why the black-eyed zombie refrained from attacking upon my entrance into the supermarket. The answer is quite simple. With a nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Zhen vanished into thin air. As astonishment enveloped the group, he reappeared before their eyes. Yet, even more astonishing feats were yet to come. With a casual wave of his left hand, several boxes of instant noodles, sausages, and bottled water materialized before them, one for each person. Zhang Zhen spoke effortlessly, as your leader. I cannot allow any of you to go hungry. While I cannot guarantee everything, I promise you 3 hearty meals a day. This is my most fundamental commitment to you. This marked a stark contrast. When Zhu Zihao was captain, he exploited the group through various means, demanding everyone surrender their spoils under the guise of tribute. In contrast, Zhang Zhen displayed no airs of superiority. Instead, he generously provided supplies to everyone first. The four felt immeasurably fortunate, unwavering in their belief that they had chosen the right leader. By the way, Zhu Zihao ventured out this morning and subsequently informed us of the demise of Fei Maotue. He must have access to intelligence channels. Do you know the source? Zhang Zhen inquired. Xiao promptly raised his hand, stating, I am aware. Zhu Zihao maintains contact with several nearby teams, engaging in covert exchanges of supplies and information. Do you have any acquaintance with those individuals? None whatsoever. However, extracting intelligence from them should prove facile, requiring merely a modicum of inducement, surmised Xiao. Promptly, Zhang Zhen proffered a package of frankfurters, instructing, go forth and inquire about the circumstances surrounding the ebony-eyed zombies. We shall reconvene at the encampment. Xiao, taken aback by Zhang Zhen's magnanimity, accepted the assignment without reservation. The sensation of being entrusted thusly was indeed gratifying. Indeed, Xiao affirmed, departing with the frankfurters, imbued with unwavering confidence. Upon their return to the encampment, Zhang Zhen directed, distribute the provisions sequestered by Zhu Zihao among yourselves for. The trio, upon hearing this pronouncement, experienced a surge of gratitude towards Zhang Zhen. Shortly thereafter, Xiao reappeared. Esteemed leader, mission accomplished. Xiao proceeded to relay the information gleaned to Zhang Zhen. As you astutely surmised, the ebony-eyed zombies are indeed an evolved iteration of the gray-eyed zombies. An individual witnessed the entire metamorphosis through binoculars the previous evening. However, not all gray-eyed zombies underwent transformation. Rather, it was the initial cohort of gray-eyed zombies that evolved from ordinary zombies 7 days prior. Furthermore, the acquisition of information necessitated merely 2 frankfurters. Here are the remaining ones. Xiao, a conscientious lad, refrained from appropriating the remaining 6 frankfurters, returning them dutifully. Zhang Zhen, without so much as a glance, declared, they are yours to keep, as recompense for your diligent intelligence gathering. How could I possibly accept? Xiao He exclaimed, eyes widening. Zhang Zhen countered. The external environment is fraught with peril. It is only fitting that you be compensated for your efforts. Accept them graciously. Do you hold me, your leader, in such low regard? Certainly not. Xiao He, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, that was not my intention. Since you have spoken, boss, I shall reluctantly accept. Xiao Wu and Xiangzi exchanged envious glances, realizing that a simple errand could yield such rewards. They felt fortunate to have such a leader. Mei Mei smiled and said, the boss has instructed us to share the supplies left by Zhu Zhihao, and your portion has been placed in your tent. Xiao He was profoundly grateful, nearly prostrating himself in appreciation. Had it not been for Zhang Zhen's firm refusal, he would have insisted on bowing in reverence. The evolution of the zombies had occurred swiftly. Last time it had taken 28 days, but now it was merely a week. Quite rapid indeed. Suddenly, Zhang Zhen raised his eyebrows, struck by a grave realization. Over at the dance department, a striking beauty named Wu Qianyu had a senior with gray eyes stationed in the hallway as a guard. Should he transform into a black-eyed creature, he could potentially breach the security door and pose a threat to the lovely maiden. You all stay at the camp. I will step out for a moment and return shortly, Zhang Zhen instructed, not waiting for a response from the four before hastily descending the stairs. Chapter 20. Malicious couples lockpicking and arson. The beauties counterattack, yet at a disadvantage. It was only then that the four team members processed the situation. Xiao He quickly shouted, boss, what are you doing? Take me with you. I can help too. Xiangzi insisted, eager not to fall behind. Even Xiao Wu, nursing his injured abdomen while wrapping a bandage, volunteered, I'm fine. Many hands make light work. Mei Mei opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words. It was not that she lacked prowess in slaying zombies, but rather that Zhang Zhen had already dashed far ahead. Even if she shouted, he would not hear her. Is the boss really leaving just like that? He departed in such haste, undoubtedly for a matter of great significance. It is quite regrettable that we did not accompany him to offer assistance. Xiao He wore an expression of guilt, mirrored by Xiangzi, who reflected on the considerable benefits received from the leader and had just been contemplating how to reciprocate. The supplies gifted by Zhang Zhen, combined with the shared stash of Zhu Zhihao, ensured that each individual could sustain themselves for at least a week, considering the substantial appetites of the ability users. There would be ample nourishment each day. Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, Leader, do you think he distrusts us? Certainly not, Mo interjected resolutely. If he truly doubted our loyalty, would he be so generous? Xiao He immediately rose and proposed, shall we follow him? Xiangzi frowned, replying, however, the leader instructed us to remain here. It would not be prudent for us to act independently. Let me clarify, I am not cowardly. But is it wise to defy the leader's wishes on our very first day? The trio turned their gaze towards Mo, who had not only spoken favorably of Zhang Zhen but was also the first to express support for his leadership, being the sole female in the group. Zhang Zhen evidently held her in higher regard. Mo lived up to expectations, articulating a perspective that resonated with the three. Let us wait for a moment. If the leader does not return, we can then venture out to search for him. Although he has exceeded the range of my senses, I am acutely aware of the direction he has taken. Thus, we shall avoid aimlessly wandering. Upon leaving the confines of the camp, Zhang Zhen remained vigilant. Undeterred by his urgency, deeply understanding the principles of survival, he promptly deployed a drone to scout the route leading to the Tianshan Garden community. What is survival? To endure is to thrive for a longer duration. As the old adage goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Only after determining the optimal path did Zhang Zhen set forth confidently towards his destination. In the Tianshan Garden community, Unit 2 of Building 1. A window on the 5th floor of the western apartment was ajar, and the male resident, Pang Jianyong, leaned out, addressing those below. Trust me, you won't be mistaken. I've confirmed through the peephole that among the 4 zombies, at least one possesses gray pupils. All you need to do is open the door, and the zombies will rush out at the sound. Then, we can work together seamlessly to eliminate them. Due to Pang Jianyong's voice, the 4 zombies were currently on the 5th floor platform, banging against his security door. Below, 8 the individuals who contribute the most during the endeavor are afforded the privilege of enjoying the crystal core. Upon awakening their extraordinary abilities, they can assist others in obtaining the crystal core, enabling everyone to ascend to strength together. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the reality of confronting the zombies with lethal force caused several individuals to falter unexpectedly. Observing this, Pang Jianyong urgently remarked, we have all agreed upon this. What are you afraid of? You will draw the zombies' attention while my wife and I rush down from the upper floor to launch a surprise attack from behind. With our collective strength of 10, subduing 4 zombies should be a trivial task. At worst, my wife and I will forego our share of the crystal core distribution. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, the other's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. With the couple excluded from the distribution, the odds of the remaining participants greatly improved. You promised. They reminded him, once we secure the crystal core, you two must not backtrack. Pang Jianyong assured them fervently, a man's word is his bond. Besides, with 8 of you, my wife and I are but a feeble force. Even if we wish to retract our agreement, we would lack the opportunity. On the 4th floor. In the eastern apartment, Wu Qianyu stood by the window, parting the curtains just enough to observe the group below. Based on her understanding of the male occupant on the 5th floor, she surmised that the situation was far from straightforward. He was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. At that moment, the individuals below sprang into action. As the U-lock was severed by the vice grips, the sharp sound instantly captured the attention of the zombies above, who rushed down in a frenzied stampede. Ultimately, the 8 men proved to be no match for the onslaught. It was only when the second man was overpowered that they realized the vast disparity in strength between them. Particularly the gray-eyed zombie exhibited an unusually ferocious demeanor. Upon witnessing this, the couple, Pang Jianyong and his wife, immediately reconsidered their intentions. Not only did they fail to fulfill their promise of cooperation, but they shamelessly barricaded the unit door with a table. This left a neighbor, who sought refuge from the chaos, with no escape, resulting in their untimely demise as a zombie sank its teeth into their back. The couple's inaction in the face of death became the final straw that shattered the alliance, causing the remaining 5 individuals to scatter in panic. Pang Jianyong instructed his wife to guard the ground floor while he ascended to retrieve tools, determined to pry open the security door of Wu Qianyu's residence. Given the relatively low security level of the lock, he swiftly breached the first layer of the door. Wu Qianyu, you could never have imagined this day would come. Pang Jianyong exclaimed with growing excitement, taunting, cease your futile struggles. If you willingly open the door and serve me well, not only will I spare your life, but I will also protect you from others' cruelty. Do you truly believe that Brat's diversion of a few zombies renders me powerless? Such a notion is sheer folly. Who do you think I am? There is nothing I cannot achieve. You choose silence, do you? A rebellious little wretch who refuses to drink the toast and instead opts for punishment. Soon, I shall teach you the essence of submission. Prepare to beg for mercy beneath me. In a matter of moments, he managed to pry open the second layer of the security door. Overwhelmed with elation, he pushed the door open, only to be met with a deluge of scalding hot water that drenched him from head to toe. He never imagined that Wu Qianyu, this seemingly harmless heiress, would harbor such a devastating scheme, catching him completely off guard. The critical question remained, where did she procure such a copious amount of scalding water? Scalded and writhing in agony, Pang Jianyong emitted a series of piercing shrieks, his vision obscured as he collapsed to the floor, clutching his head and lamenting in excruciating pain. Wu Qianyu promptly retreated to the master chamber, swiftly bolting the door and reinforcing it with the wooden bed and chest of drawers. The cacophony of her husband's cries alerted his spouse, who hastily ascended the staircase to investigate. This strategic maneuver prevented Wu Qianyu from capitalizing on Pang Jianyong's incapacitated state and inflicting further harm, as the household comprised 5 individuals, rendering her outnumbered and vulnerable. Subsequently, Pang Jianyong, his visage swathed in bandages resembling a mummy, brandished a lighter and instructed his wife to reposition flammable objects such as the sofa, piling them against the chamber entrance. That vixen dared to douse me with boiling water. I shall incinerate her, Pang Jianyong exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. He ignited the pyre, declaring, even if she were to unlock the door and prostrate herself, I would not spare her wretched existence. Indeed, let her burn. Such a seductress deserves to perish, his wife concurred, her countenance contorted with resentment. The conflagration rapidly intensified, and Pang Jianyong erupted in a triumphant guffaw, reveling in his vengeful act. Acrid smoke infiltrated the chamber through the door's crevices, prompting Wu Qianyu to promptly unlatch the window and dampen a towel with water, using it to cover her mouth and nostrils. However, the external blaze continued to escalate, enveloping the room in a dense cloud of smoke. Wu Qianyu succumbed to violent fits of coughing as dizziness and asphyxiation overwhelmed her. Ultimately, she collapsed onto the floor. The malevolent couple retreated beyond the security door, and the wife exclaimed with excitement, We shall soon have sustenance once more. Our son will undoubtedly be elated. Poof! As the conversation hung in the air, a feathered arrow struck her back with tremendous force, piercing through her chest and embedding itself into Pang Jianyong's body. The arrow had transversed the couple entirely. Zhang Zhen stood on a half-level platform, maintaining his bow-drawn stance. In Chapter 21, Wretched Beyond Redemption, the ensnarement of a beautiful woman, the malevolent couple gazed at the arrow that had pierced through them, their faces displaying identical expressions of shock. Moments prior, Zhang Zhen had arrived downstairs. Upon witnessing the billowing smoke emanating from the fourth floor, he forcefully kicked open the unit door, which was blocked by a table, and ascended the stairs in a swift manner. He unexpectedly encountered Pang Jianyong and his wife emerging from their room, and without hesitation, Zhang Zhen fired an arrow that impaled both of them. Frozen in fear, the couple dared not move. Zhang Zhen swiftly exchanged his compound bow for a war hammer and lunged forward, with a series of sharp cracks that echoed like the shattering of bones. Each spouse suffered a broken leg, collapsing in agony at the doorway. Zhang Zhen dashed into the living room, retrieving a fire extinguisher from his left-hand compartment. Unleashing a fervent spray, he had purchased the extinguishers at an outdoor supply store, having stumbled upon them and deemed it prudent to acquire a few. Little did he know they would be put to use so soon. After exhausting the third extinguisher, the flames were finally subdued. The bedroom door had been charred through, leaving a gaping hole. Zhang Zhen, donning gloves, pushed aside the obstructing bed frame and dresser. The room was thick with smoke, and he located the unconscious Wu Qianyu by the window. Wu Qianyu, wake up. How are you? He gently tapped her cheek. The stunning beauty remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut and her breath faint. In a rush, Zhang Zhen lifted her in his arms and carried her outside to breathe the fresh air. In the corridor, the couple, Pang Jianyong and his wife, were wailing in despair. Zhang Zhen, irritated by their cacophony, forcefully kicked them down the staircase, and they tumbled down like rolling gourds. Once they were out of the way, Zhang Zhen carefully laid Wu Qianyu down, ensuring she remained in a supine position. The situation was dire. The beauty's breathing appeared to weaken further, and Zhang Zhen, unaccustomed to such predicaments, found himself at a loss on how to proceed. What were the steps for first aid again? Though his mind raced, the only thing that came to him was the notion of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Uncertain of its efficacy, he decided to act, treating it as a desperate gamble. He pressed his right hand against Wu Qianyu's forehead, pinched her nostrils with 2 fingers, inhaled deeply, and blew air into her mouth. Her lips were cold, soft, and bore a hint of sweetness. With no time to savor the moment, he continued to breathe into her, one breath after another. He was unsure if he was performing the procedure correctly, yet each exhalation caused her chest to rise slightly. After several dozen attempts, Wu Qianyu finally opened her eyes. Due to the momentum of his actions, their lips met once more. Startled, she widened her eyes in surprise. It was only then that Zhang Zhen realized, hastily rising to his feet, and exclaimed, "Please, don't misunderstand. I was trying to save you. I had no intention of taking advantage of the situation." The atmosphere grew awkward. Wu Qianyu's charming face flushed crimson as she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and sat up. Zhang Zhen felt a tinge of embarrassment as the saliva was indeed his own. "I understand. Thank you," Wu Qianyu said, her head bowed in shyness. Zhang Zhen chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I'm just glad you're awake. Please rest for a moment while I deal with that vile couple." Having spoken, Zhang Zhen descended the stairs. Wu Qianyu boldly lifted her gaze, observing Zhang Zhen's retreating figure, her large eyes sparkling with a flicker of light. Zhang Zhen seized one leg of each couple, disregarding their pleas and cries, and dragged them down the stairs without hesitation. They had other family members as well, Wu Qianyu reminded him. Zhang Zhen turned back with a smile. "I shall attend to that shortly." Moments later, Zhang Zhen arrived at the 5th floor and knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, a young voice, laced with sleepiness, complained from within. "Why have you only just returned?" "I fell asleep waiting. Grandfather and grandmother are too feeble. I can barely chew their flesh. It pains my teeth. If you haven't brought back any delicious food, you are unworthy of being parents." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhen's expression darkened. The door swung open, revealing a drowsy, pudgy boy peering out. Without a moment's hesitation, with gentle solicitude, Zhang Zhen patted Wu Qianyu's back and offered her a tissue, uttering, "Come with me." Without hesitation, Wu Qianyu responded in the affirmative. Irrespective of the conflagration that had consumed her abode, even absent such a calamitous event, Wu Qinyu would have been disinclined to remain. The ghastly tableau on the upper floor was certain to engender nightmares. Wu Qinyu returned to her chamber, collected her provisions and gold bars, stowing them within her rucksack. And with unwavering resolve, she accompanied Zhang Zhen as they departed. Below, leaning against the flank of an automobile, stood Pang Jianyong, his spouse cradling their unconscious, corpulent son, emitting subdued sobs. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhen descend the stairs, brandishing his cudgel warhammer, the couple trembled in abject terror. "Spare us, we acknowledge our transgression. The child is innocent. Provided you grant us clemency, in the subsequent incarnation, I shall willingly serve you as a beast of burden." Zhang Zhen disregarded their entreaties, took Wu Qinyu's hand, and strode away with lofty indifference. Across the way, within the adjacent edifice, several figures stood sentinel by the window, the very kin of those erstwhile neighbors who had met their demise at the jaws of the undead. Their eyes were bloodshot, their expressions cold and resolute. Their animosity toward Pang Jianyong and his consort implacable, with not a soul inclined to proffer succor. Blood incessantly dripped from Pang Jianyong's chest, the sanguinary aroma beckoning the surrounding cadaverous hordes, which converged upon the scent. Swiftly, cries of agony intermingled with the sounds of ravenous devouring. Wu Qinyu cast a backward glance, her heart swelling with vindictive satisfaction. At the derelict edifice encampment, Momo and Xiao He had completed their preparations for departure. Just as they were about to descend, Zhang Zhen reappeared, escorting with him a woman of surpassing pulchritude. The eyes of Xiao He and his compatriots widened in stupefaction, and even Momo could not resist casting several glances at Wu Qinyu, inquiring with astonishment, "Esteemed leader, who is this?" "Her name is Wu Qinyu, and she will henceforth be our companion. She possesses hydrokinesis, enabling her to condense the water molecules in the air into spheres of water. Henceforth, we shall no longer worry about our drinking needs." Zhang Zhen briefly introduced her, stating, "It's time for a meal, and today's feast is on me, a small token of my appreciation as the team leader. Additionally, it serves to welcome our new member. Today, we shall indulge in individual hot pots. If anyone fears they might not be satiated, we can steam a large pot of rice. Xiao He, you are in charge of boiling the water." Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement. "Long live the leader! Leader, I adore you!" they exclaimed. "Leave this trivial matter to us. You've worked hard, so you should rest." The three of them eagerly vied for their tasks, and Zhang Zhen, not wishing to be impolite, nodded in agreement. "Very well. You all carry on. I shall take a moment to inspect the premises and check the alarm system." Xiao He interjected, "Boss, I checked it yesterday." "Better safe than sorry," Zhang Zhen insisted, aware of the formidable strength exhibited by the black-eyed zombies, which everyone had witnessed. The group divided their tasks and busied themselves accordingly. Momo cast a complex gaze towards Wu Qinyu, filled with jealousy, envy, and confusion. From this moment on, she was no longer the sole girl in the team. This girl named Wu Qinyu overshadowed her in every aspect. Although Momo had never aspired to be the group's darling, the feeling of being cared for by everyone was undeniably pleasant. Nevertheless, Momo maintained her customary warmth and extended goodwill towards Wu Qinyu. As they were both young women, the two quickly became acquainted. "Xiaoyu, with such stunning beauty, you must be the boss's girlfriend," Mo said, filled with envy. "The boss is truly sentimental, risking danger to single-handedly rescue you." Wu Qinyu's delicate face flushed, and she hurriedly shook her head. "No, this is only our third meeting. We merely share a transactional relationship. I never expected he would risk his life to save me." Mo, of course, was skeptical. "Is it not because of your beauty?" Wu Qinyu secretly wished that were the case, but it was evidently not. If Zhang Zhen were truly swayed by her appearance, he could have easily taken advantage of her while she was bathing yesterday. Wu Qinyu was acutely aware that she would have been unable to resist, nor would she have wished to. However, Zhang Zhen did not act upon such impulses. Noticing the other three were also keenly interested, Wu Qinyu explained, "Really, it's not as complicated as you think. I merely exchanged gold for food with him. He helped me awaken my abilities. We had originally agreed to meet 3 days later, but a minor incident occurred." The next moment, all four exclaimed in unison, "The boss likes gold?" Chapter 22. Hot Pot. Beer and Huazi. A heavenly existence, is that true? At this time, the boss actually agreed to trade food for gold and went out of his way to rescue you? It can't just be lust, right? When he left, he looked as if he had urgent written all over his face, hardly pausing to give us any explanation before rushing out. Wu Qianyu did not anticipate the fervent reactions of the four individuals. To substantiate her claims, she was compelled to produce the gold bars she had carried with her. With a serious demeanor, Wu Qianyu stated, "Although I am uncertain of the reasons, I am quite certain that he has an affinity for gold. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such lengths to bring it back, if not to express my gratitude for his life-saving intervention?" Despite her assertive tone, the differing opinions of the group led Wu Qianyu to experience a moment of self-doubt. Several weeks prior, gold had descended from its lofty pedestal, gradually shedding its prestigious financial connotation. This substance is inedible and unquenchable, burdened by its weight. What purpose does it serve? It bears no fundamental distinction from other metals. The simplicity and directness of bartering renders such endeavors seemingly superfluous. In truth, gold was not the most unfortunate of commodities. That title belonged to currency. Currency, divided into paper and digital forms, faced utter collapse on the day of the zombie outbreak, as power and internet failures dismantled the digital currency system. The scant paper currency that remained temporarily took center stage, yet it too succumbed to obsolescence within 3 days, reducing itself to mere scraps of paper. Fortunately, the gold bars were among the initial items Wu Qianyu had brought along. Otherwise, they would have been discarded as refuse. In her dire hunger, Wu Qianyu had no alternative but to summon Zhang Zhen to attempt a trade, driven by desperation. To her astonishment, the endeavor proved successful. Mo and the others exchanged glances before erupting into simultaneous laughter, interrupting Wu Qianyu's thoughts. So that's how it is. This simplifies matters considerably. I have long been troubled about how to repay our leader. Now that we know he has a penchant for gold, we have found our direction. Since our leader favors gold, why delay? Let us promptly raid the nearby jewelry stores and present our offerings to him. Additionally, we could exchange surplus goods with others for gold. The four of us reached a consensus, joyfully deciding on this course of action. We are incredibly fortunate to have such a splendid leader. Xiao He expressed his gratitude. Mo nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, this is a blessing from the heavens. Our leader is just and magnanimous, generous in spirit, unlike Zhu Zhihao, that miserly fellow who treated us like mere beasts of burden." Wu Qianyu was taken aback and inquired, "Who were you just speaking of, Zhu Zhihao?" "Indeed, our former captain, a self-serving individual, but he is now a thing of the past," Mo replied. Wu Qianyu was astonished. "Zhu Zhihao is dead? How could you not know?" Our leader, unable to tolerate Zhu Zhihao's actions, shot an arrow through his head during this morning's operation. He got what he deserved. Mo recounted, her voice tinged with lingering animosity. Even now, she could not help but feel resentment towards that man. She wore a mask daily, refusing to reveal her true face, adopting a demeanor that kept others at a distance. All to counter Zhu Zhihao's lecherous advances. Both our leader and Zhu Zhihao were security guards, yet the disparity in their character was stark. It seemed so unjust that Zhu Zhihao worked in a villa community while our leader was relegated to an old neighborhood. Wu Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Zhen. He is a security guard? Indeed. Our leader himself stated that he works as a security guard at Tang Xiping, came the reply. Mo spoke earnestly, while Wu Qianyu shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "Impossible. I live in Tianshan Garden, and it was Zhang Zhen who rescued me from there. He cannot possibly be the security guard over there." Mo looked on with skepticism. Then why did the boss say that? All four of us were present and heard it clearly. Wu Qianyu, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It was precisely because she had mentioned being made homeless by a security guard surnamed Zhu that Zhang Zhen had recalled this incident and fabricated the identity of being a security guard at Tianshan Garden. Wu Qianyu became increasingly convinced that Zhang Zhen had killed Zhu Zhihao to avenge her. Before long, dinner was ready, and Zhang Zhen returned from outside. He had modified several warning devices. In his eyes, the camp's defense facilities were unimpressive. They were rudimentary at best, riddled with flaws. They could only fend off ordinary zombies. And facing the gray-eyed brethren would be quite a challenge, let alone the more formidable black-eyed zombies. Finding a more secure and robust camp had become an urgent necessity. However, Zhang Zhen did not allow his disappointment to surface, mindful of not affecting morale and imposing psychological pressure on everyone. When Wu Qianyu looked at Zhang Zhen again, her gaze was filled with tender affection, almost shimmering with emotion. Each person had a large self-heating pot, accompanied by a sizable pot of rice steamed from 5 kilograms of raw rice. despite the dual allure of the fragrant self-heating pot and the white rice causing everyone to salivate incessantly. Each individual remained disciplined, suppressing the urge to pick up their chopsticks. Awaiting Zhang Zhen's cue. What are we waiting for? Let's dig in, Zhang Zhen said with a smile. As everyone hesitated to pick up their chopsticks, Zhang Zhen reluctantly took the initiative and grasped a piece of beef tripe. Observing this, the others eagerly followed suit, indulging in the feast before them. What decorum, what refinement, what upbringing, all of it cast aside. This was truly food for the soul, utterly delectable. Reflecting on the past month of subsisting on meager rations, Xiao He was moved to tears. Finally, he savored the taste of meat, complemented by the silky smoothness of duck blood, spiced just right. He could hardly fathom that he might ever enjoy hot pot again in his lifetime. Xiangzi shared similar sentiments. For the first time, Mo removed her mask in front of her teammates, revealing her exquisite features as she nodded repeatedly, her lips glistening with oil from the sumptuous meal. In terms of beauty, Mo would easily score above 90. With her delicate, oval face and a prominent nose paired with a rosy, cherry-like mouth, she had undeniably reached goddess status. Yet, in the presence of the stunning Wu Qinyu, who boasted a score of 99, Mo seemed to pale in comparison. Out of the blue, Xiao Wu remarked, "If only we could have a sip of beer, it would be absolutely perfect." The others immediately teased him for his lack of gratitude, unable to believe he could complain about such a delightful feast. Zhang Zhen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Isn't it just beer? We have plenty." 2 boxes of beer appeared before them, glistening and inviting. Indeed, they had some. Long live the boss. Delicious. Refreshing. I could die contentedly right here, without a single regret. Why did the leader only come to us today? That wretched Zhu Zhihao has occupied the leader's position for far too long. He is truly unworthy of such a fate. Before the outbreak of the virus, Wu Qinyu was a well-behaved girl who abstained from alcohol. Momo, due to the nature of her work, had to engage in certain social gatherings. Yet she resolutely refrained from excessive drinking. At this moment, both women, without a moment's hesitation, opened a bottle each and clinked their glasses before taking hearty swigs. After a few gulps, their faces flushed a bright red. To be able to enjoy beer in the apocalypse is indeed a rare delight. By the way, I have something else here, though I am uncertain whether you will like it. Zhang Zhen tossed out 2 boxes of cigarettes. I am utterly impressed, leader. I am genuinely in awe. Father figure, please accept my humble submission. Xiao He accepted the cigarettes handed over by Xiangzi, lifting his fingers to strike a small flame. With the ability to ignite, he was instantly transformed. Xiao He's adept movements of inhaling and exhaling the smoke revealed his identity as a seasoned smoker. Leader, next time I gather intelligence, I want team-eat sausages. A single cigarette will suffice to make the other party divulge their innermost thoughts. All right, after the meal, you may go. On our way back, Wu Qinyu and I noticed someone besieging a black-eyed zombie. Let us gather some intelligence on their situation. Zhang Zhen understood the significance of information well. It was a lesson learned throughout his 5 years as a deliverman. Knowing which routes were free of traffic, how to effortlessly navigate through certain neighborhoods, an inconspicuous path often saved a considerable amount of time and enhanced efficiency. It was precisely through this knowledge that Zhang Zhen managed to earn a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. In contrast, those carefree individuals consider it a remarkable achievement to earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month. No problem, boss. Apart from Zhang Zhen, the 3 gentlemen each indulged in 3 generous bowls of rice paired with their self-heating pots, and even Mo partook of a bowl. Wu Qinyu, having just awakened her abilities, did not exhibit a significant increase in appetite. A single self-heating pot sufficed to satiate her hunger. After the meal, the 2 young ladies diligently cleared the tableware. Xiao Wu and Xiangzi stood guard, while Xiao He ventured out to gather intelligence. An hour later, Xiao He returned. Boss, the neighboring team has just taken down a black-eyed zombie, and you won't believe how they accomplished it. Xiao He exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. One of their members, whose family runs a firecracker factory, crafted a rudimentary gun from simple materials, which had been the subject of mockery for quite some time, as everyone thought it was merely for show. Yet, he successfully dispatched a black-eyed zombie at close range, and was immediately promoted to vice captain. They are now scouring for materials to produce a batch of these gunpowder weapons. This revelation sparked inspiration in Zhang Zhen. If an old-fashioned gun could eliminate a black-eyed zombie, then a proper firearm would be even more effective. If they could acquire a stockpile of weapons, the team's combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. Without hesitation, they resolved to act. Chapter 23. Procuring lethal weapons abroad. Scoundrels sent to gather intelligence. As the safest country in the world, domestic regulations on firearms are exceedingly stringent. The average person has virtually no opportunity to come into contact with guns, merely satiating their curiosity through short videos showcasing foreign influencers wielding weapons with remarkable skill. In contrast, the abundance of gun shops in that far-off land has led to a proliferation of firearms, yet sales to foreigners are strictly prohibited. Acquiring a legitimate identity in a short span of time appears to be quite a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Zhen, leading him to contemplate a more suitable destination, Pakistan. With our wealth, we can forge connections, procure a cache of formidable weaponry, which should not prove too arduous. Acknowledging that achieving this objective would require some time, Zhang Zhen resolved to first instruct everyone in the use of compound bows. Even if their aim was not precise, they would at least possess the capability for ranged attacks. It is crucial to recognize that the most terrifying threat in this world is not the zombies, but rather the malevolence of human hearts. The peril posed by zombies is overt and apparent, whereas the treachery of humanity can be expertly disguised, striking when one least expects it. Observing the other teams around them, it was inevitable that envy would arise as Xiao He and his companions enjoyed abundant provisions, indulging in lavish meals with an inexhaustible supply of food. Such circumstances could easily incite nefarious intentions. What value do face and morality hold? After all, acquiring resources through cunning and plunder is far preferable to battling against zombies. With the addition of compound bows in their hands, those adversaries would have to reconsider their strategies. Zhang Zhen retrieved 5 sets of compound bows from his spatial storage, distributing them according to each individual's unique physical capabilities. Xiao Wu, possessing the greatest strength, was naturally assigned the bow with the highest poundage, while Wu Qianyu, being the smallest in stature, had her draw weight adjusted to a minimum of 40 pounds. The abandoned building provided ample space. A few wooden planks could easily be set up as makeshift targets, allowing practice to commence forthwith. Zhang Zhen imparted his knowledge and experience to everyone without reservation. Each individual practiced with great focus, and the accuracy at a distance of 30 meters increased dramatically. To Zhang Zhen's surprise, the most talented among the 5 was not one of the 3 gentlemen, but rather the seemingly unassuming Mo. While others were diligently honing their skills at the 30-meter mark, she had already mastered unerring accuracy. By the time the others had grown accustomed to 30 meters, Momo had achieved an impressive 80% target hit rate at 50 meters. Barring practical experience, Momo's precision even surpassed Zhang Zhen's to some extent. Clearly, she was divinely gifted. And in the real world, Momo could undoubtedly pursue a professional career. This revelation caused Zhang Zhen to exclaim that he had found a treasure. Given Momo's rapid mastery of archery, such a complex apparatus, he believed that once she transitioned to more formidable weaponry, she would undoubtedly be empowered and invincible. Zhang Zhen had already resolved to cultivate Momo's talents as a sniper. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Zhen calculated the time, anticipating his awakening in the real world. Before departing, he instructed everyone to cease their practice and convened a brief meeting. Commencing today, we will initiate a night watch. One person will be responsible for the first half of the night, and another for the latter half. The 2 young ladies will be exempt from the late-night shifts. Xiao He expressed some bewilderment. Boss, is this truly necessary? We reside on the 6th floor, and the area below is replete with alarm systems. Any emergence of zombies will be immediately audible to us, Zhang Zhen solemnly stated. Our defensive focus extends beyond zombies. We must also consider human threats. Xiao He's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Are you suggesting? Zhang Zhen nodded. The acquisition of supplies from the supermarket yesterday is widely known. Your reconnaissance missions today, involving items such as ham sausages and cigarettes, may well incite envy in others. It is imperative to maintain vigilance, even in the absence of malicious intent. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals nodded in agreement. Over the past month, incidents of individuals vying for one another have occurred daily. The leader's reminder was indeed astute. Xiao He solemnly declared, "We shall certainly execute your orders. Today, I am on night duty, and in the future, we must exercise caution not only at night, but also during the day." Zhang Zhen provided a few more instructions and then departed from the camp. This was to prevent the team members from being overly astonished, as vanishing into thin air before their eyes could easily frighten them. In the realm of reality, Zhang Zhen sat up in bed and notified his personal butler via his mobile phone. Mr. Zhang, what would you like for breakfast? Hong Kong style, Cantonese, or local cuisine? Zhang Zhen replied. You may arrange it as you see fit. I am amenable to anything. By the way, does Manager Lu know anyone from Pakistan? Or could he leverage connections through others? What does Mr. Zhang mean? Inquired the personal butler. Zhang Zhen had already devised his response. I wish to travel there, primarily to indulge in some thrilling activities, such as visiting a shooting range. After all, men tend to appreciate such pursuits. And I am hoping to find a reliable connection to ensure a worry-free and safe experience. The personal butler expressed his understanding, saying, During my studies at the International Butler Academy in the Netherlands, I had a classmate with whom I maintained a good rapport. Due to certain circumstances, he dropped out and went to Pakistan to engage in business. If necessary, I can reach out to him to help you arrange a trustworthy shooting range. Zhang Zhen smiled and said, Thank you, Manager Lu. I truly have found the right person. By the way, may I conveniently inquire what your classmate does? The details are not convenient to disclose. He serves as an intermediary, aligning perfectly with the project you wish to pursue. The butler spoke in a rather cryptic manner. However, Zhang Zhen understood immediately. An intermediary, indeed, implies an arms dealer. This will require Manager Lu's assistance. As for the costs, please reassure your friend that it will be precisely as it should be, Zhang Zhen generously stated. The private butler nodded and stepped out to make a phone call. Shortly after, he returned with confirmation. Zhang Zhen expressed his delight. There is another matter I would appreciate your help with. I need to urgently travel to Pakistan. Arranging for a visa and flight tickets. I am indifferent to the expenses. The private butler, well-connected and with Zhang Zhen's financial backing, swiftly organized the itinerary. Fortunately, there is a flight to Pakistan tonight at 8:30 p.m. with first-class seats still available. The city where Zhang Zhen resides has only a small airport with a limited number of domestic routes, necessitating a journey to the international airport in the provincial capital. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Zhen took out the black crystal core, resting it in the palm of his hand to begin absorption. A long-forgotten sensation of searing heat enveloped him, swiftly radiating from his palm throughout his entire body, reaching every limb and sinew in an instant. The pain remained within tolerable limits, and Zhang Zhen broke into a sweat, completing the absorption after a quarter of an hour. He then proceeded to the bathroom to wash, casting a glance at his reflection in the mirror. Physique, 92. Vitality, 72. Abilities, left-hand space, S-rank ability, 300 square meters. I have insight, S-rank ability, unlimited usage, effective on living beings. Level, Awakener, level 4, 2160. Achievements, first level zombie, 91. Indeed, the mutated crystal core has proven beneficial, enhancing both physique and vitality to a certain extent. What delighted him the most were the two abilities. The left-hand space had tripled in volume, and the Eye of Insight was now unrestricted in its usage. Upon his next promotion, he anticipated acquiring the capability to discern the attributes of zombies. Inspired by his neighbor's use of a gunpowder weapon against the zombies, Zhang Zhen resolved to sell some firecrackers, seizing the opportunity before his journey to the provincial city commenced. At the firecracker stall, Zhang Zhen directly articulated his request. Boss, I want the loudest and the largest you have. The proprietor, sensing the potential trouble, subtly cautioned, Young man, it's illegal to blow up fish. Not fish, just pots. Zhang Zhen replied with a smile. The owner chuckled in response. In that case, we have no issue. The Big West firecracker sells exceptionally well. And the War God too is also quite good, not to mention the King of Sound. After examining the selection, Zhang Zhen expressed his satisfaction and raised a finger, prompting the owner to lose interest. 100 yuan 1T even cover a single box. 1 carton, please. Zhang Zhen insisted. The owner was taken aback. Do you know how many are in a carton? Not exactly, Zhang Zhen admitted, shaking his head. The owner gestured towards the large box beside them. This is a carton. Oh, it's that big, Zhang Zhen exclaimed. Indeed. Then I shall take 3 cartons. Otherwise, my vehicle will not accommodate any more. The boss was momentarily taken aback, assuming that Zhang Zhen was merely jesting. Having sold firecrackers for numerous years, he had never encountered such an audacious buyer. Zhang Zhen had already produced his mobile phone, initiating the payment process. How much is it in total? Until the sound of WeChat notification resonated, the boss found it hard to comprehend the situation, almost compelled to inquire, Are you a competitor, here to restock? Zhang Zhen instructed the driver to transport the firecrackers to the warehouse he had rented the previous day, subsequently securing them in his left-hand space. With time still on his side, Zhang Zhen ventured back to the wholesale market, justifying his purchases as benefits for his employees during the new year, acquiring various goods worth over 100,000. Excluding ready-to-eat items, approximately half consisted of rice, flour, and cooking oil. Additionally, he procured gas cylinders and alcohol stoves, indispensable for cooking, along with several sets of charcoal hot pots. With Wu Qinyu joining, the tents and sleeping bags were insufficient, prompting Zhang Zhen to purchase more. Considering the impending power outages in the apocalyptic realm, he acquired several large boxes of candles. Having completed these errands, it was already noon. After enjoying lunch, Zhang Zhen summoned a business vehicle and set off towards the provincial city. Once on board, he communicated with the driver and promptly closed his eyes to rest. In the apocalyptic realm, Zhang Zhen materialized beneath the camp building. Just as he was about to take a step forward, his keen eyes detected a shadowy figure behaving suspiciously. The individual was hunched over, tiptoeing, and keeping their body low, cautiously traversing the makeshift barrier of wire and bells. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. This person was meticulously jotting down notes on the layout of the warning line, evidently scouting for the impending large-scale night raid. Zhang Zhen let out a cold chuckle, realizing the individual was blissfully unaware of the danger, as he silently drew out his compound bow. Suddenly, a feathered arrow whizzed past Zhang Zhen's ear, shattering the tranquility of the night. In Chapter 24, Revenge does not wait for nightfall. The arrow grazed the target's cheek, leaving a crimson gash before piercing through his ear and embedding itself in the wall, the arrowhead vibrating violently. The man, terrified to the core, turned and fled in haste, inadvertently kicking down 3 bells in his frantic escape. "Don't run, you coward! Stand still!" Mo dashed forth from the shadows, drawing her bow once more, aiming at the man's back. In that critical moment, Zhang Zhen seized her wrist, shaking his head. "Do not pursue a desperate foe." He reasoned that such a mere foot soldier did not warrant death. It was imperative that he returned alive to inform others that they possessed a set of compound bows, serving as a caution against further intrusions. While articulating his thoughts on restraint, Zhang Zhen swiftly launched a mini-drone, silently trailing the fleeing figure. He was eager to discover which audacious individual dared to plot against them. Mo, releasing the bowstring, inquired in astonishment, "Boss, when did you return?" "Just as you loosed your arrow. Your vigilance is commendable," he replied. Yes, I am on duty tonight until midnight," she responded. Zhang Zhen smiled, praising. "Your aim was quite precise. For a first-time engagement, you performed admirably." Upon receiving his compliment, Mo's face blossomed into a radiant smile, humbly retorting, "It wasn't as remarkable as you say. I missed the mark. Far superior to my first attempt. I missed 3 arrows before finally hitting the target with the 4th. Zhang Zhen stated earnestly. The two ascended the stairs together to reunite with the other team members. The drone transmitted images, revealing that the vermin had fled to a residential area several hundred meters away. "I recognized this place. It was the territory of Tang Xiping," Xiao He asserted with unwavering certainty. He was the first to assemble a group within a 2-kilometer radius, currently boasting over a dozen members. He had even sought to recruit us initially. Tang Xiping had offered quite favorable conditions, and Zhu Zhihao had agreed. However, when Tang Xiping abruptly reneged, having the benefits, Zhu Zhihao erupted in anger, and their meeting ended in discord. In truth, Tang Xiping and Zhu Zhihao were cut from the same cloth, selfish and untrustworthy. Hence, despite his prolonged tenure in rallying a team, his ranks were not the most formidable. Zhang Zhen was aware of this. The strongest faction nearby was led by a captain known as Su Lao Lu. It was Su Lao Lu's deputy who had dispatched a black-eyed zombie with a gunpowder shot, and their team boasted no fewer than 20 ability users. Indeed, we had attracted unwanted attention. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Zhen increasingly favored the idea of relocating our camp. Xiao He, visibly distressed, admitted his fault. "Boss, it must have been my overly generous demeanor during 2 excursions today that exposed our abundant resources. How could I have forgotten such a simple principle of keeping wealth concealed?" Zhang Zhen shook his head, countering, "It's not your fault. It was I who sent you." An old adage states that while one may not fear a thief, one should dread a thief's interest. They have indeed taken notice of us. Suddenly, Mo interjected, "Wait a moment. Xiao He hasn't he been to Tang Xiping's side today? How could they possibly know?" Zhang Zhen chuckled, "Precisely. This situation bears an air of intrigue. It is evident without a doubt that the individuals aligned with Su Lao Lu are in collusion with Tang Xiping, exchanging information. In fact, it is likely that Su Lao Lu instigated Tang Xiping to target Zhang Zhen's group, so that they might benefit from the ensuing conflict. This reveals the treachery of human nature. Such despicable beings clearly take advantage of our smaller numbers. Xiao He, in frustration, struck a cement pillar with his fist. Given the current strength of the team, they are unable to contend with Tang Xiping. It is highly probable that they will have to swallow their indignation. However, Zhang Zhen holds a different perspective. Vengeance must be pursued without delay. Only cowards would utter phrases like "there's always time later." Xiao He Mo. I need you both to accompany me, Zhang Zhen instructed. Xiao Wu, Xiang Zi, and Qian Yu remain here to safeguard the camp. Should anyone approach, shoot an arrow without hesitation. Understood. The three responded in unison. Under the cover of night, three silhouettes departed the camp. With Mo's presence, the zombies within a 100-meter radius were rendered visible, allowing them to evade danger effortlessly. 20 minutes later, at Tang Xiping's encampment, it was a residential building situated to the north, adjacent to water, surrounded by tall iron fences, providing an excellent barrier against the zombies. Since Tang Xiping's arrival, the residents within had either been driven away or had succumbed to his oppressive rule. The central floor was illuminated by candlelight, while a miniature drone silently approached the window, capturing clear audio and video footage. Rat, you have been exceedingly careless. Tang Xiping frowned, a look of disdain crossing his face. I sent you to scout the situation, yet you allowed yourself to be discovered. You have truly disappointed me. The man with half his face wrapped in bandages was the very individual struck by Mo's arrow. Boss, it's not that I was careless. It's that the opponent was overly cautious. I hadn't even reached the ground floor when I was discovered. Stop making excuses. There were only 5 or 6 people on Zhu Jihao's side. With his demise, they became utterly disorganized, precisely when their vigilance was at its lowest, Tang Xiping retorted, visibly irritated. It was clear that you were negligent. When I went to recruit them last time, their camp's defenses were solely oriented towards the undead, utterly minimal. A plump target like that was supposed to be raided tonight to treat the brothers to a better meal. And now, thanks to you, we startled the snake in the grass, undoing all our efforts. The man nicknamed Mouse wore a look of grievance but dared not retort, for Tang Xiping was the boss. Hearing their exchange, Xiao He and Mo were infuriated. Fortunately, Zhang Zhen had ordered night watch. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences tonight. Zhang Zhen produced a large drone and a box of firecrackers. He selected 10 and connected them with a fuse, subsequently attaching the fuse to the drone. After calculating the appropriate length, he ignited one end and launched the drone into the air. Mo and Xiao He widened their eyes in astonishment, wondering how the boss managed to possess everything he needed. As the fuse burned down to the knot, it would drop from the drone, landing precisely in the courtyard of a residential building. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated outside. Tang Xiping immediately inquired, what was that noise? One of the younger members opened the window and poked his head out, only to be met with a tremendous explosion, followed by a series of detonations that echoed in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated through the tranquil night, echoing for several kilometers. The younger brother was left with a ringing in his ears, struggling to comprehend. Boss, it's firecrackers. Damn, who dares to stir trouble like this? Tang Xiping suddenly realized something and slammed his palm on the table. It must be that rascal Su Lao Lu. He just tasted the thrill of gunpowder during the day, and now he's working tirelessly to manufacture firearms. Only he would have firecrackers. Su Lao Lu had always been at odds with me even before the zombies appeared, and in recent days, he had frequently pilfered from our territory. I hadn't yet settled the score with him, and now he dares to cause a ruckus. Outside, the howls of zombies rose and fell ominously. This is bad, boss. The zombies have been drawn in by the noise. What do we do? Tang Xiping's eyes widened in alarm. What else can we do? Reinforce the barricades immediately. No one is allowed to sleep tonight. We must hold our ground at all costs. Otherwise, we will perish here. Once dawn breaks, we will deal with Su Lao Lu. Observing their panic, Zhang Zhen chuckled. Mo and Xiao He were utterly in awe of him. Not only did they take revenge with a few firecrackers, but they also ignited a conflict between Tang Xiping and Su Lao Lu, a true 2-for-1 deal. By diverting the chaos, they would have no energy left to target Zhang Zhen's camp. The three of them swiftly returned to the camp amidst the turmoil. After hearing the accounts from Mo and Xiao He, Wu Qinyu and the others were equally exhilarated. Revenge was swift. Following such a leader was exhilarating. There is something I wish to share with everyone. I intend to procure a substantial quantity of weaponry to be settled in gold. Zhang Zhen declared, prepare yourselves. For at dawn we shall commence our operation, sweeping through the nearby jewelry stores. Before he could finish, all 5 individuals erupted in laughter. Zhang Zhen, perplexed by their reaction, pondered what he might have said amiss. At that moment, Xiangzi emerged from behind, dragging a backpack, which, upon being opened, revealed an array of gleaming gold bars. A rough estimate suggested no fewer than 20 to 30 kilograms. Where on earth did this come from? Zhang Zhen exclaimed in astonishment. And how did you know I needed gold? Chapter 25. A Mutual Pursuit. I shall lead you to conquer the realm in response to Zhang Zhen's inquiry. The 4 team members merely smiled in silence. At that juncture, Wu Qinyu produced her own stash of gold bars, saying, and here is mine. I have long wished to present this to you as a token of gratitude for saving my life, but I never found the opportune moment. Zhang Zhen then grasped the situation. So, it was you who informed them of my fondness for such things? Wu Qinyu nodded graciously, while Xiaohei chuckled. After you returned yesterday, Xiangzi and Qinyu stayed behind to guard the camp, while we ventured out with Momo to gather supplies. Xiao Wu chimed in. My cousin is the vice president of a bank. He arranged for me to intern there, and just so happened to have a shipment of investment gold bars arrive. But before he could notify the clients to collect them, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. Knowing the precise location of the gold bars, I led them both there, successfully opened the vault, and brought everything back. As he spoke, Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile modestly, stating, it's not much, just a little over 32 kilograms. We managed to carry it back without any assistance from Momo. Zhang Zhen was astounded, exclaiming, you were able to unlock the bank vault door? If it were an ordinary jewelry store, the task might have been somewhat easier, but a bank's lock is notoriously challenging to breach. Xiao Wu chuckled. It's simply that the bank utilized an electronic lock, and all the electronic components had malfunctioned. We hardly exerted any effort to resolve it. Momo affirmed, indeed. I didn't even lift a finger. 32 kilograms, combined with Wu Qinyu's 20-some gold bars weighing 200 grams each. Along with the remaining 4 kilograms in Zhang Zhen's possession, totaled 40 kilograms, valued at over 26 million. This was ample for acquiring formidable weaponry in Pakistan. Zhang Zhen had intended to embark on a shopping spree the following morning, but unexpectedly, his team had acted swiftly, taking care of the matter for him. They certainly deserved a reward. Have you all had dinner? Zhang Zhen inquired. Several individuals nodded in unison. We've eaten. What about a late-night snack? Zhang Zhen pressed further. The group exchanged glances, pondering whether such indulgence was befitting of them. 3 meals a day, with each one sufficient to satiate their hunger, was already a triumph over more than 95% of the populace. They were quite content and dared not seek more. Without waiting for their response, Zhang Zhen raised his left hand and, with a flourish, a copper pot and charcoal stove along with an array of hot pot ingredients materialized before them. Lamb slices, fatty beef, tripe, duck intestines, and a selection of vegetable dishes centered around mushrooms appeared in abundance, accompanied by ample beer for everyone's enjoyment. Momo could hardly believe her eyes as she weakly uttered, Boss, are you certain you're not joking? We just treated everyone to hot pot at noon. Zhang Zhen, with a look of disdain, retorted, Noon is noon, and late-night snacks are a different matter entirely. They cannot be conflated. Moreover, does that self-heating pot even qualify as hot pot? It's merely a basin of prepackaged meals. The essence of hot pot lies in the freshness of the ingredients. Stop dawdling and get to work. Xiaoyu, your moment has arrived. Fill the copper pot with water. Then Xiaohei, ignite a fireball to heat the charcoal. Or better yet, just use the fireball to boil the water directly. Only then did the group snap to attention, bustling about with joyous enthusiasm. In the apocalypse, there is no reward more exquisite than a sumptuous hot pot meal. If there were, it would certainly be 2 meals. The previous explosion had stirred the zombies throughout the city, and it was unlikely that anyone would dare to make a move tonight. Thus, concerns for safety were alleviated, allowing them to indulge in their feast without reservation. Momo and Wu Qianyu procured candles, igniting dozens in a single breath to illuminate the entire floor. However, scarcely a quarter of an hour into their meal, Zhang Zhen's eyelids grew heavy. He quickly bid farewell to everyone before vanishing in place. Having been forewarned, no one was particularly surprised. Meanwhile, in the real world, a car arrived at the airport. Mr. Zhang, wake up. Zhang Zhen opened his eyes and inquired, have we arrived? Indeed, the driver replied with a smile, thinking to himself how remarkably carefree this passenger was, having slept soundly throughout the entire journey, never once stirring. The driver was deeply envious, as he struggled with insomnia each night, resorting to melatonin for aid, yet even that did not guarantee a peaceful slumber. Grateful for the driver's efforts, Zhang Zhen alighted from the vehicle. The subsequent procedures included checking in, security screening, enjoying the VIP lounge, and boarding the plane. Once airborne, Zhang Zhen settled into his first-class seat, draping a blanket over himself to continue his slumber. Although over 2 hours had passed and the team had already satisfied their appetites, none wished to conclude their revelry, engaging in conversation while sipping on beer. Most importantly, they awaited Zhang Zhen's return. With their leader back, they realized they had been too preoccupied with their meal to toast him. Under Mo's suggestion, the team raised their glasses. Although drinking was not Zhang Zhen's forte, he displayed no pretensions, downing his drink in one go. After a few rounds, Zhang Zhen opened up about his thoughts on relocating the camp. Besides the lack of safety, the conditions were simply too rudimentary. However, the team held a different perspective. Given the current circumstances, mere survival, food, and shelter felt like a slice of paradise. Yet, accustomed to the luxury of a 5-star hotel, particularly in the opulent presidential suite, Zhang Zhen found it intolerable to endure such an environment. Dear friends, being locals, do you have any suitable recommendations? Several began to frown in contemplation. Momo raised her hand first and said, indeed, the Tianzhu opposite the Yunju community on Songzhou Road. Specifically Building 8 features spacious flats with a 2-elevator, 1-unit layout, each covering an area of 366 square meters. The handover is imminent, and the premises have been meticulously cleaned, with all facilities fully operational. In order to ensure an optimal experience for the homeowners on the day of handover, all doors have been securely locked, preventing any unauthorized access. However, due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, the sales office and property management office have come under siege, resulting in chaos and abandonment. Undoubtedly, this location stands as the prime choice for a new stronghold. Zhang Zhen, puzzled, inquired, how do you know all this so well? With a slight smile, Momo replied, I am a sales consultant, commonly referred to as a property advisor. The other buildings in the community have long been completed, boasting a high occupancy rate, with Building 8 being the final one. As it was among the first areas to be attacked by zombies, there are numerous undead roaming the vicinity. Xiao immediately raised his hand as well, stating, I am familiar with this community. There were previous attempts to seize it. The sheer number of zombies within led to the failure of those endeavors. The gray-eyed zombies here outnumber those in other locations by several folds, and I believe many have now evolved into black-eyed variants, deterring anyone from approaching. Wu Qinyu frowned and remarked, with so many formidable zombies, it seems exceedingly perilous. Black-eyed zombies are nothing to fear. Zhang Zhen, now slightly inebriated, declared boldly, let us proceed there. I shall lead you in conquering this territory. Chapter 26, Elite Talent Seeks Refuge, the subtle grievance of a beautiful flight attendant as the team listened to Zhang Zhen's grand vision. Each member was filled with anticipation for the future. Had it been someone else, like Zhu Zhihao, they would have been skeptical. However, their unwavering trust in Zhang Zhen stemmed not only from his personal charisma but also from his astonishing actions that left them in awe. It seemed that, before him, no challenge was insurmountable. In a world ravaged by calamity, where survival was a daily struggle and the issues of food and water plagued everyone, Zhang Zhen effortlessly resolved these predicaments. Following him ensured not only ample sustenance, but also delightful feasts. 2 hearty meals of hot pot daily, an abundance of various meats, and limitless beer. Wu Qinyu recounted her experience of Zhang Zhen treating her to steak, sharing the tale with unreserved enthusiasm. Such a lifestyle was unimaginable in the past. Not even in dreams could one have dared to envision such a splendid reality. As the night came to a close, several men found themselves intoxicated. Xiao and his companions leaned on one another, weaving their way back to their respective tents. Sister Mo, you also drank quite a bit just now. You should rest. I'll take care of the boss, Wu Qinyu volunteered. Although Mo shared the same sentiment, she could only silently acquiesce. Recognizing the closer bond between the two, Wu Qinyu supported the inebriated Zhang Zhen into the tent, assisting him in removing his outer garments and settling him into his sleeping bag. She then took a wet wipe and gently cleaned his face. Finally, summoning her courage, she removed her clothing and slipped into the sleeping bag beside him. Zhang Zhen instinctively embraced her, causing Wu Qinyu to stiffen, her breath quickening and heart racing. Just as she began to steady herself and muster the courage to take the initiative, the moment hung in the air. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhen vanished. Wu Qianyu stood there, momentarily stunned, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. With a wry smile, she reluctantly donned her clothes and returned to her tent. Meanwhile, Mo, hearing the commotion, let out a sigh of relief. On the airplane in the real world, Zhang Zhen had just opened his eyes but, under the influence of alcohol, fell back into slumber. Thus, he traversed between two realms, yet his sleep quality remained unaffected. He slept soundly. A young flight attendant occasionally stole glances at Zhang Zhen. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a handsome and affluent young man in his 20s, and she feared missing her chance. Several times she contemplated approaching him to establish familiarity and obtain his contact information, but upon seeing him asleep, she abandoned the idea. In the apocalyptic realm, dawn broke. As Zhang Zhen awoke, he overheard voices below. Xiao, considering we are college classmates, please speak a kind word for me to Captain Zhang and let me stay. Su Laolu treats me like I'm invisible. After going 3 days with only one meal, I truly cannot endure it any longer. This was a pleading voice. Then came Xiao Hei's hesitant tone. Xiao Pang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but our leader is a person of principle. Whether you stay or go is beyond my authority. Our leader's command yesterday was clear. Anyone who intrudes upon the camp is to be shot on sight. By even discussing this, I am already defying orders. While our leader is still asleep, you should return quickly. I will mention your situation to him, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Alas, it seems that I have put my friend Xiao Hei in a difficult position. The blame rests solely on my own shoulders for my lack of ambition. My awakened abilities are rather lackluster, merely suitable for digging drainage ditches and the like. Zhang Zhen descended the stairs and inquired, Xiao Hei, what is the matter? Xiao Hei hastily clarified, Boss, this is my college classmate, Xiao Pang, who wishes to join us. Zhang Zhen scrutinized the gaunt young man before him, standing at a height of 1.70 meters, with a weight surely not exceeding 120 pounds. Is this truly what one would call chubby? You are indeed Boss Zhang Zhen. Your reputation precedes you, and I am finally in the presence of the living legend. Xiao Pang's words were clearly an attempt at flattery. The previous day, Xiao Hei had ventured to inquire about matters concerning Su Laolu, displaying extravagant generosity that left many astounded. Coupled with Xiao Hei's incessant praise of the new leader, it fostered a sense of envy in Xiao Pang, who felt overlooked in this environment. Last night, Xiao Pang tossed and turned in bed, ultimately mustering the courage to seek out Zhang Zhen. Of course, his inability to sleep was primarily due to hunger. Zhang Zhen waved his hand dismissively, intrigued by the point. But you are not chubby. Why then do you go by Xiao Pang? Xiao Pang explained. I was once nearly 200 pounds. My struggle to find a girlfriend spurred me to undertake a weight loss journey, and within 3 months, I had shed over 30 pounds. However, when the virus outbreak struck, I found myself without food or drink, and in less than 40 days, I lost another 40 pounds. Had I known such a fate awaited me, I would have refrained from dieting. My excess weight could have sustained me for a while longer. Zhang Zhen chuckled, I see. So you have awakened your abilities? Little Fatty appeared quite embarrassed. The ability to manipulate earth and wood is somewhat of a double-edged sword. However, rest assured, Master Zhang, while I may lack other skills, I possess considerable strength. If you are willing to accept me, I am more than willing to undertake any arduous or dirty work. You can treat me like a beast of burden. My demands are modest. I merely wish to have enough to eat at every meal. Without waiting for Zhang Zhen's response, Little Fatty further lowered his expectations. I don't even need 3 meals a day. 2 meals will suffice. Zhang Zhen did not immediately respond, but activated his insight ability, revealing Little Fatty's personal attributes: physique, 82, vitality, 70, ability, earth and wood control, a level ability, capable of manipulating soil, stone, and wood, skilled in building walls and houses. Level, Awakener, rank 1, 210, record, level 1 zombie, 2. An A-level ability, second only to his own S level. Zhang Zhen's eyes lit up. As he was preparing to change camps, a disciple skilled in earth and wood manipulation had seemingly fallen from the heavens. This was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. With him, they could construct high walls and various defensive structures around the camp, effectively keeping zombies at bay and preventing rival teams from encroaching. Only then would they truly be at ease. Su Laolu, you truly lack discernment. First, you underestimated the team member who could handle explosives. And now you have driven away a gem like Little Fatty from the team. It seems you are destined to hold your position for only a short time. Zhang Zhen, suppressing his excitement, stated, Xiao Pang, you may be unaware of my temperament. In my team, everyone is treated as equals. There are no distinctions of high or low status. Whatever I eat, everyone shares. The notion of being half-satiated or having 2 meals a day simply does not exist. Initially, Xiao Pang gazed at him with envy. But soon his head drooped in despondence as he murmured, I understand. Everyone here is an elite. My capabilities do not measure up. Zhang Zhen interrupted him with a wave of his hand, asserting, thus, upon joining, you will receive the same treatment. What I wish to convey is that one must possess self-confidence and not belittle oneself. Xiao Pang, overwhelmed with joy, could scarcely believe his ears. Boss, are you jesting? You truly wish for me to join your team? Zhang Zhen countered. Xiao Pang shook his head fervently, excitement radiating from him. Of course not. I have long dreamed of becoming your team member. I merely doubted it, given that my abilities seem rather trivial. Zhang Zhen, with utmost seriousness, corrected him, in this world, no ability is useless. Rather, it is the lack of discerning eyes that renders them so. Welcome aboard, Xiao Pang. Are you truly accepting me? Thank you, boss. Xiao Pang exclaimed, eager to bow in gratitude. Zhang Zhen preempted him, saying, if gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed toward Xiao He. It is out of respect for him that I have decided to accept you. Xiao He instantly felt a sense of pride, his chin involuntarily lifting. The feeling of being trusted and valued by the boss was exhilarating. In his heart, Xiao He silently vowed to recognize Zhang Zhen as his sole leader for life, pledging unwavering loyalty and devotion. Little Fatty was deeply moved. Thank you, Brother Black. Thank you, boss. I promise to perform well in the future. If I ever offend you, I would willingly face the wrath of heaven. With this single statement, he earned the loyalty of 2 devoted followers. Thus, it is said that language is an art form. In the realm of reality, the passenger plane landed smoothly at the airport in Pakistan. Sir, wake up, a gentle voice called out beside Zhang Zhen. He opened his eyes to see a beautiful flight attendant, squatting in front of him with a radiant smile, and asked, have we arrived? Indeed, the plane has landed safely. The flight attendant's smile grew even sweeter. Shall I help you with your blanket? Additionally, do you need assistance with your luggage? The surrounding passengers were taken aback. Having flown first class numerous times, they had never encountered such a service. Thank you, but I do not require assistance. Zhang Zhen replied as he stood up and walked away, oblivious to the flight attendant's sorrowful eyes. Chapter 27. Golden Path shocks the audience. Please, rich man. Place your order. The flight attendant was quite disheartened. She thought to herself, this handsome young man must be an extraordinary sleeper, having dozed off from the moment he boarded until the destination. Despite her attempts to cover him with a blanket and express her concern, Zhang Zhen had not awakened even once. All her efforts proved futile. Typically, first-class passengers are either affluent gentlemen or distinguished older men, those successful in their careers. They are invariably family-oriented. In this day and age, it is exceedingly challenging for a mistress to rise to prominence, as it could lead to disastrous consequences or even ruin one's reputation. A young and accomplished individual like Zhang Zhen is truly a rare find. The flight attendant contemplated seizing the opportunity to make an acquaintance, perhaps exchanging WeChat details to facilitate future communication. However, the sentiment was unreciprocated. Zhang Zhen, with the luxury of unencumbered hands, effortlessly traversed the corridor, devoid of any baggage. A middle-aged man, brandishing a sign emblazoned with the name Zhang Zhen, awaited him. This man was a classmate of his personal steward, nicknamed Brother Kai. In this region, he was commonly referred to as Old K, notorious as a distinguished arms dealer. Brother Kai wore a rather indifferent expression, seemingly reluctant to be at the airport. In truth, had it not been for a personal request from his elder, he would have certainly declined this endeavor. As a businessman of considerable stature, it felt beneath him to cater to the whims of a wealthy second-generation individual returning from abroad. Although his old classmate had subtly hinted that Zhang Zhen might seek to purchase firearms, advising him to treat Zhang as a client, Brother Kai remained skeptical. A mere affluent youth, driven by impulse to dabble in firearms, how much could he genuinely procure? After all, such items could not be transported back home. Should he foolishly attempt to conceal them within his luggage, they would undoubtedly be discovered at customs, leading to inevitable legal troubles. Upon spotting the sign, Zhang Zhen approached and introduced himself. I am Zhang Zhen. Seeing the youth's apparent ordinariness in attire and demeanor, Brother Kai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Having encountered countless individuals throughout his life, He discerned that this was no wealthy heir. Rather, he appeared to be an average person. Perhaps a newly affluent individual with limited perspective. It was evident that such a person would not yield substantial profit. Brother Kai reassured himself, accepting the situation with a resigned mindset, who compelled himself to acquiesce to the request of an old classmate. Even if it means gritting his teeth and wearing a facade of a smile, he must complete this task. Mr. Zhang, please. Kai led Zhang Zhen outside to board an SUV. His intention was to first escort Zhang Zhen to a hotel and then discuss the matter of fees. However, broaching the subject of money upon their initial encounter seemed rather inappropriate. Just as Kai was about to ignite the engine, Zhang Zhen extended a glimmering gold bar towards him. Kai, this is your service fee. Please accept it. As a novice to international travel, I am unfamiliar with the customs here, so I hope you will be understanding of any missteps. Kai instinctively took it into his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was a 1 kilogram gold bar. With today's international gold price at $2,700 per ounce, a kilogram equates to approximately 35.27 ounces, amounting to over 95,000. Based on Kai's previous experiences, the expenses for this endeavor would range between 5,000 and 10,000. This implies that, after deducting all expenditures, he stood to gain at least 85,000. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Even more shocking revelations awaited him. This serves as a deposit. Upon successful completion, I will provide an additional gold bar of the same weight as the final payment, Zhang Zhen stated. Kai was momentarily rendered speechless. He had originally considered quoting a price of 30,000, which included a 10,000 bargaining margin, with a final psychological expectation of 20,000. Now, the sum exceeded his expectations by ninefold. Moreover, this was purely net profit after expenses. Observing Kai's prolonged silence, Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it that my offer was insufficient? State your price, Brother Kai. I am amenable as long as it remains within a reasonable range," Zhang Zhen declared. No. Mr. Zheng has misunderstood. It is not that the offer is too low, but rather that it is excessively generous. Brother Kai hastily clarified. Zhang Zhen chuckled. As the old adage goes, one gets what one pays for. I have faith in your professionalism, Brother Kai. I trust you will not disappoint me and that I shall find the value to be commensurate. Mr. Zhang, please feel free to express any requests. Anything within my capacity shall be executed with utmost diligence, Brother Kai asserted earnestly. Zhang Zhen's magnanimity stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, he aimed to establish his financial prowess to command Brother Kai's respect, ensuring that he would be regarded as a significant client rather than someone merely seeking inexpensive goods. Secondly, Zhang Zhen had previously proposed to offer the private steward some benefits as a reward for his intermediary efforts, but the latter had firmly declined, stating that it was his professional duty and did not warrant additional compensation. Being engaged in substantial business, Brother Kai would certainly not shortchange the intermediary. Zhang Zhen simply needed to provide adequate funds. The distribution of profits between them was not his concern. Let us be direct. I seek only the finest goods, Zhang Zhen stated with gravity. Price is not an issue, but they must be authentic products. Goods crafted in small workshops are unacceptable, as quality cannot be assured. Furthermore, I require payment in gold. Utilizing gold is straightforward and leaves no currency exchange records, thus avoiding scrutiny from authorities. As for the purpose of these items, you need not worry. Matters of transportation and logistics will be handled without your involvement, Zhang Zhen added. Kai Gu confirmed that Zhang Zhen was indeed a significant client and immediately leveraged his local connections, making calls to ensure a reliable supply of goods. He then drove to Peshawar. The scene that unfolded before him was akin to what his fellow gentlemen had observed in short videos. Everywhere he looked, gun shops proliferated. Many storefronts were adorned with various types of firearms, serving as alluring advertisements to attract customers. Although Zhang Zhen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the sight before him. It was undeniable. This was indeed a paradise for firearms. Forget about entertainment venues, karaoke bars, or foot massages. They all paled in comparison. Kai Gu led Zhang Zhen into a large courtyard where a dozen workers were busy unloading a truck. Large wooden crates were haphazardly strewn about the yard. Kai Gu lifted the lid of one crate, revealing formidable weaponry within. This particular crate housed an assortment of AK rifles, a sight that was familiar to Zhang Zhen, who enjoyed playing video games. Another crate contained Remington shotguns, equally recognizable. Various models of submachine guns, eye-catching sniper rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, and an extensive array of armaments were all present. The supplier, speaking in a language Zhang Zhen could not comprehend, provided Kai Gu with details about the shipment. Kai Gu acted as the translator. This batch of goods had been procured from Afu, following the withdrawal of large numbers of troops 2 years prior, leaving behind a surplus of standard weaponry that was subsequently sold at low prices to Pakistan, in accordance with Zhang Zhen's demand for quality merchandise. The supplier had laid out his finest treasures, assuring not only quality but also remarkably competitive prices. Satisfied, Zhang Zhen began to place his order: 200 shotguns, 200 AK rifles, 10 AWM sniper rifles, and 3 Barrett heavy sniper rifles. Besides guns and ammunition, suppressors were also of paramount importance. Considering the presence of female members in the team, the heavy weaponry was deemed unsuitable for them. Thus, Zhang Zhen opted for 100 units of the renowned MP5, as well as 100 units of the P90. The P90 is an exceptional piece, boasting a substantial magazine capacity that allows for sustained fire with its 50-round ammunition. Next on the list were handguns. He requested 300 Beretta 92F pistols, the very prototype of the in-game P92, known for its formidable overall capabilities. Additionally, he requisitioned rocket launchers, grenades, long swords, and landmines. In the post-apocalyptic realm, where power outages rendered the nights pitch black, the most crucial item was night vision goggles, for which Zhang Zhen requested 300 sets. Witnessing such a substantial order, the seller couldn't contain his delight. "By the way, do you have robotic dogs?" Zhang Zhen inquired with keen interest. "Ideally, I would prefer combat-type robotic wolves capable of self-organizing and coordinating in battle, autonomous combat units." Upon hearing this, both Brother Kai and the seller's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 28. Commence comprehensive training. The Tang family blocks the door. While drones were somewhat feasible, combat-type robotic wolves were simply non-existent. Brother Kai chuckled ruefully, explaining, "The most advanced technology for combat robotic dogs originates from our homeland. The autonomous combat-capable robotic wolves you speak of are classified as the highest level of secret technology back home. Our homeland refuses to sell to other countries, leaving everyone else to merely envy and covet. As for drone technology, our homeland is also at the forefront. Fortunately, this technology is not excessively cutting-edge, and other nations can replicate it, albeit with somewhat inferior results." Zhang Zhen pondered. "So that's how it is. Let's procure a batch of drones, something to make do with, as it is better than nothing." As for the robotic dogs, he was compelled to make a concession. Something slightly inferior would suffice, even if they couldn't engage in combat. Their ability to guard the premises would be adequate. Kai Gu smiled wryly. "Then why seek distant solutions when you can simply return home to purchase them? The technology in this regard is already quite mature, and there is no need to allow us middlemen to profit from the difference." Indeed. Zhang Zhen slapped his forehead and smiled sheepishly. Kai Gu secured a substantial service fee from Zhang Zhen while negotiating aggressively with the seller to safeguard the employer's interests. Eventually, the items filled an entire large truck. Zhang Zhen, displaying his generosity, requested the seller to include the cost of the truck in the final tally. The total amount came to $1,700,000, and Zhang Zhen promptly produced 18 kilograms of gold for immediate payment, including the intermediary's fees. The total expenditure amounted to merely 20 kilograms of gold. What a bargain, truly worth the price. Zhang Zhen's magnanimity delighted the seller, who gifted him 2 Desert Eagles along with a Taver TS-12 shotgun. This shotgun, equipped with 3 tubular magazines arranged in a triangular formation, boasted a capacity of 15 rounds, double that of a standard semi-automatic shotgun. Coincidentally, the seller had a professional shooting range and warmly invited Zhang Zhen to enjoy it free of charge. Zhang Zhen, not one to be modest, joined forces with Kai Gu and the amiable coach to learn the intricacies of firearm usage. As various weapons were showcased in succession, Zhang Zhen reveled in the experience, repeatedly exclaiming his exhilaration. He then made a new request for Kai Gu to provide some instructional video materials. Of course, there is no issue on Kai's end. He has downloaded several hundred gigabytes of legitimate instructional materials, covering not only firearm usage, but also team coordination and various practical skills. Beneath the setting sun, Zhang Zhen instructed Kai to drive the truck to the edge of a cliff. After Kai prudently stepped back, Zhang Zhen transferred the weapon to his left hand and propped the accelerator with a stick, watching as the truck plunged into the abyss. Kai did not inquire further and safely delivered Zhang Zhen back to the airport. As the plane ascended, Zhang Zhen succumbed to slumber, entering a post-apocalyptic realm. Upon displaying the weapons before the others, gasps of astonishment erupted. A black powder gun? Such an ancient relic. Where on earth did you acquire this, boss? Exclaimed one. Goodness. I've only seen such things in videos during my childhood. I haven't encountered anything like it since, as these types of videos seem to have vanished. Another chimed in. This antique still functions? In response to the skepticism, Zhang Zhen emphatically corrected them. What do you mean ancient? These are all brand new. Xiangzi, a former military enthusiast, furrowed his brow and remarked, this technology has been obsolete for over 20 years, completely replaced by electromagnetic guns. It is said that aside from a few preserved specimens, the rest have gradually been destroyed over the past 2 decades. Even the military lacks them, otherwise they wouldn't have resorted to using melee weapons against zombies during the last rescue operation, which ultimately resulted in significant casualties. Zhang Zhen smiled and replied, what you need to understand is that what others lack, we possess. Today's objective is to first absorb theoretical knowledge, followed by practical live-fire exercises, so that we may swiftly master the skills of firearm usage and prepare to assault the new encampment. He retrieved a tablet and began to play video materials. The team members gasped in astonishment. Such an antiquated electronic device was still operational. Given the technological standards of this region, the advent of the tablet predated their very existence by decades. Much like the earlier moment when Zhang Zhen utilized a drone, their jaws had dropped in disbelief. Our leader is truly omnipotent. In Zhang Zhen's perspective, what significance did it hold that their technology was 30 years ahead when the zombie virus emerged? All advanced electronic devices became obsolete, plunging humanity back to the Stone Age overnight. Frankly, Zhang Zhen found it perplexing that civilian technology had neglected to preserve rudimentary techniques. And he wondered how the military could be so reckless. They had so carelessly replaced gunpowder weapons with electromagnetic guns, leaving them without any preserved conventional firearms once the electromagnetic guns failed. Mastering the use of firearms is not particularly difficult. However, Zhang Zhen understood the wisdom of sharpening one's axe before chopping wood, and thus refrained from immediately organizing a mission to confront the zombies. Instead, he presented the remaining crystal cores to Wu Qianyu and the chubby boy to enhance their abilities. Both exhibited remarkable progress. Wu Qianyu escalated her water concentration capacity from a mere 200 milliliters to an impressive 2 liters, while the chubby boy advanced from being able to excavate a 30-centimeter deep drainage ditch to plowing a trench of 1.5 meters, utilizing the excavated earth to construct a 2.5-meter high wall. During their training breaks, the chubby boy fortified the camp. Mo and the others witnessed firsthand Zhang Zhen's keen insight. The significance of Wu Qianyu, the living water tower, was undeniable, and they were astounded to discover that the seemingly inconspicuous abilities of the chubby boy proved to be immensely beneficial. In the real world, Zhang Zhen departed from the provincial airport. Upon his arrival, he summoned a ride through his mobile device, just as before. During his time abroad, his personal concierge suggested that he forfeit his room, assuring him that it could easily be reinstated upon his return. After all, the exorbitant daily rate of over 20,000 could be conserved. However, Zhang Zhen remained indifferent to the suggestion. Not only did he decline to cancel his reservation, but he also extended his stay by an additional 3 days. When he contacted the front desk, he specifically lauded the professionalism of the personal concierge, showering them with compliments that evoked a profound sense of comfort, prompting him to prolong his visit. At the Xinyong Grand Hotel, Zhang Zhen alighted from the vehicle and strode into the lobby. In the seating area, an elderly couple reclined with little regard for propriety, their shoes discarded, emanating an unpleasant odor that wafted through the air. Staff members had approached them multiple times with reminders, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. Left with no alternative, the staff resorted to spraying air freshener to mask the stench. This couple was none other than Tang Xiping's parents, who, upon learning of their daughter's heartbreak and Zhang Zhen's newfound wealth, had rushed into the city to confront him directly. Tang Xiping did not attempt to dissuade her parents from their unruly behavior. Rather, she wholeheartedly endorsed their decision. Together, they resolved to bide their time. However, after 2 days of waiting, Zhang Zhen's presence eluded them. Due to Tang Xiping being placed on a blacklist, they were denied the opportunity to ascend and confront him at the presidential suite. Just as Tang Xiping's room was nearing its final deadline for rental termination, Zhang Zhen finally returned. At that very moment, Tang Xiping was also present. Upon seeing Zhang Zhen, the trio sprang from the sofa as if propelled by springs, their excitement palpable. The parents raised their voices, spewing venomous words. Zhang Zhen, you scoundrel. My daughter has devoted 5 years to you, weathering the storms together. Now that you have found fortune, you cast her aside like a worn-out shoe. You are a despicable traitor. They called for judgment, eager for all to witness the true visage of a rogue. The three of us waited for over 40 hours, yet the scoundrel refused to show his face. But finally, we managed to corner him. It was evident that Tang Xiping's abrasive demeanor was inherited from her parents, whose combative spirit surpassed that of their daughter. Chapter 29. Those who attain the Tao gain support. The malicious woman returns to the pit on previous occasions. Zhang Zhen had departed via the VIP elevator to the underground parking lot, slipping away in the Hotel S. Maybach. After 2 days of waiting, the family was on the verge of surrendering without a glimpse of him. By sheer misfortune, Zhang Zhen entered the lobby just as they were about to leave. The three of them erupted with the exuberance of lottery winners, determined to make Zhang Zhen pay for his actions. Tang Xiping, how dare you confront me when it was you who strayed with your male neighbor? Zhang Zhen was not one to back down. Retaliating sharply, you even brought your parents along. Do you have no shame? Have you told them about how you squandered my money and your infidelity with that young man? Unfazed by the accusations, Tang Xiping remained composed. Her mother, hands on her hips and wearing a fierce expression, pointed a finger at Zhang Zhen, vociferously rebuking him. You wretched creature, silence yourself. It is you who has abandoned my daughter, disdainfully turning your back on her the moment you struck gold. Those who lack discernment, such as my family Xiping, are indeed favored by many, including affluent tycoons. It is truly bewildering that we consented to her association with you. You have so egregiously betrayed our trust. You are nothing short of a scoundrel. Mr. Tang promptly chimed in. Indeed, my daughter, the epitome of purity, has been with you for 5 years, and now you wish to abandon her without a second thought. You are undeniably a cad. My daughter has devoted her finest years to you, and you must provide her with an explanation, otherwise. We shall not let this matter rest today. Zhang Zhen began to realize that it was not Tang Xiping who intentionally concealed the truth, but rather the three of them who formed a united front, clearly distinguishing between friend and foe. Even if Tang Xiping had merely engaged in infidelity with a younger man, her parents would steadfastly support her, believing her to be blameless. If she is innocent, then the blame must rest solely on Zhang Zhen. Only by branding Zhang Zhen with the title of scoundrel can they position themselves on moral high ground, free to criticize at will. Zhang Zhen prided himself on having treated the Tang family well over the past 5 years. Although not yet a son-in-law, he never failed to present generous gifts during festivals. From purchasing new phones for the elderly couple to installing air conditioners and water heaters, Zhang Zhen took it upon himself to honor and provide for them. Yet now it is evident that they are nothing more than ungrateful, ravenous wolves. With 2 formidable allies backing her, Tang Xiping's audacity only grows. Zhang Zhen, I propose the same terms as before. Either you reconcile with me voluntarily, returning to our former ways, or all your earnings shall be entrusted to me for management. Either grant me 2 million as compensation for emotional distress, and we shall part ways amicably, no longer disturbing one another, each pursuing our own peace. Otherwise, even if I can swallow this grievance, my parents will not so easily let it go. The hotel staff recognized Zhang Zhen as a guest of the presidential suite and immediately alerted the private concierge, who rushed forward to intervene and safeguard the esteemed guest's well-being. The private concierge promptly arrived at the lobby, positioning himself in front of Zhang Zhen to separate the unreasonable trio. Mr. Zhang, my sincerest apologies. It is our failure to manage the situation that allowed these disruptions to occur, resulting in your personal assault. This is a case of reciprocation. First, Zhang Zhen, under the guise of commending our service, extended his stay for 3 more days. Second, my old classmate Kai is sharing a 25% referral fee with him, totaling $45,000, which converts to 320,000 yuan. Naturally, we must exert our utmost effort. Zhang, what is the meaning of your hiding behind others? If you are a man, confront me directly and speak clearly. Mr. Tang attempted to approach Zhang Zhen for a discussion but was promptly intercepted by 2 burly security guards, leaving him no chance to draw near. Tang Xiping continued to throw a tantrum. You are treating us differently, blatantly showing favoritism. I am also a guest at your Xinyong Grand Hotel. Why do you assist him, and not me? The private concierge calmly inquired, Madam, may I ask if the room you are occupying was booked under your own identification? What does it matter? The fact is, I am staying here. Tang Xiping retorted angrily. The private butler smiled gently and said, I apologize, but our system does not contain your personal information. The name registered for the room you are occupying is Chen Zihui. We are unable to ascertain whether you are a visitor or a resident. To verify your status as a guest, you will need Mr. Chen Zihui to vouch for you. Tang Xiping continued her unreasonable tirade. What kind of rule is this? Are you deliberately targeting me? Zhang Zhen raised his voice. Of course, she cannot summon Chen Zihui. He is her illicit partner and was apprehended by the police for stealing my belongings. Tang Xiping, since you have come here, you should be aware of certain matters. Return my money to me, or I will sue you. The family of three showed no signs of fear. Zhang Zhen, who are you trying to intimidate? Just because you claim that money is yours, does that make it so? It has your name written on it. Will it respond to your call? Zhang Zhen, weary of arguing with such unreasonable individuals, turned to Lu manager. I would like to request your assistance in arranging for a competent lawyer. The fees are not a concern. The private butler, having learned of Zhang Zhen's generosity through Brother Kai, nodded without hesitation. No problem at all. I will contact the largest law firm in the city and have them send their most experienced lawyer. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiping clearly exhibited a hint of panic. If it truly came to court, she felt utterly unprepared. In a courtroom, evidence speaks volumes, and throwing a tantrum before the judge would be of no avail. The private butler added fuel to the fire with the suggestion, shall I contact the police and report them for creating a disturbance? As Zhang Zhen was about to nod in agreement, his phone rang. Coincidentally, it was a call from the police, using the same number as before. Is this Zhang Zhen? We have resolved the case concerning Chen Zihui's theft. Please come to retrieve the 1 kilogram of gold that has been held as evidence. Zhang Zhen replied. Could you possibly deliver it to me? Additionally, I would like to file a report regarding the previous incident, which remains unresolved. I need you to investigate. Tang Xiping has been causing a disturbance here, publicly insulting and defaming my character. The hotel staff can attest to this. Upon hearing this, the police responded, certainly. Tang Xiping immediately panicked, hastily grasping her parents' hands. We must leave. Stop them. Zhang Zhen commanded. Several security personnel quickly surrounded them, while the private steward coldly stated, You think you can come and go as you please? This is not a place for your whims. Tang Xiping was taken aback by Zhang Zhen's unexpected assertiveness. As he had always been submissive, her parents, too, had grown accustomed to bullying him, believing him to be easily intimidated, which emboldened their reckless behavior. What are you doing? Clear the way, or I will report you for unlawful detention. Tang Xiping shouted, but her words fell on deaf ears, leaving her in a state of impotent fury. Chapter 30. The relentless pursuit of shopping leads to an ambush. Daughter, what are you afraid of? Even if the police arrive, we are in the right. Let them adjudicate. Zhang Zhen, you wretched individual, do you believe that with a mere handful of ill-gotten wealth, you can bribe these individuals within the hotel to stand by your side, thus wielding your influence to intimidate and distort the truth? It is time to relinquish that unrealistic nouveau riche mentality. The police will not indulge you. The Tang parents remain as arrogant as ever, vociferously bellowing without respite. Tang Xiping hastily tugged at her parents' sleeves. Acutely aware that their previous escape was merely a stroke of luck, she had deeply felt the helplessness of being apprehended and had no desire to endure such an ordeal again. Zhang Zhen, must you escalate this situation to such an irretrievable extent? Tang Xiping feigned anger, questioning him in a tone laced with indignation. Zhang Zhen showed her no leniency. Tang Xiping, clarify who is truly causing the commotion. Tang Xiping reluctantly lowered her stance a notch. Let us resolve our matters ourselves, without the interference of outsiders. I have nothing further to discuss with you. I shall leave everything in the hands of the police and our lawyer. After declaring this, Zhang Zhen ceased to acknowledge the trio any longer. Soon, the police arrived. With a private steward present, there was no need for Zhang Zhen to utter a word. The steward clearly articulated the details of the situation. Bolstered by surveillance footage as evidence, the police disregarded the family's attempts at denial and promptly took them into custody. Additionally, they handed over a kilo of gold to Zhang Zhen. This effectively served as a testament endorsed by Uncle Hat. Zhang Zhen arranged for the remaining 5 kilograms of gold jewelry, along with the gold bars contributed by Wu Qianyu, totaling just over 10 kilograms, to be liquidated with the assistance of the private steward. Subsequently, the lawyer procured by the steward arrived. Zhang Zhen elucidated the situation, emphasizing that within the confines of the rental property, in the presence of the police's body camera, Tang Xiping explicitly admitted to taking his money. Lawyer He, with a smile, remarked, this simplifies matters. We are assured victory in this lawsuit. With the evidence provided by the police, the loop is effectively closed. Furthermore, your transaction records indicate that this money was intended for marriage and purchasing a home. Now, due to the woman's infidelity, which has led to the dissolution of the relationship, The demand for a refund is both reasonable and lawful. Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will leave this to lawyer He. No problem. Let us formalize our agreement, and I shall commence work immediately," lawyer He responded. After completing these arrangements, Zhang Zhen ventured out to purchase a robotic dog. The Go-To Pro long-lasting version, coupled with a remote control, is priced at 21,999 yuan, boasting an impressive array of functions. The staff skillfully demonstrated various features, and Zhang Zhen observed attentively, nodding in approval. Noticing Zhang Zhen's youthfulness, the staff, eager to close the sale, kindly suggested, "The Air version is also quite commendable. It simply has a shorter battery life, but is more affordable at only 997 yuan. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhen replied, "I want the Pro version." "Very well. I will arrange for a new unit to be delivered," the staff responded cheerfully. "Wait," Zhang Zhen called out to her, stating, "One unit is insufficient. I require 30. The staff, taken aback, expressed surprise. 30 units, indeed. I will start with this quantity, and should they prove satisfactory, I shall return for more," Zhang Zhen declared earnestly. The staff, filled with excitement, said, "Please wait a moment. I will consult the manager to see if we can offer you any discounts." Shortly thereafter, the manager arrived, greeting, "Good day, sir. The original price for 30 units is 659,970. Allow me to take the liberty of rounding it down. You may pay just 650,000. Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement. No problem. In truth, even without any discount, he would have no objections. Supporting domestic technology begins with me. However, an awkward situation unfolded in the next moment. The payment failed. The expenses from 6 days in a presidential suite, coupled with prior purchases of various supplies, left Zhang Zhen with a balance of less than 500,000 in his account. His face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, a WeChat payment notification arrived. "You have received a payment of 7,000,000,000. That is, 7 million. Following this was a voice message from his personal assistant, "Mr. Zhang, your batch of gold has been successfully liquidated, with a slight increase in price compared to the previous days, totaling exactly 7 million. Zhang Zhen replied, "Received. Thank you for your hard work." Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the manager and the female staff, he scanned the code again to complete the payment. "Please deliver the goods to this address." Zhang Zhen sent the warehouse location to the manager, who nodded repeatedly, "No problem. I will arrange for the delivery immediately." Zhang Zhen then turned to the female staff, saying, "Let's add each other on WeChat. Next time, I will handle transactions directly through my phone, and you can take care of the delivery." All right, I will scan you." In addition to the robotic dog, Zhang Zhen also wished to purchase a mechanical exoskeleton and a battle vehicle. Regrettably, both of these items are classified as controlled substances. Achieving an immediate resolution is certainly out of the question. We must first procure the civilian versions and then proceed with some modifications. In the police station, Tang Xiping and her parents each signed their names and pressed their fingerprints on the acknowledgement document. Considering the relatively contrite demeanor displayed by the three of you, we have decided to exercise leniency. Otherwise, based on the charges of provoking disturbances, a minimum of 10 days detention would be warranted. This family of three is undoubtedly a formidable force within their own domain. Despite their earlier arrogance at the hotel, once in the police vehicle, they seamlessly transitioned into a collective display of submission, incessantly flattering the officers, particularly the elderly couple, shamelessly kneeling upon entering the precinct, weeping profusely in regret for their past actions. This left the officers in a state of exasperation, ultimately opting for a lighter punishment within the bounds of legality. Grateful beyond measure, the family vowed to refrain from any future misdeeds. However, upon exiting the police station, their expressions morphed into one of seething resentment. How unfortunate it was that even the police sided with that scoundrel Zhang Zhen. After living for over half a century, it was their first encounter with law enforcement. Indeed, Zhang Zhen demonstrated a complete lack of compassion, infuriating them further. "Daughter, I trust you have finally come to terms with this? I suggest we arrange a meeting with Boss Ma. He has had his eye on you for quite some time. It would be best to finalize the engagement today." "I wholeheartedly agree. Although Boss Ma is somewhat older, he possesses a tender nature and, more importantly, substantial wealth. Marrying him would ensure a life of luxury. And your mother and I would benefit as well." Tang Xiping nodded emphatically. "All right, I will heed your advice. We shall settle accounts with that cur Zhang Zhen at a later date. Mother, contact Mr. Ma and inform him that my bride price is set at 500,000. a residence in a prestigious central district, no less than a 3-bedroom apartment in a Xiaomi SU7. Should he acquiesce to my demands, I shall consent to matrimony. Apocalyptic realm. Cognizant of the disadvantaged nascent ability wielders face against the Black Eyes, Zhang Zhen leads his team in search of solitary Black Eyes to hone their skills and augment their combat prowess. The acquired crystal cores are distributed according to merit, thereby enhancing everyone's fighting capabilities. Subsequently, Zhang Zhen, with his emboldened comrades, advances towards Building 8 of the Sky Construction Complex in battle formation. Scarcely halfway there, Momo suddenly becomes alert. We are surrounded. As the words escape her lips, a dozen figures materialize from the shadows, swiftly encircling Zhang Zhen and his team. Clearly, their intentions are malevolent. Chapter 31. A legitimate request fulfilled. Robbery foiled. In response to the sudden predicament, the team members instinctively converge around Zhang Zhen, rapidly forming a battle array. Zhang Zhen stands at the vanguard, confronting the adversaries head-on. Behind him are Little Fatty, Momo, and Wu Qinyu. Little Black flanks the left, while Little Wu takes the right. Xiangzi anchors the rear, with the three of them, alongside Zhang Zhen, safeguarding the periphery, thus shielding the three less formidable members at the center. This is the battle formation Zhang Zhen has meticulously crafted based on the current composition of their group. Unaware of the enemy's capabilities, Zhang Zhen and his team refrain from brandishing their firearms, yet they have unzipped their holsters, poised to draw their weapons at a moment's notice. A fearsome, bald figure bearing a terrifying scar across his face, clad in a brown fur coat, strode forth with an air of indifference, flanked by 3 or 4 underlings. The plump man's expression tightened as he murmured the name of his adversary, Su Lao Lu. With Su Lao Lu's appearance, a cadre of over 20 individuals lurking in the shadows began to reveal themselves. Goodness, they numbered merely 7, yet among them were 2 strikingly beautiful women, one a stunning beauty, the other equally captivating. Indeed, one was graceful and poised, while the other was charmingly delicate, embodying the essence of breathtaking beauty, a true marvel to behold. Together, they promised double the delight. How impressively cultured you are, seamlessly weaving idioms together. Are you perhaps aspiring for further academic pursuits? Their expressions were brash and unfriendly. Truly, strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Su Lao Lu proclaimed arrogantly, though I, Su Lao Lu, may not be a regional overlord, I command a formidable team of several dozen brothers, the strongest in this area. How dare anyone possess the audacity to abduct my subordinate, leaving me, the leader, in such a predicament? If this matter is not handled properly, how can I maintain the allegiance of my followers and lead my team? Su Lao Lu wore a dismissive expression, his gaze ultimately settling on Zhang Zhen. So, you are Zhang Zhen? You possess quite the audacity to encroach upon my territory. Have you truly grown weary of life? The plump man swiftly stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, Su Lao Lu, how can you dare utter such words? Is it amusing to deflect blame? It was my own volition to join Zhang Zhen's ranks, and you are well aware of the reasons behind my choice. I was on the verge of starvation before finding my own path. I am grateful to boss Zhang Zhen for recognizing my potential and taking me in. You disregarded me, treating me as if I were invisible, and now you emerge, proclaiming yourself as the leader. Your ambition and ulterior motives are glaringly obvious. Su Lao Lu rebuked with a dark countenance, you ungrateful traitor. If I hadn't taken you in, you would have either starved to death on the streets or been devoured by zombies. You are devoid of gratitude. Today, I will flay you alive to show everyone the consequences of treachery. As for you, Zhang Zhen, sever one of your legs and provide me with 2 individuals, along with all of your provisions, and I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I will annihilate you. Su Lao's lecherous gaze lingered on Momo and Wu Qinyu. His sinister intentions were unmistakable. He was already fantasizing about the 2 beauties fawning over him. Zhang Zhen scoffed. Based on what? Are you too impoverished to afford a mirror? You can always use your urine, or borrow someone else's if you can't produce your own. Su Lao Lu grinned menacingly. Did you think that if you didn't cooperate, I would be helpless? Let me tell you the truth. In addition to those who are here ambushing you, another group of my men has gone to ransack your base. Zhang Zhen, you have no way out. If you don't want to die here and become food for zombies, then do as I say. Zhang Zhen's expression changed drastically, as did the expressions of his teammates. In the desolate world, finding a safe haven is a formidable challenge. Being homeless equates to death, and nothing is more despairing than being robbed of one's sanctuary. Even though Zhang Zhen and his companions were venturing to establish a new campsite, the old camp had absorbed considerable effort and dedication. They had barely departed when it was besieged by others, an occurrence that could hardly fail to incite their ire. Su Laolu laughed heartily, shedding any pretense. I have come to provoke. What can you do about it? After all, I wield a firearm. Upon hearing this, his underlings promptly brandished their rudimentary gunpowder weapons, their dark barrels aimed squarely at Zhang Zhen and his group. Prior to this moment, Zhang Zhen might have felt a twinge of apprehension, but now, fear was an alien concept. The crude craftsmanship of their firearms, a mere metal tube affixed to it, left much to be desired, raising doubts about their efficacy. Zhang Zhen had no doubt they could fire, but it was improbable that all would function. Some were likely mere props for intimidation. As the astonishment and anger on the faces of his adversaries gradually transformed into smiles, Su Laolu believed he must be mistaken. Long before the outbreak of the virus, Su Laolu was notorious for his ruthlessness, infamous for his merciless demeanor. After societal order collapsed, he leveraged his experience to assemble a band that pillaged for resources, quickly establishing a foothold. Throughout the years, he had never encountered anyone who was unafraid of death. Thus, he preferred to dismiss the possibility that he was witnessing anything but a fade of calm from this group. Little did Su Laolu realize that he was brandishing his weapon before a formidable adversary. Brothers, reveal your weapons, commanded Zhang Zhen. With that, chaos ensued. His firearm handling, encompassing stance, chambering, aiming, and other nuances, effortlessly surpassed that of the motley crew. Even the most recent addition to the team, the diminutive stout fellow, radiated self-assurance in his gaze and demeanor, undergoing a metamorphosis into an indomitable warrior. Initially taken aback, Su Laolu erupted in boisterous laughter, inquiring, "Where did you procure these toy firearms? Moreover, they appear to be antiquated models. Did you unearth them from a decades-old toy emporium? Are you attempting to intimidate your progenitor?" Bang! Zhang Zhen discharged his weapon, the sound attenuated by the addition of a silencer. In the ensuing moment, Su Laolu beheld a sanguine perforation materializing above his right patella. Crimson fluid gushed forth, rapidly saturating his trousers. Ouch! An acute agony overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of maintaining his footing. He collapsed to the ground, emitting a plaintive cry. "What was that you were saying about a leg?" Zhang Zhen queried with a sardonic grin. "Very well, your wish is my command. Pray tell, what else do you desire?" "You scoundrels, obliterate them," Su Laolu commanded through gritted teeth. Bang, bang, bang. The two henchmen brandishing authentic firearms were simultaneously perforated by Momo and her cohorts before they could ignite their fuses. As for Su Lao's remaining retinue, each and every one was rendered speechless by trepidation. These were genuine firearms. The rudimentary, handcrafted powder guns were as flimsy as paper in the face of the real McCoy. Su Laolu slumped to the ground, his countenance supplanted by consternation and dread, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. "Chief, he mentioned he requires 2 individuals. Momo deliberately raised her voice. "We have fulfilled our request, yet he still demands all our resources." This statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 32. A single pair of underpants conquers all, boldly undermining the foundation with a crack. Those few individuals wielding makeshift gunpowder firearms hastily discarded their makeshift torches. In the presence of a genuine weapon of mass destruction, such contraptions were utterly inferior. Holding them was far too conspicuous. And witnessing 2 colleagues being reduced to mere riddles left them in utter horror. They had no desire to follow suit. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Zhen and his companions had acquired firearms that had been obsolete for over 2 decades? They had intended to rely on their rudimentary gunpowder weapons to wreak havoc and elevate their team's prowess, bringing a radiant glow to each member's face. However, in comparison, they were rendered insignificant. "What are you all hesitating for? Hand over all your belongings," Zhang Zhen commanded. The opposition appeared reluctant to cooperate, each one dawdling. Bang! Zhang Zhen shot Su Laolu in the other leg, threatening, "Hurry up." Blood once again soaked the fabric of his trousers, and Su Laolu gritted his teeth in agony. "If you're going to rob me, just rob me. Why shoot at me? Who is opposing you?" I haven't even voiced any dissent. Zhang Zhen scoffed derisively. "Who told you to be the leader?" As the old seeing that Zhang Zhen had not lowered his weapon, Su Laolu panicked instantly. "What are you dawdling about? Do as you're told immediately. If any of you slowpokes cause me to catch another bullet, I won't spare him." This fellow was only tough within his own ranks. The underlings, left with no choice, complied. Subsequently, a dozen individuals rummaged through their pockets, failing to amass even a complete package of instant noodles. One offered half a sausage, another a piece of bread. The most pathetic produced merely half a bag of broken rice crackers. Even little Fatty, who had once experienced extreme hunger, wore an expression of utter disdain. "This is it. And you dare call yourselves the strongest force in the area? Your audacity is astounding. Glancing at Zhang Zhen's team, any one of them could easily outshine them all in terms of provisions. Zhang Zhen was clearly dissatisfied. I will reiterate one last time. You are to surrender all your personal belongings. What do you mean? The other party claimed to have emptied their pockets, assuring there were no hidden items. Zhang Zhen's gaze fell upon the thick gold chain around Su Lao Lu's neck, and he scoffed. Clothing, weapons, and all trinkets and accessories. Zhang Zhen, don't push it too far. Su Lao Lu exclaimed anxiously. Having suffered a setback due to his lack of strength, Su Lao Lu accepted it. He knew he had to face the consequences, but there was a limit to what he would endure. They had their dignity. Bang! Zhang Zhen fired another shot, hitting Su Lao Lu in the upper thigh. Before Su Lao Lu could scream in agony, Zhang Zhen lamented, "Alas, my marksmanship still requires practice. I had intended to hit the middle leg, but I missed by a few centimeters." Su Lao Lu, carry on. Don't stop. I hold a deep admiration for individuals of unwavering resolve. What significance does a leader hold if they readily yield? I implore you, in the presence of your numerous subordinates, to exhibit your indomitable spirit and serve as an exemplar. Su Lao Lu retorted, his eyes wide with incredulity. I am not a fool. To safeguard my manhood, I shall not afford you another opportunity to discharge your weapon. Disrobe. Divest yourselves of your garments before him. Su Lao Lu, setting an example, shed his outer garments and cast his gold chain to the ground. Observing this, his underlings, no longer burdened by psychological constraints, emulated his actions. Only then did Zhang Zhen deign to regard Su Lao Lu with genuine interest. He possessed a remarkable capacity for endurance. Zhang Zhen had intended to subject him to a trial by fire. Had Su Lao Lu clung to his pride as a leader, even feigning defiance, Zhang Zhen would have had justifiable cause to eliminate him. Activating his Eye of Insight, Zhang Zhen beheld Su Lao Lu's personal attributes: Constitution, 99. Blood Qi, 97. Ability, Shadow Lurk, S-rank ability, enabling the concealment of allies' presence. Level, Initial Awakened, Level 5, 4280. Accomplishments, Tier 1 Zombies, 172. No wonder this man had ascended to the position of leader. His constitution and blood qi had attained the zenith of ordinary human potential, and his accomplishments were equally notable. Su Lao Lu's ability was formidable, the first S-rank ability Zhang Zhen had encountered since entering this apocalyptic realm. This elucidated how they had managed to ambush them with such stealth, evading Momo's olfactory senses until they were ensnared within the ambush perimeter. Su Lao Lu was worthy of being Zhang Zhen's adversary. His cohort of subordinates also possessed above-average capabilities. A sentiment of nurturing talent stirred within Zhang Zhen's heart. The incorporation of even a few of these individuals could substantially augment the team's capabilities. However, given their current adversarial posture, extending leniency to the opposition would constitute an act of cruelty towards one's own comrades. Therefore, the infliction of humiliation remained imperative. Were it not for the presence of female members within the ranks, they would have been divested of even their undergarments. Their countenances were pallid, their bodies trembling in the frigid breeze. A collection of mere tatterdemalion. Zhang Zhen summoned Xiao He, whispering a few words into his ear. A smile played upon Xiao He's lips, and he nodded in rapid succession. Swiftly, Xiao He gathered the valuable gold and silver ornaments, piling the garments atop a carton of Zhang's Hongwang cigarettes, before conjuring a fireball. Boom, boom, boom. The refuse was propelled skyward, transforming into fluttering fragments. Su Lao Lu led his underlings on a predatory expedition, only to find themselves stripped of all but their trousers. As the ringleader, his reputation lay in utter ruin. Esteemed companions, we shall embark upon an assault on a nascent encampment, situated within Block 8 of the Tianzhu residential complex. All are welcome to witness the spectacle or to pledge allegiance to our cause. Zhang Zhen intended not merely to poach, but to do so with audacious transparency. To extend an invitation after subjecting them to degradation was out of the question. In this apocalyptic epoch, could dignity serve as sustenance or quench one's thirst? Garments, owing to their attribute of durability, were not as scarce as provisions, for one must consume 3 meals daily, which, once ingested, are promptly digested, necessitating further consumption. One could readily procure an abundance of attire by simply entering any nearby household. In the company of Su Lao Lu, one would not only endure differential treatment but also suffer from frequent starvation. Under the leadership of our esteemed Zhang, one would partake of 3 daily repasts, not only sufficient in quantity but also exquisite in quality, with delicacies such as hot pot, beef, ham sausages, and instant noodles relegated to the periphery. Little Fatty called out loudly, "With my unremarkable abilities, the leader does not disdain me but entrusts me with significant responsibilities, granting me the same fair treatment as everyone else in the team. Our leader is willing to overlook past grievances. What are you waiting for?" Instantly, a group of individuals had their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Witnessing the performance of his subordinates, Su Laoyu's face turned a shade of green with envy. "Let us go," Zhang Zhen proclaimed, leading the group away with determination. Su Laolu watched helplessly as they departed, powerless to intervene. It was only after they had retreated far enough that he erupted in impotent rage, "A bunch of worthless fools. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, you stand idly by while your leader is humiliated. Are you not men? Where has your spirit gone?" The subordinates lowered their heads in silence, hastily wrapping themselves in their tattered clothing when an unusual noise echoed around them. "Not good, leader. The sound of the firecrackers has attracted the surrounding zombies. We must retreat quickly. As for the rest, it would be wise to deliberate further." Without hesitation, a few individuals hoisted Su Laolu and fled, while the others scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhen's small team of 7 arrived at the outskirts of Tianzhu community. From a distance, they could see the zombies wandering within the complex, roughly estimating their numbers to exceed 100. In the sunlight, the zombies' pupils glimmered like black gemstones. Clearly, this was a formidable challenge. Chapter 33. Securing a new base. The enchanting beauty voluntarily offers warmth. Zhang Zhen deployed a reconnaissance drone, swiftly confirming the number of zombies within the community yard: 56 black-eyed zombies, 34 gray-eyed zombies, and the least common, only 17 ordinary zombies. This situation stands in stark contrast to the outside world, where ordinary zombies predominate, followed by gray-eyed ones, with the black-eyed being the rarest. This confirms Momo's assertions. This place was the initial epicenter of the viral outbreak, evolving into a congregation of the undead. The attire of the zombies reveals that most were residents of the community, with a few clad in security and cleaning uniforms. The community's gates are tightly secured, rendering them unable to escape. Thus, they can only meander within the courtyard. Momo opened her eyes and reported that there are over 100 zombies in the underground parking lot, mirroring the situation above, but with a greater prevalence of the formidable black-eyed variety. Furthermore, each building harbors varying numbers of zombies. Some are confined within rooms, others roam the hallways, and a few are trapped in the elevators. The total count of zombies approaches 400. Despite having mentally prepared for this, the team members could not suppress their astonishment upon hearing the figure: 400 zombies, with over half being the black-eyed ones. Had it not been for Zhang Zhen acquiring a cache of formidable weaponry, it would be unthinkable for even 70 or 700 individuals to dare trespass in this area. Faced with a significantly heightened challenge, Zhang Zhen was not disheartened. Rather, he wore an expression of having stumbled upon a treasure. The multitude of zombies indicates that this place remains untouched. Thus, everything within Building 8 is pristine, a veritable gift of a perfect campsite. As the leader of the team, Zhang Zhen's demeanor greatly influences the morale of his comrades. Witnessing his unwavering confidence, the team members too felt a surge of assurance in their ability to secure the campsite. While maneuvering the drone, Zhang Zhen declared, "Little Fatty, it's your turn. Boss, just watch me." Having joined the team and enjoying their hospitality and equipment, Fatty was eager to prove his worth and dispel any notion of being a burden. Under the watchful eyes of Xiaohei and Xiangzi, he advanced towards the perimeter wall of the residential complex, while concurrently, Zhang Zhen activated the drone's release mechanism. A loud king firecracker plummeted from the drone, its fuse hissing with white smoke as it descended to Earth. Zhang Zhen's arsenal of drone-mounted explosives included some with considerable destructive potential. However, he opted for the firecracker to avoid damaging any property within the complex, which he now considered his responsibility. Bang! The explosive sound reverberated, drawing the attention of the horde of zombies, who surged towards the noise. Fatty quickened his pace to the wall, placing both hands firmly against its surface. Whoosh! From the points of contact, twin earthen walls erupted, arching forward while simultaneously increasing in height and breadth. Soon, the two walls converged, forming a complete enclosure. Though drenched in perspiration from the exertion, Fatty pressed on, determined to finish the task. The earthen barriers steadily reached a height of 3 meters, a figure derived from prior encounters with solitary zombies, representing the maximum climbing height of the black-eyed zombies. With gritted teeth, Fatty erected 7 platforms, each 1 7/10 meters tall. Behind the protective walls, these platforms, measuring 60 centimeters in length and width, featured 5 descending steps. This design not only provided a stable firing position, but also reinforced the earthen structure, achieving a dual purpose. Thus, a formidable defensive position was established. Exhausted, Little Fatty nearly depleted his powers to accomplish these tasks, panting heavily, his garments drenched in perspiration. "Well done, brother," Little Black said, patting him on the shoulder. "It's my turn now." Little Fatty nodded, proceeding to the side with Xiangzi's assistance. Little Black swiftly set up explosive charges on the wall, connecting them with a fuse. Zhang Zhen, understanding the principle of leveraging each person's talents, entrusted the demolition work to him, given his pyrokinetic abilities. Little Black, already quite astute, dedicated himself to studying video materials, ultimately mastering numerous blasting techniques. Boom. As Little Black activated the detonator, a breach over a meter wide appeared in the wall, allowing easy access to the earthwork fortification. The sound attracted the zombies inside, causing them to turn back. Zhang Zhen led the group into the stronghold with the utmost haste, each ascending a firing platform, unleashing a barrage upon the swarming zombies. Drawing upon their prior experience hunting solitary black-eyed zombies, their coordination was impeccable, prioritizing the black-eyed targets first. The gray-eyed and ordinary zombies could not leap 3 meters high, so they were ignored, even when they reached the base of the wall. As for the black-eyed zombies, most were shot in the head at close range while scaling the earthen wall. Moreover, some were easily eliminated when they were hindered by the gray-eyed and ordinary zombies. At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. Virtually every shot was a kill. Before the operation, Zhang Zhen ensured everyone had ample ammunition, and when someone reloaded, their comrades would provide covering fire, maintaining a continuous output. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the undead fell in droves. Zhang Zhen favored the shotgun, possessing not only the rapid firing 15-round Taver TS-12, but also a dozen Remington shotguns stashed within his spatial inventory, each loaded to capacity. The shotgun was an unparalleled weapon for close-quarters combat, requiring minimal precision. Its widespread felling swathes of enemies with each blast. Often, a single shot would obliterate the heads of adjacent zombies. Observing this, Zhang Zhen strategically targeted densely packed areas, unleashing devastating sprays that felled numerous foes. The dreaded black-eyed zombies, objects of universal terror, were rendered helpless against such overwhelming firepower. A woman of striking figure observed the scene from atop a distant building, her antique monocular revealing a visage of astonishment upon her delicate, oval face. Before long, over 100 zombies lay prostrate before the earthen barricade. Though their bodies formed a macabre bridge for their successors, none managed to surmount the wall. A testament to Zhang Zhen's meticulous planning. The defensive perimeter, a semicircle spanning 10 meters in diameter, was manned by 7 individuals along a 16-meter front, maintaining a comfortable 2-meter separation between each. This arrangement provided ample space for maneuverability without compromising defensive responsiveness, a veritable masterpiece of tactical deployment. Rather than rashly leading his company into the residential area, Zhang Zhen first deployed 30 robotic canines to scout the surroundings. As anticipated, these mechanical scouts discovered several immobile, legless zombies lurking within flower beds and grassy patches, still alive and posing a potential threat. Xiangzi, Xiao He, and Xiao Wu each took separate paths, employing their shotguns to confront the foes one by one. Zhang Zhen, accompanied by Wu Qinyu and Xiao Peng, followed Mo Mo's lead to the property office, where they dispatched several zombies and retrieved all the keys to Building 8 from a drawer. Upon their arrival at the foot of Building 8, they found Xiao He and the others waiting for them. With a click, Mo effortlessly unlocked the entrance door, and the group was adorned with expressions of exhilaration. At last, they had secured a new camp, one that was nothing short of perfect. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Come, let us explore our new abode." Zhang Zhen gestured with his hand. Everyone understood the unspoken rules, allowing Zhang Zhen to be the first to enter. The first floor was devoid of residents. Upon entry, they were greeted by an opulent lobby. To the left lay a gymnasium, while the right housed an entertainment area, exclusively for the residents of this building. On the second floor, the electronic lock on the entrance door was utterly malfunctioning. Fortunately, Mo discovered a spare mechanical key, successfully unlocking the door. The expansive 360 square meter area was a testament to luxury, undeniably the most expensive residential complex in the city. Those privileged enough to be owners of this building were either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble status. Regrettably, they would never have the chance to inhabit it and enjoy its splendor. Instead, it would become a mere garment for Zhang Zhen. "Boss, which floor do you wish to reside on?" Mo inquired, echoing the curiosity of the others. Only after Zhang Zhen had made his choice would they be entitled to select their own. The third floor, Zhang Zhen decisively stated, due to the power outage. The elevator was inoperable, and ascending such heights would be arduous. The second floor felt too low, compromising a degree of privacy. Then we shall occupy the second floor. One declared, perfectly accommodating for the four of us and ensuring the protection of our leader. Xiao sought the opinions of his companions, and all three expressed their agreement. Seeing this, Mo suggested, Xiao, how about we occupy the fourth floor while the four of them stay below to protect the boss? We can oversee from above. What do you think? She believed her proposal was flawless, leaving Wu Qianyu with no reason to decline. To her surprise, Wu Qianyu replied, I will stay on the same floor as the boss to conveniently attend to his daily needs. It must be exhausting for him to manage such a large room alone and handle all the miscellaneous tasks. I excel at household chores, so I can assist him with those small matters. Mo widened her eyes, thinking to herself, Wu Qianyu, you lack integrity. As a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, what do you know about household responsibilities or caregiving? If you want to help the boss in bed, just say so directly. Don't be so obvious with your little schemes. Chapter 34, The Team's Abundant Gains. Testing cadres with beauty, I believe Sister Xiao has a point. The boss indeed requires someone to care for him, while living alone on a floor, said Xiaoping. As both he and Wu Qianyu had joined the group later, they shared a closer bond, naturally leaning towards supporting Wu Qianyu. Mo felt a pang of regret. As a former real estate salesperson, she prided herself on understanding the intricacies of social dynamics, and believed she could manage matters more thoroughly. Little did she expect to be outmaneuvered by a junior college girl, especially one who was a sheltered princess studying dance. Mo felt utterly defeated in her endeavors. At this moment, Xiangzi spoke up, suggesting that Mo might also stay on the third floor with the leader, alongside Xiaoyu, to care for him. Mo was so thrilled that she almost wanted to express her gratitude to Xiangzi's ancestors. In crucial moments, one must rely on their own people. Although the team consisted of only 7 members, it was evident that they were divided into 2 small factions. Mo, along with Xiao Wu, and Xiangzi, as seasoned members, naturally leaned towards mutual support. However, Mo did not anticipate that she would soon face betrayal. This isn't quite appropriate. Mo insisted on residing on the 4th floor to provide protection for the leader from above. Xiao frowned and remarked, if she stays on the 3rd floor, there will be no one above. Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, I also believe it's not suitable. Mo's ability was enhanced olfaction. Being higher up would allow her to sense from a greater distance. If climbing the stairs weren't so exhausting, I would have suggested that Mo stay on the top floor. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. You truly are considerate, understanding how to make the best use of resources. Yet, among the 3 of her allies, 2 opposed her. Just as Mo rejoiced at the current tie of 2-2, Xiangzi shifted his stance. I have not thought this through. It would be more appropriate for Mo to stay on the 4th floor. Mo's heart sank, and she reluctantly accepted this outcome. Wu Chenyu's heart danced with joy, as she would finally be able to reside under the same roof as Zhang Zhen. The thought of potential romantic encounters that night made the beautiful woman's cheeks flush, her heart racing like a startled deer. The group took a moment to rest, filled their stomachs with dinner, and then prepared to deal with the zombies in the underground parking lot. Zhang Zhen had initially planned to proceed cautiously, but he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the process of securing the new base had unfolded. Emboldened by their recent triumph, a complete eradication of the remaining infected became imperative. The mere thought of coexisting with those cadaverous beings was anathema to Zhang Zhen, disrupting his peace of mind. The timely arrival of Xiaoping, a veritable powerhouse, facilitated the rapid construction of an impregnable bastion, leaving their adversaries helpless and resigned to their inevitable demise. Without Xiaoping's invaluable contribution, the task of securing the residential complex would have been an arduous and protracted endeavor, potentially consuming an entire day for Zhang Zhen and his 5 companions. Thus, Su Lao Lu's lack of discernment in dismissing such an asset as mere refuse proved to be Zhang Zhen's good fortune. Xiaoping, this is a special reward for you. Replenish your strength and prepare for further endeavors. Zhang Zhen presented him with a lavish assortment of post-dinner delicacies procured from the esteemed Xinrong Hotel, a complete millefeuille cake, a box of molten lava cake, and a bottle of the ever-delightful soda. This trio of treats constituted an unparalleled energy surge. Boss, how did you surmise my penchant for sweets? Xiaoping exclaimed, his elation palpable. Zhang Zhen mused inwardly. Was it truly a matter of conjecture? Could one attain such a prodigious physique without a fondness for such indulgences? The magnanimity extended toward Xiaopeng stemmed from the recognition that he would once again be entrusted with the pivotal role of fortifying their defenses. The previous engagement had undoubtedly taken its toll on the corpulent warrior, yet he had persevered, gritting his teeth and participating in the subsequent operations. A proper replenishment was therefore warranted. I am deeply grateful, boss. I shall demonstrate through my actions that every morsel I consume is earned through my own merit. Xiaopeng declared with unwavering conviction. Concurrently, atop a distant edifice, a young woman clutched a monocular telescope, her comely visage betraying a profound astonishment. Su, a dapper gentleman, clad in a tailored suit and sporting meticulously groomed hair, emerged from the stairwell, his lips curled into an expression of innate disdain. How fares the situation? Have those arrogant fools retreated? Despite the current apocalyptic circumstances, this fellow remains entirely unaltered in his demeanor, exuding the unmistakable air of a wealthy heir. Adorning his wrist is a timepiece valued at the price of a modest dwelling, while 3 fingers grasp an exquisite cigar worth a fortune. It is worth noting that many struggle to procure even ordinary cigarettes, resorting to rolling leaves to satisfy their cravings, yet he indulges in the finest cigars. Before Su could respond, the young master chuckled. There hasn't been a peep from over there. Could they have been devoured by zombies? I always say one must possess self-awareness. The situation at Tianzhu community is exceedingly intricate. Even we dare not venture forth lightly, let alone a mere squad of 6 or 7 individuals. Thus, what is rightfully ours cannot be seized by anyone. Su, you too, are being a tad overly anxious. Once our ranks swell, we shall swiftly mobilize towards Tianzhu, seizing building number 8 as our stronghold, with the finest 3rd floor reserved solely for you. Furrowing her brow, Su replied, Tianzhu has been taken by them. What? Absolutely impossible. See for yourself. The young master took the binoculars, and as he beheld the mountain of corpses, astonishment on his face gradually morphed into fury. Damn it! Who dares to encroach upon our territory, audaciously claiming what we have set our sights upon? I refuse to accept this. Yin Xiao is enraged. Rest assured, Su, I shall reclaim building number 8 at Tianzhu and present it to you, regardless of their origins. They must yield it to me, or I shall feed them to the zombies. With a disdainful hum, Su turned and departed, her contempt palpable for such impotent rage. Su, wait for me. Celestial abode residences following their repast, the squad undertook a swift mopping-up operation, primarily to gather the crystalline cores. The tally from this engagement amounted to 56 obsidian cores and 35 umber cores. Zhang resolved to cleanse the parking structure of all remaining undead before apportioning the spoils based on individual contributions. The subterranean parking facility comprised 2 levels, with the preponderance of the undead congregated on the lower level. Zhang distributed night vision devices and affixed tactical flashlights beneath the barrels of their firearms, transforming the inky blackness into a navigable terrain. The septet advanced in combat formation, arriving at a more expansive area. Zhang and company continued their fusillade, while Xiaopeng expeditiously erected a bulwark. As his palms met the earth, a circular earthen wall rose skyward, connecting directly with the concrete ceiling, leaving apertures for firing. With the battlement complete, Xiaopeng established 3 low walls, each 30 centimeters in height, around the perimeter to impede the advance of the undead. Many were tripped by these barriers, only to be dispatched with a single shot to the head before they could regain their footing. The team's synergy grew with each passing moment, and in a mere matter of minutes, they had lured over 80% of the undead, gleefully sending them to their final reward. The subsequent task involved clearing out every nook and cranny, ensuring that no stragglers remained. 2 hours later, the operation concluded flawlessly. 3rd floor living room, spoils division, 10 umber cores and 15 obsidian cores for each of you. Any objections? Zhang inquired. This is equitable, the group affirmed, expressing no dissent. Here is a midnight snack for you all to take back and enjoy. Feel free to have some beer, but don't overindulge, as we need to continue clearing out the zombies and the other buildings tomorrow. Zhang Zhen made a quick trip back to the real world and had his personal butler deliver 10 servings of barbecue skewers to reward everyone. The team was overjoyed and thanked Zhang Zhen before taking their leave, though Mo's eyes held a hint of melancholy. Zhang Zhen took the skewers to the dining room. Noticing the candelabra on the table, he retrieved 2 portions of top-grade Wagyu beef and a bottle of red wine from his private collection. This would set the mood just right. Xiaoyu, dinner is ready. Just a moment, I'll be right there. Wu Qinyu responded from the bedroom. Zhang Zhen shrugged. wondering why she wasn't more enthusiastic about dinner. What was she up to? A moment later, a fragrant breeze filled Zhang Zhen's nostrils. In the flickering candlelight, a graceful figure with alluring curves was outlined beneath a light veil. Zhang Zhen, you haven't seen me dance before. I would like to perform a dance for you to add to the ambience. Before Zhang Zhen could react, Wu Qianyu began to display her lithe movements. The veil was a hastily modified curtain taken from the window. Because it didn't fit properly, glimpses of certain beautiful features were intermittently revealed. Zhang Zhen's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard involuntarily. Is this some kind of test? Chapter 35. What's offered at the door? Not only eat, but also eat full. What is described as boneless grace? What is described as a startled swan? Zhang Zhen wanted to compliment Wu Qianyu, but the words failed him. After racking his brain, he realized his knowledge was limited. Alas, I have suffered the consequences of a lack of education. Had I known better, I would have pursued higher studies, even if it were merely a diploma, rather than rushing into the world of delivery after high school. I must concede that children nurtured in affluent families tend to excel remarkably. Wu Qianyu, from a tender age, received the most formal dance training, with her parents lavishly investing in renowned instructors for personalized lessons. Coupled with Wu Qianyu's innate talent, she has already achieved a professional standard at such a young age, effortlessly accumulating awards from various competitions. Every gesture she makes exudes the elegance of a true master. Each movement is executed with utmost precision, showcasing an exquisite control of detail that reveals profound artistry in the subtleties. Zhang Zhen was utterly captivated, his gaze unwavering. At the dining table, the presence of delectable dishes paired with a beautiful young lady performing a dance is a dream many men yearn for. In the realm of reality, such moments are confined to short videos. Like most, Zhang Zhen could only watch enviously through his phone screen. To his astonishment, this regal experience materialized even in the apocalyptic dimension, visually stunning, breathtaking, and overwhelming beauty. Zhang Zhen found himself uncontrollably swallowing in awe. Noticing his reaction, Wu Qianyu's brows lifted slightly, feeling that her efforts had not been in vain. Indeed, with her extraordinary beauty and graceful dance, how could she possibly fail to captivate the man before her? As the dance concluded, Wu Qianyu gazed intently at Zhang Zhen with her sparkling, captivating eyes. Ready to embrace him at the slightest beckon, Zhang Zhen emerged from his stupor. Unable to suppress a flush of embarrassment, he cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Wu Qianyu, instantly beaming with joy, gracefully unfurled her long legs beneath her gauzy attire and began to approach him. Zhang Zhen stammered, "Dinner." The stunning beauty first appeared taken aback, then her expression fell into profound disappointment. Zhang Zhen was a pragmatic individual, wholly indifferent to the delectable feast that awaited him. First sustenance, then indulgence. Wu Qianyu's demeanor was one of melancholy. She could not help but wonder whether Zhang Zhen was simply uninterested in women or perhaps incapable in that regard. Or perhaps he was afflicted by both. Had you mentioned this sooner, you would have spared me the agony of my feelings, she thought, as she sliced into her steak. She deliberately made the knife scrape loudly against the plate, an overt expression of her dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the exquisite cuisine soon soothed her wounded spirit. Zhang Zhen poured red wine into a goblet, and Wu Qianyu, feeling no need for pretense, lifted it to her lips, considering it a reward for her earlier efforts in dancing. Once satiated, Zhang Zhen took Wu Qianyu's hand, which astonished her. However, having been somewhat prepared for this moment, she did not resist. Their recent interactions, coupled with the 2 instances in which he had saved her life, had fostered a budding affection within her for him. In a world fraught with peril, the survival of a delicate woman like herself hinged upon her alliance with a formidable man. The beauty wore a bashful expression, torn between rejection and acceptance. Zhang Zhen's philosophy was straightforward. Since she was willingly presenting herself, he would not only partake, but indulge fully. In the next moment, he swept her into his arms, striding purposefully toward the bedroom. Zhang Zhen, brimming with vitality, wished to submit all the assignments he owed to Tang Xiping directly to Wu Qianyu in one fell swoop. After a night of relentless exertion, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber just as dawn approached. 1 kilometer away, in Su Lao's camp, he sat in a wheelchair, his legs swathed like a mummy. He picked up a bowl of rich chicken soup and took a couple of sips, ignoring the envious glances of his subordinates, and inquired, "Is there any latest news? Has that Zhang brat met his demise yet? That fool, daring to lead 6 men to assault the Tianzhu community, is utterly delusional. The number of zombies there is not merely staggering, their strength is beyond imagination. How did he perish? Was he torn asunder by the undead?" A team member grimaced and replied, "Boss, as luck would have it, They have captured the Tianju community and successfully taken control of Building 8. What? Su Lalio's expression transformed into one of sheer incredulity. He knew all too well the capabilities of the team left behind by Zhu Zhihao. Out of 7 members, only Xiao He, Xiao Wu, and Xiangzi could fight, with Zhang Zhen being a possible addition. As for Momo, an enhanced sensory ability user, what combat prowess could she possibly possess? And the other, an incompetent, overweight individual who could only dig trenches, was even more pathetic than Momo. The lone unfamiliar beauty among them appeared to lack any remarkable traits as well. With such a ragtag group, they had managed to seize control of the coveted Building 8, an endeavor that many had long coveted yet dared not approach. What could possibly justify this? A few subordinates, aside from their astonishment, wore expressions tinged with delight. Clearly, they recalled Zhang Zhen's proactive recruitment from the previous day. As for the humiliation of being coerced into shedding their garments, they scarcely gave it a second thought. In a world ravaged by calamity, might is the ultimate truth. Lacking strength, enduring disgrace is a natural consequence. Furthermore, it was we who initiated the ambush. The mere fact that they refrained from gunfire to eliminate us all was a significant act of mercy. What are they even contemplating? Upon witnessing this, Su Lalio's countenance darkened, and he threatened coldly. I warn you, now that you have acknowledged me as your leader, should anyone dare to betray, I shall flay him alive. Such a threat would have instilled fear in everyone before yesterday. Yet now, no one took it seriously. Even a coward like Xiaoping dared to switch allegiances. What do we have to fear? The crux of the matter is that you, Su Laolu, have no recourse. Approaching them to stir trouble only resulted in losing both the woman and the troops. Your impotent fury leaves you with nothing but the ability to bully your own subordinates. On the 3rd floor, in the master bedroom, sunlight streamed through the white sheer curtains, illuminating the foot of the bed. Zhang Zhen opened his eyes, immediately feeling utterly exhausted. His waist ached, and his back throbbed. Reflecting on the previous night's events, he found them utterly insane. Glancing at Wu Qianyu, nestled in his embrace, she appeared blissfully unaware, deep in slumber. Zhang Zhen smirked, thinking he ought to hold her a bit tighter next time, lest some vital item prematurely expire. Fortunately, he had crystal cores. Absorbing a few should rejuvenate him. Resolute, he retrieved the spoils from yesterday from his left-hand space. The gray crystal nuclei were no longer efficacious for him, so he proceeded to absorb the black crystal nuclei directly. The initial pair yielded remarkable results, but their effects gradually diminished thereafter. Physique, 96, Vitality, 76, Abilities, left-hand space, S grade, 500 square meters. I have Insight, S grade, Unlimited uses, level, Initial awakened, level 5. 4380. Accomplishments, Tier 1 Zombies, 173. Physique can be readily interpreted as strength and agility, while vitality signifies endurance and potential. Observing his latest statistics, Zhang Zhen was overjoyed. Casting a glance at the great beauty in his arm, he mused that he finally surpassed the little girl in one aspect. Today was indeed an auspicious day. Chapter 36. Being soundly humiliated by a beauty, acquiring an artifact to clear buildings. A man, after all, should be robust and formidable. The little minx now knows my prowess, doesn't she? Aside from the statistical changes, both abilities had evolved into S grades. The left-hand space had expanded to 500 square meters, and the Eye of Insight had lost its qualifier of being effective only on the living, implying that it could now be employed to view the attribute data of zombies. Zhang Zhen intended to test it shortly. Furthermore, he made a novel discovery. He had spent the night in the post-apocalyptic world and had not returned to the real world. This suggested that traversing between the two worlds depended on his volition, rather than being solely reliant on sleep. Yesterday, he not only conquered a new camp and won over a great beauty, but also leveled up and evolved. Truly a triple blessing. Today is a splendid day. Zhang Zhen could not help but hum a tune. In the crook of his arm, Wu Qianyu first wrinkled her nose, then her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the sharply defined face just inches away, the stunning beauty instantly turned bashful. She hastily shut her eyes again and buried her head in Zhang Zhen's embrace, akin to an ostrich plunging into a mound of sand. The embarrassing scenes from the previous night replayed in her mind like a film, uncontrollably bursting forth. Now that she was awake, it was time to attend to serious matters. First, she needed to absorb the crystal nucleus, for upgrading was of utmost importance. Zhang Zhen, having experienced the benefits of absorbing the crystal nucleus, was eager to share this with Wu Qianyu, knowing that she too must be feeling the same aches and pains. Being close to each other, There was no need for any concealment. Wu Qinyu reopened her large eyes, her rosy lips pouting high, yet she obediently complied. This brought great joy to Zhang Zhen. For indeed, a man's sense of achievement is derived from conquering a woman. After consuming 5 black crystal nuclei, Wu Qinyu not only banished her fatigue, but also underwent a remarkable transformation. Zhang Zhen could hardly wait to activate his inside eye. Constitution, 100. Vitality, 96. Ability, water manipulation, a great ability. Capable of condensing 10L of water ball each time. Level, initial awakened, tier 32640. Record, tier 1 zombie, 56. Zhang Zhen felt a pang of frustration. After striving to elevate his constitution to 96, he was merely one step away from the pinnacle of ordinary humans. Yet, after only 10 minutes of joy, Wu Qinyu, a tier 3 initial awakened, came along with a perfect score of 100 to slap him in the face. With the aquatic manipulation ability evolving from A grade to A grade, approximately 100 uses of the power can be executed daily, which translates to the creation of 1 ton of crystalline water, sufficient to sustain an individual for 10 days. Currently, the team consists of 7 members, implying that even after the water reserves in the rooftop tank are depleted, concerns about water usage are unwarranted. As Wu Qinyu's level increases, the daily volume of water she can generate will also progressively expand. Zhang Zhen, suppressing his discontent, arose from his bed and instructed Wu Qinyu to prepare breakfast before venturing downstairs to engage in some physical activity. Subsequently, he began to reassure himself. What significance do superior statistics hold? I still dominate her, and she is still dutifully preparing my breakfast. Zhang Zhen traversed the main street and arrived at the adjacent Yunzhu residential complex. Pop! A small firecracker was tossed into the courtyard, immediately attracting the frenzied attention of the nearby zombie brethren. They were separated by a wrought iron fence, further fortified with barbed wire, proving insurmountable even for black-eyed zombies. Unperturbed, Zhang Zhen calmly assessed these impotently enraged creatures. Tier 1 zombie, common, speed, 40, normal human is 60. Reference constitution data for accuracy. Defense, 20. Lethality, 65. A mere 20 points of defense. It's no wonder Zhang Zhen was able to crack its skull with a single brick in the past. Next, he examined the gray-eyed zombie brethren. Tier 1 zombie, evolved gray eyes. Speed, 65. Defense, 60. Lethality, 80. The comprehensive combat capabilities of the gray-eyed zombie have reached the standard of an ordinary human. However, given that the majority of individuals exist in a state of suboptimal health, with severely insufficient physical constitution, they are simply no match for it. At last, there stood the black-eyed creature. First-tier zombie, evolved gray pupil. Speed, 85. Defense, 80. Lethality, 95. The statistics were astonishing. Nearing the level of a special forces operative, with its sharp fangs and claws extending from its fingertips, it posed a formidable threat to any ordinary individual. Confronted by these hideous, snarling beings, Zhang Zhen calmly retrieved his Taver shotgun and affixed a silencer. He then proceeded to identify each one in turn. Thanks to the contributions of his senior comrades, Zhang Zhen's personal combat record increased by 21, bringing him one step closer to his next upgrade. While returning to the Tianzhu community, an idea struck Zhang Zhen, prompting him to activate his Eye of Insight on a dead tree by the roadside. Infected by the virus, the magnolia tree has perished. Zhang Zhen chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his ability. He then shifted his gaze to the surroundings, continuously employing the Eye of Insight. Iron intelligent sorting trash can, electronic, battery module damaged, irreparable. Songzhou West Road, ordinary cement brick sidewalk, limestone curbstone. Building 2 of Tianzhu Community, reinforced concrete high-rise residential building, 22 stories tall, seismic rating of 7. Everything within Zhang Zhen's line of sight revealed its attribute data. How incredibly powerful! It was as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The evolved Eye of Insight could function akin to a 3D electronic map. In its presence, nothing could remain concealed. Zhang Zhen returned to the 3rd floor, quickly having a simple breakfast. He then embraced Wu Qinyu, who was clad in an apron, and gently kissed her forehead, saying, I must return to attend to some matters. I shall be back shortly. Please inform everyone to prepare for the building sweep. The beautiful woman nodded obediently. Almost instantly, she felt the arm around her waist lighten. Zhang Zhen had vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Zhang Zhen took a vehicle to the street renowned for electrical appliances. This area was dedicated to the sale of various power tools. The purpose of Zhang Zhen's visit was to procure a stair-climbing device. The highest floor in the community reached 26 stories, while the shortest had 12. With most hovering around the 18th floor. Ascending floor by floor was not only exhausting, but also exceedingly inefficient. Zhang Zhen selected a compact, track-based stair climber with a maximum load of 500 kilograms, capable of ascending 5,000 steps on a single charge. I will take 10 units, and I require an additional spare battery for each. The proprietor readily offered a discount, calculating the price at 2,000 yuan per unit, and personally delivered them to the courtyard Zhang Zhen had rented in a small delivery truck. Once the delivery man departed, Zhang Zhen stored the devices in his spatial inventory and proceeded directly to the apocalyptic dimension. His 6 team members were fully armed and on high alert. Boss, you are truly considerate. The team quickly mastered the operation of the stair climber, exclaiming in admiration, using this to ascend is effortless. We can complete the sweep of 11 buildings in a single day. Zhang Zhen organized the team into pairs, with one member operating the stair climber while wielding a handgun for supplementary firepower, while the other was armed with an assault rifle, shotgun, and submachine gun, ensuring a rapid transition between the 3 weapons to maintain a continuous output of firepower. Xiaohe and Xiaowu formed one team, while Xiangzi and Xiaoping comprised another, and Zhang Zhen paired with Wu Qianyu for the third. The 3 groups took turns acting as vanguards, with MOMO assigned to a solitary role, exempt from combat, yet tasked with discerning the circumstances on each floor. Commenced the operation. Zhang Zhen commanded, and the 7 of them, brimming with valor, advanced towards Unit 1 on the first floor. Chapter 37. Twin Sister Flowers. I desired double joy. The 2 units on the first floor were unoccupied, and the corridor, stairwell, and elevator area were deemed secure. Within the stairwell, 7 zombies lurked. Aside from one on the 5th floor, the remaining 6 were clustered on the 12th floor. Outside the elevator on the 2nd floor, a gray-eyed zombie awaited, while 4 black-eyed zombies were locked inside the eastern unit. Presumably a family of 4 that had succumbed to the virus during its initial outbreak. Unit 1, the entrance hall. Utilizing her exceptional abilities, MOMO provided precise information. Zhang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement and signaled to Xiaohe. Stepping forward, Xiaohe grasped the handle of the stairwell's fire door and inhaled deeply. The others aimed their firearms at the entrance as Xiaohe turned the handle and yanked it outward with force. Click! The lock emitted a crisp sound, rousing the zombies above. A low, dissonant growl echoed, accompanied by the cacophony of descending footsteps. In mere MO subsequently, the zombies charged forward one after another, only to meet their demise. Facing the 6 cold, unyielding barrels of the guns, each one was inevitably headshot. Due to the limited width of the staircase, the assault continued in pairs. Bang! A zombie in the 2nd floor elevator room was swiftly taken down by Zhang Zhen. Then, Xiaohe hurled a fireball at the electronic lock of the east apartment, shattering the plastic casing and exposing the lock mechanism. Inside the security door, for zombies, attracted by the noise, began pounding on the door with great force. Xiao Wu, armed with a crowbar, inserted it into the lock and twisted hard. As the lock gave way, the 4 zombies scrambled to push through the door, only to get stuck in the frame. Bang, bang. 4 heads were consecutively blown apart, leaving no chance for them to close in. Thus, the 7 individuals worked in perfect harmony, and with the aid of the stair-climbing machine, they cleared the entire unit. Following the same method, they effortlessly secured 6 buildings by noon. Throughout this period, the surviving residents neither offered assistance nor opened their doors seeking help. They remained hidden in their rooms, motionless. When the team had entered the community the previous day, many survivors had watched from their windows. Yet, none descended to lend a hand. Not even a whisper of inquiry was heard. It wasn't due to their cold nature or lack of courage. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, they had endured over 40 days of hellish existence, witnessing the horrific scenes that unfolded over mere scraps of food. Fathers turned against sons, brothers against brothers. If even families could turn on each other, what more could be expected of neighbors who shared no bond? Each individual embarks on a journey filled with hope, only to gradually diminish into despair, ultimately reaching a state devoid of expectation. Death becomes a form of liberation, while existence transforms one into a mere specter of humanity, living a life akin to that of a beast. Trust is a rarity, as they believe in no one but themselves. Across from building number 8 and building number 6. Unit 1, on the 12th floor, 2 pairs of eyes linger behind the curtains, quietly observing throughout the morning. Unlike the other soulless gazes, these eyes shimmer with the brilliance of vitality. Bright, lively, piercingly alert. Moreover, these pairs of eyes, in both form and other aspects, are strikingly identical, achieving an astonishing resemblance of 100%. As they watch the seven-member team maneuver between the buildings, one pair of eyes sparkles with glimmers of hope. Sister, shall we open the window and greet them? I sense their trustworthiness. They are unlike the beasts that merely seek to scavenge. This is a melodious voice of a young woman. Not yet. Let us observe a little longer. The second voice, equally enchanting, reveals her effort to suppress her excitement, forcing herself to remain composed. Behind the curtain stand a pair of twin sisters, seemingly 18 or 19 years old, with matching heights and figures, identical features, and exquisite beauty. At noon, the team returns to building number 8 for a meal, taking a brief respite before embarking on their next sweep of the premises. By 4:30 in the afternoon, they have successfully cleared the remaining 5 buildings. Zhang Zhen produces a loudspeaker to announce to the survivors, the zombies in the community have been eradicated. This place is now completely safe. Frankly, it's a marvel they've endured for 40 days without resupply. The sheer number of zombies in the vicinity meant that venturing out for sustenance was only undertaken as a last resort, with dire consequences, either torn apart and devoured, or assimilated into the undead horde. The dual system of ground pressurization and water tank storage ensured a relative abundance of water, significantly improving the odds of survival for the residents. Nevertheless, according to Momo's census, only 96 individuals remain alive. Property management records indicated nearly 300 households, roughly equating to over 1,000 residents, suggesting a catastrophic attrition rate of less than 10% survival. We've left water and basic provisions at your door. Replenish your strength, and you can come downstairs, Zhang Zhen announced. Receiving no response, he recorded his message for continuous broadcast over the loudspeaker. In apartment 6, one of the twin sisters, Lin Bairu, implored with urgency, Sister, what are we waiting for? You always preach skepticism, but we've witnessed the events of yesterday and today firsthand. The zombies in the complex have genuinely been eradicated. Her sister, Lin Jiaru, furrowed her brow and cautioned, we can descend, but only after others have ventured out and confirmed the absence of danger. Remember, discretion is the better part of valor. Human nature is treacherous. We, 2 defenseless women, have survived this far against all odds, and we cannot afford to gamble recklessly. Everyone else harbored the same sentiment. None were willing to be the first to venture into the unknown. They were incredulous that such benevolence could exist, assistance in eradicating the undead, coupled with provisions of sustenance and hydration, all without expecting recompense. Surely, ulterior motives were at play. Descending would be akin to walking into a snare. Many were hesitant even to unlock their security doors, let alone venture downstairs. Despite the clear view through the peephole of the victuals placed outside, they remained convinced it was a ruse, a trap to be avoided at all costs, lest they be seized by lurking figures upon opening the door. Some, emboldened by their audacity, accepted the provisions with gusto, yet remained ungrateful and unwilling to descend. How can they be so obstinate? It's as if they refuse to believe us. Wu Qianyu lamented, removing her protective helmet. Anyone with sight should be able to witness our actions. What is there to fear? Has trust between people become so scarce? She lamented, recalling how her own courage in initiating a conversation with Zhang Zhen had led to their current circumstances. Otherwise, she would have either succumbed to the predations of her neighbor on the 5th floor or perished at the hands of the undead. Just then, a window on the 12th floor across the way was flung open, accompanied by a joyous feminine voice. Qianyu, is that really you? Wu Qianyu looked up to see 2 identical, delicate faces peering out from the window, their skin as white as snow, seemingly as fragile as glass. Aside from their features being mere replicas, even their expressions of surprise are identical. Zhang Zhen was led to believe he was experiencing a visual illusion, perceiving double images. He blinked rapidly, confirming the presence of 2 indistinguishable faces, both rivaling Wu Qianyu in beauty. It is not that they are exceptionally stunning, rather, the unique trait of being twins amplifies the astonishment, rendering it almost unbelievable. Daru, Xiaoru. Wu Qianyu was equally astonished, exclaiming, how can it be you too? Her younger sister, Lin Bairu, responded with uncontainable excitement. We live here. Indeed, it is little sister Yu. I told you so. If you hadn't stopped me earlier, we would have met little sister Yu by now, and we wouldn't have had to worry for so long. However, elder sister Lin Jiaoru felt no remorse for her actions, believing that caution is the key to safety, yet her face could not hide her exhilaration. Little sister Yu, It is wonderful to see you. Encountering an old friend in such dire circumstances brought immense joy to Wu Qianyu, who quickly expressed concern. Are you both starving? Do you have enough strength to come downstairs? I can bring food up to you. Lin Bairu shook her head, insisting, No. We have food at home. We haven't gone hungry for over a month. Sister and I will come down right away. Just wait for us, little sister you. After saying this, Lin Bairu took Lin Jiaru by the hand and dashed towards the door. Elder sister Lin Jiaru refrained from further detaining her and happily followed her sister downstairs. The two sisters are dear friends of mine from the dance class. Having been taught by the same instructor for quite some time, allow me to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the twins to you, Mr. Zhang. These resplendent siblings, Lin Jiaru and Lin Bairu, are 18-year-old high school seniors. Endowed with remarkable beauty and considerable familial resources, the sisters have cultivated proficiency in music, dance, and acting. Like Ms. Wu, they have elected to pursue an arts examination and will soon be faced with the Gaokao following the Chinese New Year. However, their predilection lies in acting, and they aspire to matriculate into a film academy. Presently, the three young women are downstairs, clasped in a poignant embrace. The twins are audibly weeping with elation. Ms. Wu, having undergone rigorous training and the harrowing experience of dispatching zombies, has metamorphosed into a competent combatant. Yet, at this juncture, she cannot suppress the tears that stream down her face. Amidst their sobs, the sisters recount the reasons for their survival. Their father, Mr. Lin, is not only a prosperous businessman, but also an ardent enthusiast of off-road adventures. As a consequence of their affluence, the Lin family was able to procure a residence in this prestigious neighborhood. The sisters abode in Building 6, while not as palatial as the 300-square-meter penthouse in Building 8, is nonetheless a lavish 240-square-meter mansion. Mr. Lin had originally intended to embark on a brief sojourn prior to his daughter's arts examinations. Otherwise, with the impending examinations and the Chinese New Year festivities, the opportunity would be forfeited. In anticipation of this road trip, Mr. Lin had procured an assortment of provisions, including comestibles, beverages, and sundry necessities, which replete the rear seats and trunk of the off-road vehicle. Regrettably, due to an unforeseen exigency in his business affairs, Mr. Lin and his wife were compelled to travel to a distant locale. Given the professional nature of the trip, it was deemed inappropriate to transport such a surfeit of supplies. Consequently, the family borrowed a trolley from the property management and conveyed the items to their apartment in multiple trips, having intended to reschedule their departure upon his return. Old Lin's plans were thwarted by the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, leaving his parents' fate unknown. This predicament mirrored Wu Qianyu's situation, whose parents had also vanished while abroad for a business collaboration. This cache of supplies offered the two daughters a beacon of hope for survival. While others struggled to secure 3 meals a day, the sisters were able to dine sumptuously on a daily basis. Even now, more than half of their provisions remain. With ample food and water, supplemented by the rooftop water tank, the sisters remained largely unaffected, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Furthermore, they naively believed that the crisis would soon abate, and they continued to prepare for the art examination by practicing daily and abstaining from overeating to maintain their figures and overall condition. The sisters' height was only a mere 3 centimeters shorter than Wu Qianyu's 1 meter and 76 centimeters. With their background in dance, their figures were naturally stunning. As the sisters leaned more towards performance and acting rather than pursuing dance, they felt no need to restrain the size of certain assets. On the contrary, the more voluptuous, the more striking they would be. Therefore, despite being 3 years younger than Wu Qianyu, their bust lines were a full dimension larger, reaching an astounding 35D. Daru and Xiaoru, allow me to introduce you to Zhang Zhen, our captain. It was under his leadership that our team successfully conquered the sky-high residential complex and eliminated all the zombies in the other buildings. Wu Qianyu smiled as she wiped away the sisters' tears, lavishing praise upon Zhang Zhen. Within our squad, he was omnipotent, a messianic figure, and the fair maiden blushed, contemplating how to articulate the nature of her relationship with Zhang Zhen. After all, the previous night's ardent escapade was rather embarrassing to recount. The twin sister blossoms instantly brightened, as they chorused sweetly, "Greetings, Captain. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all." Zhang Zhen replied with a gentle smile. The accolades of omnipotence and saviorhood only served to make the honest man blush. Emboldened by the twins' initiative, the other survivors couldn't help but feel eager to follow suit, especially those who had partaken in the provisions. Now that they were assured there were no ambushes lurking outside, and that the lower levels were presumably safe, And considering the opposing force consisted of merely 7 individuals, there was little to fear. Gradually, the crowd descended from the building, gathering in the open space between buildings 6 and 8. Xiao He and his comrades, fully armed, stood beside Zhang Zhen, their equipment inspiring envy among the onlookers. Although the firearms were obsolete models, they were undeniably effective against the Melanops zombies, cleaving through them with remarkable ease. They had personally witnessed the harrowing scene of a dozen individuals ambushing a Melanops zombie, only to face utter annihilation. The brutality of the Melanops zombies had left an indelible psychological scar on everyone, and the mere thought of it still sent shivers down their spines. Basking in the adulation of the crowd, Xiao He and his companions couldn't help but feel elated. With the exception of a few individuals, the 96 survivors had essentially assembled. Perceiving that the moment was ripe, Zhang Zhen announced in a sonorous voice, "We will conquer this residential complex, eradicate all the zombies, and ask for no recompense in return. On the contrary, we will provide you with sustenance. Even so, I offer you the opportunity to become extraordinary beings." At this point, Zhang Zhen opened his palm to reveal a gray crystal core, although information has been scarce after such a lengthy period. You must be aware of what this is and what it symbolizes. Upon seeing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of avarice. Once transformed into extraordinary beings, one would no longer fear the bite of zombies, nor worry about the virus coursing through one's veins, thereby eliminating the possibility of becoming a zombie. However, Zhang Zhen clenched his fist. "Accepting my gift necessitates unwavering loyalty and compliance with all my commands. Otherwise, you shall be expelled." A tall, robust man, who had grown emaciated due to hunger, openly challenged him. "This is my home. We are the rightful owners. By what authority do you expel us?" This individual was notorious in the community for his rebellious nature, often clashing with property management and neighbors alike, akin to a rabid dog, biting anyone in sight. Bang! The desert eagle that Zhang Zhen fired struck the ground beneath the man, leaving a distinct bullet crater on the granite surface. It is solely by my will that this community has been established. Chapter 39. My rules are absolute, with clear rewards and punishments. The very fact that you can stand here, breathing air and basking in sunlight, conversing freely, is entirely due to my benevolence. The sudden gunshot startled everyone, sending shivers down their spines. The rebellious one, his legs buckling, awkwardly collapsed to the ground. "Still claiming ownership?" asked the zombies if they acknowledged that. "What right do you have to declare this your home when even the beasts do not recognize it? From this moment forward, housing will be redistributed based on individual merit, to each according to their contribution. If you wish to retain your domicile, you will exert yourselves to the utmost. There are no free repasts to be had here. I harbor no idlers. The sole means of procuring sustenance shall be through the exchange of labor." Zhang Zhen surveyed the assembly with a piercing gaze, his formidable presence inhibiting any direct eye contact throughout the duration. "I have spoken. Who assents and who dissents?" The congregation remained mute, heads bowed, none daring to venture a response. Prudence dictated silence, lest hasty pronouncements prove detrimental. Zhang Zhen, disinclined to indulge their reticence, gestured towards the right flank. "Those in agreement, step forward to this side." Upon this pronouncement, a flurry of glances ensued, each awaiting the initiative of another. Wu Qianyu nodded in acknowledgement to the sisterly duo beside her. Lin Jiaru, clasping the hand of her sibling Lin Bairu, advanced with resolute strides towards the designated area. Emboldened by their example, others followed suit. 3. Zhang Zhen declared without warning, the utterance serving as a countdown. Instantly, 6 operatives brandished firearms, training their sights upon the laggards. The recalcitrant were visibly shaken, their countenances paling, their expressions rendered mute with trepidation. Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow slightly, yet refrained from intervention. He had asserted that survival in this ravaged world was arduous, and each individual possessed the inherent right to exist. None should be deprived of this entitlement. However, such rights were contingent upon ensuring one's own inviolability. For what avail is compassion when one's own safety remains unassured? Within his own camp, Zhang Zhen vehemently forbade any acts of betrayal. A rebellious individual was akin to a ticking time bomb, posing not only the risk of attracting lethal zombies but also of covertly inviting rival factions to seize their hard-won victories. With limited manpower at his disposal, Zhang Zhen lacked the resources to monitor every single person. As the captain, it was his solemn duty to extinguish all dangers in their infancy, embodying a responsible attitude. As the second countdown echoed, the crowd hastily surged to the right. Those hoping to exploit the chaos should abandon such thoughts. Even the most rebellious among them lowered their heads and stood meekly within the throng. Before Zhang Zhen could utter the final one, the area was devoid of anyone. Excellent. Having made their choice, they must now bear the consequences of their actions. Any disobedience would incur severe repercussions. As for the specifics of the punishment, I shall refrain from divulging them, inviting certain individuals to test the waters themselves. After all, one does not inherently teach another. Rather, experience serves as the best instructor. I am not your father, and thus bear no obligation to guide you. The simplest and most direct method is to set an example. Whether you choose to be the chicken or the monkey is entirely up to you. Zhang Zhen's tone remained frigid, for it was uncertain whether these individuals were human or otherwise. Since the outbreak of the virus since we are embarking on a journey of rebirth, it is imperative to embrace high standards. In times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed. Those who have not descended from their quarters, regardless of their reasons, must crawl here if necessary and remain for a minimum of 3 hours to clearly express their commitment. Otherwise, they shall not be permitted to leave. Zhang Zhen instructed Momo, count the attendees. Anyone absent within the hour will be classified as a zombie and eliminated. Understood, boss. Momo replied, her fist pressed against her chest. Though her salute lacked the precision of a military gesture, it sufficed, at the very least. It was not as disorganized as the ragtag group, led by Su Lao Lu and Tang Xiping. In no time, 96 individuals had gathered. As Zhang Zhen had predicted, a few arrived crawling due to severe malnutrition. Having consumed my provisions, they must contribute labor in return. Zhang Zhen's expression bore no trace of compassion. He exuded a demeanor of unwavering authority. Your initial task is to eliminate the zombies above ground. I will designate an area outside and excavate a large pit for you to dispose of the corpses through deep burial. Zhang Zhen was not merely a tyrant imposing pressure. He understood the importance of balance. With punishment must come reward. He raised his hand, and several boxes of instant noodles, sausages, and bread materialized before them. During this task, we will ensure your safety, and upon completion, food will be allocated based on the amount of labor each of you contributes. The crowd's eyes widened, fixating on the provisions as they swallowed in anticipation. Sister Xiaoyu, we do not require any food. Is it at all possible to abstain from the labor? Lin Jiru entreated in a low voice. The sight of the revolting corpses was too much for the sisters, who had been raised in comfort and luxury, to bear. Zhang Zhen overheard the plea clearly and had anticipated that Wu Qinyu would intercede on behalf of her close friends. However, without a moment's hesitation, Wu Qinyu responded. Our leader has always been fair and impartial, treating everyone with equity. I'm afraid that's not feasible. Do you both wish to forego food and the chance to become ability users? Zhang Zhen inwardly gave Wu Qinyu a thumbs up, impressed by her maturity. If they were too squeamish to even touch the deceased zombies, how would they ever engage in combat with them or endure this brutal environment? Zhang Zhen had never indulged Wu Qinyu. Whether it was firearms training or formation drills, she had to perform at the same level as everyone else. Events proved that this approach was entirely justified. Later, Wu Qinyu did not show timidity in battle, nor did she hinder the team, fully embodying the concept that every additional person contributes additional strength. Not wanting to put Wu Qinyu in a difficult position, Lin Bira stated solemnly, Sister, we are capable. Only by becoming ability users can we truly overcome our fear of zombies. This is a path we must tread. Very well, then. Lin Jiru nodded in agreement. The sisters followed the main group to the property management office to collect tools, and then, steeling themselves against their revulsion, they began to clear away the corpses. Xiao Peng utilized the doorway that had been blasted open the previous day to erect a 3-meter-high wall around the courtyard of the residential complex, and then excavated a 2-meter-deep trench. The sisterly duo, having formed a commendable acquaintance with Wu Qinyu, appeared to enjoy a harmonious relationship, such that others not only refrained from bullying them but also endeavored to curry favor, attempting to alleviate their burdens with lighter tasks. Eventually, they were relieved from the grim duty of transporting corpses and instead assigned the more mundane task of cleaning. Zhang Zhen needed to return to the real world to procure lighting equipment, facilitating the subsequent endeavor of cleansing the underground parking lot of zombies. By dusk, the zombies above ground, including those within the buildings, had been thoroughly eradicated. I find this satisfactory. Zhang Zhen operated a drone remotely to inspect the sanitation efforts across various locations. High standards and stringent requirements are essential for yielding commendable results. The atmosphere was tense until Zhang Zhen stated, I am essentially satisfied with your labor's outcome. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. their expressions transforming into one of ease. Now, let us distribute the rewards. Chapter 40. A balance of kindness and authority, welcoming the twin sisters upon hearing the word reward. Everyone felt a surge of energy, as though their prior fatigue had vanished without a trace. Zhang Zhen accepted the folder handed over by Momo, which meticulously documented each individual's contributions. The most diligent and enthusiastic workers were jointly recognized as the top performers, each receiving 2 packets of instant noodles, 2 sausages, a package of pickled vegetables, and a slice of bread. Zhang Zhen began to call out names. CRTU, Lian. To be frank, it was unexpected for CRTU to secure the top spot. Initially, Zhang Zhen had perceived him as a stubborn mule, anticipating that he would either lead disruptions or indulge in laziness. In reality, CRTU exhibited remarkable dedication, consistently charging to the forefront of every task. Xiao He and Xiang Zi were in charge of distributing the rewards, while the prickly one clutched his share of food, tears of excitement nearly spilling from his eyes. This marked the first time since the outbreak of the virus that he had obtained provisions through labor. It was entirely legitimate, without any flaws. Over 20 individuals received this reward, all of whom were overjoyed. The others, though envious, raised no objections. After all, it was evident that those awarded had indeed contributed more, a fact that could not be disputed. For the second tier, the rewards were diminished, consisting only of 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages. The roll call began. Most individuals fell within this category, including the sister duo, Lin Jiru and Lin Bairu. It was their first occasion ever exchanging labor for remuneration. Although it was merely instant noodles and sausages, they felt an immense sense of achievement, their smiles wide and unwavering. Next, Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow. Clearly displeased, for the third tier, which comprised those who performed the worst today, there was only a single packet of instant noodles, compared to the previous 2 tiers. This was a stark disparity. A few individuals called out anxiously, "Captain Zhang, please allow us to explain. It's not that we didn't wish to exert ourselves. We have been so starved for too long that we simply lack the strength. Once we regain our energy, we assure you such a situation will not recur. Tomorrow, we will certainly perform well. Please grant us another chance." Zhang Zhen's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Considering your attitude is relatively acceptable, I will personally bestow upon each of you a sausage." "Thank you, Captain Zhang." Several individuals expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Zhang Zhen waved his hand, maintaining a demeanor of official business. "Remember my words, if there is no significant improvement by tomorrow, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." In truth, there was no need for Zhang Zhen to impose such stringent demands. They would undoubtedly strive to excel by the morrow. Observing the rewards bestowed upon others, and then glancing at their own meager packet of instant noodles, who could disregard such a stark contrast, Zhang Zhen did not announce the dissolution of the gathering. Instead, he called out, "Lin Jiru, Lin Bairu." "Captain." The 2 sisters responded in unison. "In light of your exemplary leadership as the first to descend from the upper floors, I shall grant each of you an additional reward of a crystal core to awaken your extraordinary abilities." "Thank you, Captain." The sisters were thrilled, their eyes fixated on the 2 crystal cores in Zhang Zhen's hands. Initially, the others were taken aback, but soon their expressions shifted to envy. Indeed, the gray crystal cores had become commonplace within Zhang Zhen's team. Were it not for his instruction to gather the cores after each skirmish, the team members would have likely allowed these gray cores to scatter across the ground. "The awakening process may be quite uncomfortable. Bear with it," Zhang Zhen advised as he handed the crystal cores to the sisters. With thoughtful consideration, he retrieved a tent from his spatial pocket, allowing the sisters to enter and consume their course. The sisters expressed their gratitude once more, and encouraged by Wu Qianyu, they stepped into the tent. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously placed the crystal cores into their mouths. What followed was an intense burning sensation accompanied by severe pain. Throughout the ordeal, despite breaking into a cold sweat, the sisters resolutely endured without uttering. After a brief moment, the 2 of them supported each other as they emerged from the tent. Although they had not fully returned to their normal state, a visible transformation had undeniably occurred. Zhang Zhen focused his gaze on his sister, Lin Jiru, activating his insight. Physique, 88. Vitality, 88. Ability, Healing, S-Class Ability, Hemostasis, Wound Healing, Bone Setting, Detoxification. Level, Awakener, Level 1010. Record, First Stage Zombie 0. Then, he turned to his younger sister, Lin Bairu. Physique, 88. Vitality, 88. Ability, Restoration, S-class ability, restoration of stamina and abilities. Regeneration of severed limbs and internal organs, level, Awakener, level 1010, record, first stage zombie, 0. Zhang Zhen suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, exclaiming that he had struck gold. Truly, they were a pair of twin sisters, their statistics perfectly identical, both having awakened the rare and extraordinary S-class abilities. One with a red enhancement and the other with a blue, they were undoubtedly a formidable duo. With their presence in the team, concerns over injuries and ailments would no longer plague them. The others, lacking the ability of insight, were left in a state of confusion. Zhang Zhen resolved to enlighten everyone. Xiao Wu, remove your armor. At his command, Xiao Wu, without questioning the reason, complied immediately. After shedding his level 3 armor, he lifted his shirt, revealing a midsection wrapped in bandages. This was the wound inflicted by the black-eyed zombie during their first encounter at the small supermarket. Although those with abilities were immune to the intrusion of the zombie virus into their bloodstream, the potency of the virus necessitated a lengthy detoxification process. Although several days have elapsed, the wound has yet to fully heal. Lin Jiaru, it's your turn. Zhang Zhen nodded towards her. Lin Jiaru looked astonished. Me? What should I do, Captain? Should I use my abilities on him? Of course. Zhang Zhen affirmed with a nod. To be frank, Lin Jiaru felt utterly devoid of confidence. She was uncertain even about the nature of her own abilities. However, since Zhang Zhen had spoken, she had no choice but to attempt to comply. All right, okay. Captain, despite Lin Jiaru's clumsy technique and the intermittent output of her powers, which lacked stability, a remarkable scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Miraculously, the 20-centimeter-long wound on Xiao Wu's abdomen began to heal. In just a few minutes, the jagged, blood-crusted state transformed into a faint pink scar. Unlike ordinary scars that either protrude or dip below the surrounding skin, this scar was remarkably flat. This indicated that, with time, it would vanish completely, leaving no trace of the prior injury. You step forward. Zhang Zhen pointed at Siri. Siri hastily complied, taking 3 steps forward while cradling her reward. Lin Bairu, it's your turn, Zhang Zhen announced. Lin Bairu's face lit up with excitement. It was finally her moment to shine. All right, Captain. Despite being the younger sister, Lin Bairu clearly possessed greater audacity than her elder sibling. Goodness, I feel so energized. In merely a moment, the sharp-tongued youth exclaimed in astonishment, how extraordinary. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through my body. I could effortlessly repeat the labor I just undertook without feeling fatigued. Were it someone else, others might suspect that this individual was merely a plant, collaborating with Zhang Zhen in a performance. However, who is the sharp-tongued youth? Renowned for his unwavering resolve and ability to turn the tide, his own words lent credibility to his claims, such as the advantage of awakening extraordinary abilities. Zhang Zhen successfully ignited the desires of all present. Henceforth, in addition to the distribution of food, every day would see the selection of outstanding members based on their performance, with an additional reward of a crystal core. Chapter 41. Recruitment and dissemination of flyers. Hope and envy filled the eyes of the crowd. There was also a profound sense of regret. Why had they not been the first to descend the stairs? To awaken such formidable powers on the spot was a remarkable opportunity, one that had been seized by the young girls of the Lin family. You will return to your homes tonight. Ascending the stairs will be rather arduous, so endure it for now. Residential arrangements will be reassessed in the future, Zhang Zhen commanded. Everyone is to rest for the night and assemble downstairs at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Latecomers will receive a deduction of half their food rations. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. You may disperse. Zhang Zhen then addressed the sisters. I suggest you relocate to Building 8, where you can reside on the 4th floor with MOMO, or select a floor of your choice. The sisters were somewhat taken aback, pondering that their own 12th floor apartment was not overly distant. They resided in the same community and were directly across from Building 8. Was relocation truly necessary? Wu Qinyu immediately signaled to her sisters, urging them to comply swiftly. Only the official members of the team are entitled to reside in Building 8, a rule established by Zhang Zhen from the very beginning. Her sister, Lin Bairu, responded quickly, although she did not fully grasp the implications. She was acutely aware that Wu Qinyu would not lead them astray. She nodded on the spot and said, all right, we will follow our captain's wishes and go fetch our living supplies. Lin Jiru also caught on, adding, we will live with Sister Momo, providing mutual support. If we cause any disturbances, we kindly ask Sister Momo and everyone else for their understanding. Given that this was Zhang Zhen's suggestion, Momo certainly had no objections. Moreover, Xiao He and the others were even more agreeable. Having two stunning beauties, especially identical twin sisters, move-in was undeniably a feast for the eyes. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Zhen led Xiao He and the others back to Building 8. Only the three enchanting beauties remained, and Lin Zhiru eagerly inquired, Sister Qinyu? Wu Qinyu explained. Building 6 is directly across from Building 8, making it very convenient. Whenever you wish to return, you may do so. By moving into Building 8, you will become part of our team. Of course, you can decline, as the captain will not impose. The sisters, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. They understood that if they did not move in, it would reflect poorly on them, not only undermining the captain's earnest intentions, but also creating a rift with the others. Wu Qinyu nodded, affirming, exactly. You two are indeed fortunate. The captain personally bestowed you with crystallized cores, stood by to protect you, and extended an invitation for you to reside in Building 8. Our leader possesses an elevated vision, and mere mortals are hardly worthy of his invitation. Residing in Building 8 comes with numerous advantages. Daily, we indulge in sumptuous feasts alongside him, be it hot pot or barbecues. And on fortunate occasions, we savor exquisite steaks, far superior to the instant noodles you might return to, despite having not experienced hunger for over a month. The mere mention of such culinary delights causes the sisters' eyes to sparkle with anticipation. As night falls, robotic dogs patrol the community, while drones hover above, diligently monitoring every movement in the vicinity. With the threat of zombies now a distant memory, potential dangers have been swept away, allowing residents to leave their windows ajar without fear. No longer do they live in silence, terrified that any sound might attract the undead. Nor do they hesitate to illuminate their homes, fearing the revelation of their occupancy. The dread of revealing food supplies to starving neighbors, who might resort to desperate measures, has vanished completely. A delightful aroma of instant noodles wafts through the community as residents partake in their meals, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Satiated yet weary, no one is eager to retire for the night. They dread awakening to find this bliss was merely a dream. In the dining hall of the third floor of Building 8, a gathering ostensibly to welcome new members commences. The invited sisters are astonished to discover not only hot pot and skewers, but also an array of beers, beverages, and desserts. The following morning, before even 7:30, the crowd has assembled. Compared to the previous day, there is a palpable shift in enthusiasm among the attendees, invigorated by the hearty feast they enjoyed. Zhang Zhen retrieved a large lighting apparatus and distributed headlamps with elastic bands to everyone, along with basins, cloths, and powerful cleaning agents. Wu Qinyu took charge of providing water and commenced the cleaning of the underground parking lot. For areas that were particularly stubborn to clean, they resorted to sanding them down and repainting with wall paint. Zhang Zhen arrived at the entrance of the community, gazing at the building distribution map. The Tianzhu community consists of 12 buildings, with unit areas ranging from over 110 to 360 square meters, except for Building 8, which has 12 stories. The others vary between 18 and 26 stories. In total, there are more than 900 units, accommodating several thousand residents without issue. Presently, however, there are only just over 100 people, which is evidently insufficient. A community thrives with its inhabitants, exuding vitality and energy. The next step is to recruit more individuals. Due to a lack of information, many people remain oblivious to the happenings in the area. Zhang Zhen resolved to employ drones to distribute flyers for recruitment. Without delay, he returned to the tangible realm and printed 20,000 flyers at a local copy shop. He then attached them to the drone and deployed them over the nearby residential areas and gathering points, particularly focusing on the camps of his two old friends, Su Lao Lu and Tang Xiping. The effects of this initiative were immediate, especially at Su Lao Lu's camp. Zhang Zhen's previous recruitment attempts during the conflict had already sown seeds of doubt among many, prompting them to contemplate a change of allegiance. Their hesitation stemmed from Su Lao Lu's formidable presence and the fear of being turned away, given Zhang Zhen's formidable reputation. They vividly recalled the time they had been left with nothing but their undergarments, shivering in the biting wind. However, upon the arrival of the flyers, those worries were swiftly dissipated. Several individuals surreptitiously departed from the encampment, making their way towards Tianzhu. Initially, they acted independently, but as they encountered companions en route, they tacitly joined forces. Halt! The robotic sentry dog intercepted them at the gate, issuing a stern warning. Remain stationary. Advance any closer, and I shall open fire. Having previously suffered the consequences, they dared not act rashly. Sir, please inform Mr. Zhang Zhen that we have come seeking refuge after receiving a flyer, they requested deferentially. Swiftly, the message reached Zhang Zhen, who, accompanied by Xiao He and Xiangzi, arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Well, if it isn't some familiar faces. Zhang Zhen exclaimed, recognizing them as the same individuals from their previous encounter. Mr. Zhang, please, we implore you, cease your jesting. We hold you in the highest regard. And thus, we have come with the utmost sincerity to seek your protection. The men, disregarding their shame, responded with obsequious grins. They had observed with clarity that the residential complex was devoid of zombies, presenting a thriving scene. This was precisely the sanctuary they had all longed for. Each was determined, even if it meant prostrating themselves, to become a member of the Tianzhu community. Zhang Zhen, however, refrained from ordering the gates to be opened, adopting a composed demeanor. Empty words and mere lip service do not constitute sincerity. At the very least, you must offer some token of allegiance. Chapter 42. Riches abound. Precious metals worth 2 billion. Upon hearing the phrase token of allegiance, the group's expressions instantly changed. How naive you must be to think that a mere exchange of flattery between your upper and lower lips would entitle you to my provision of sustenance, shelter, and even armaments, is it not? Zhang Zhen scoffed disdainfully. If such easy gains existed in this world, I would certainly seek to claim them myself. Why should it fall to you? The leader of the opposing group forced a sheepish smile and remarked, Boss Zhang, your request for a token of allegiance is entirely reasonable. However, as you well know, we have sought to change our allegiances precisely because our circumstances with Su Laolu have been less than favorable, leaving us with little to offer. We truly cannot provide any tribute. Might you consider waiving this requirement? We assure you of our unwavering loyalty and our commitment to executing your every command once we join your ranks. The others quickly echoed their agreement. Indeed, if you direct us eastward, we shall not stray west. Zhang Zhen, with a dismissive huff, stated matter-of-factly, a waiver is out of the question. Instead, allow me to share my requirements, after which you may decide. Disappointment flickered across their faces as they braced themselves to listen. It was not that Zhang Zhen was heartless, nor was he intentionally making things difficult or holding a grudge over the previous interception incident. Rather, he understood that things easily acquired are often taken for granted. It was necessary to establish a level of difficulty. They needed to comprehend that there were barriers to entry here, that this was not a junkyard accepting all refuse. My demands are not excessive. Gold, precious metals, jewels, anything of value will suffice. Zhang Zhen articulated smoothly. The group, initially taken aback, soon erupted in exhilaration. Had Zhang Zhen requested food, weapons, or high-grade energy cores, they would undoubtedly have been unable to oblige. Gold and jewelry are not essential commodities in life, which renders them somewhat insignificant. Particularly with gold, once it loses its monetary attributes, it possesses no advantages beyond its sheer weight. A visit to jewelry stores or banks may yield some discoveries. Before they could react, Zhang Zhen added, Of course, I do not desire everything. Antiques are excluded, as are any forms of artwork. After all, the historical trajectories of the two worlds differ. Antiques and artworks that are invaluable here would be regarded as mere refuse in the realm of reality. Alternatively, if one cannot procure gold or jewelry, providing valuable information could serve as a token of allegiance. Zhang Zhen willingly lowered his demands. They were once again invigorated. Sharing intelligence was far simpler and safer than venturing out personally. At that moment, a young man on the right raised his hand and said, Boss Zhang, I have a piece of information, but I am unsure whether to share it. Speak freely and boldly, Zhang Zhen encouraged. Only then did the young man step forward and say, Before the appearance of the zombies, I worked in a laboratory, where I was responsible for researching a radioactive metal known as californium. This californium is a derivative sent from a nuclear power plant, and I possess 10 grams, which is quite valuable. Zhang Zhen was perplexed. What is that? For someone with only a high school education, it was a bit challenging to comprehend. The young man clarified. It is written with the character for gold, with a door added on the right, and the character for open inside the door. Californium is an artificially synthesized super-heavy element, the heaviest among those that can be naturally produced. Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow and said, Please wait a moment. With that, he vanished into thin air. A group of individuals stood in astonishment, and someone involuntarily shouted out. Xiao He rolled his eyes in exasperation, remarking, "What a fuss. Look at your naive expressions. Our leader is a spatial abilities user. Disappearing at will is merely a fundamental skill." In the realm of reality, Zhang Zhen took out his phone, accessed an AI application, and entered the character. Unfortunately, the apocalyptic dimension lacked any signal. Even if there were one, Zhang Zhen's phone would be rendered useless. Thus, he needed to return to check. Immediately, the screen displayed the words indicating the exorbitant price of the metal. To his astonishment, the price of had reached an astonishing 27 million per gram, and in US dollars no less. 10 grams would amount to 270 million, which, at the current exchange rate, equates to 1.96 billion in soft currency. Oh my goodness, this is a fortune, he thought. This was far more lucrative than gathering gold and jewels. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Zhen hastily returned to the apocalyptic realm. Whether the situation you provided could serve as a token of allegiance depended on the final outcome. If he failed to secure it, everything would be in vain. Zhang Zhen inquired of one of his subordinates, "Where is the item located?" The reply came, "In my laboratory, situated beside the reservoir on the outskirts of the city, approximately 20 kilometers from the urban center. I was fortunate to return to the city for the weekend the day before the outbreak of the zombie virus, thus escaping disaster. As far as I know, there are no survivors left in the laboratory, but 10 grams of are securely stored in a specialized safe. And I am confident I can retrieve it." Zhang Zhen frowned slightly. The journey of 20 kilometers would require a vehicle to reach. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, extending far beyond the realms of time. Considering the monumental value of 1.96 billion, this intelligence alone is worth a blood oath. "What is your name?" Zhang Zhen inquired. Activating his insight ability. Physical condition, 80. Vitality, 72. Ability, light element, grade B, capable of illuminating an area of 500 square meters. Level, awakened, tier 2. 120. Achievements, tier 1 zombie, 11. It turns out he is merely a light bulb. All his statistics are rather unremarkable, lacking any significant highlights. The individual hastily introduced himself, Li Chengxian, with Qing meaning to inherit and Xian signifying elegance. Zhang Zhen nodded. "Very well, you are accepted." "Really, is that true?" Li Chengxian exclaimed in excitement. He had anticipated that he would need to locate a metal core to fulfill the oath, but he had not expected to achieve his goal so effortlessly. "Our leader is a man of his word. If he has accepted you, he will not go back on it," Xiao He stated earnestly. "Thank you, Zhang Laoda, thank you," Li Chengxian replied, his hands rubbing together in exhilaration, while the others looked on with envious eyes. Zhang Zhen then turned his insight upon the others, discovering that their abilities were comparable to Li Qingshuan's, falling into a mediocre category. None possessed even a single grade A ability. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Those with formidable talents would invariably be regarded as trusted confidants by Su Laolu, enjoying generous resource allocations and lacking for nothing. Thus, it was unlikely they would easily switch allegiances. While these individuals might be somewhat lacking as core members, they could still serve the purpose of bolstering numbers within the community. Recruiting elite individuals is undoubtedly important. However, it is essential to recognize that a team cannot consist solely of generals. There must also be foot soldiers. Numerous mundane tasks within the camp require ordinary roles to manage them. In the pursuit of enlisting personnel, while exceptional horses are indispensable, so too are the workhorses. Additionally, I have some intriguing news. With the successful case of Li Chengxian, another individual eagerly exclaimed, "My family operates a jewelry processing factory, primarily dealing in silver and platinum ring settings. We have 2 tons of silver and no less than 25 kilograms of platinum stored in our warehouse. Although we do not possess gold, our factory is conveniently located just 2 kilometers away in the development zone, and I can take you there immediately." In Chapter 43, with 6 million in hand, purchasing the Warrior 917 as a chariot becomes feasible. Zhang Zhen recalled during his last sale of gold that he had heard from the shopkeepers that the price of platinum was 220 per gram, with a buyback price of 200. The price of silver stood at 7 yuan per gram, but due to its lack of any financial attributes and low investment appeal, the buyback price was only 5 yuan. Fortunately, the quantity was considerable, totaling 2 tons, which equated to a value of 1 million yuan. The 25 kilograms of platinum held a value of 5 million. In total, this amounted to 6 million, roughly equivalent to the price of 9 kilograms of gold. The critical factor was the proximity of only 2 kilometers, making it worth a try. Others quickly chimed in, claiming to know where gold could be found. Yet their sources were merely roadside gold shops or the safes of affluent families purportedly containing gold bars. Ultimately, they merely knew the locations, but were neither owners of the gold shops nor members of the wealthy households. Such hearsay, Zhang Zhen would undoubtedly dismiss, refusing to allow them to exploit the situation. You all need to present gold and jewels as tokens of allegiance. Zhang Zhen pointed at the individual from before and commanded, "You will lead us to the processing factory. As long as the quantity aligns, your task of proving your loyalty will be deemed complete." "Absolutely, Boss Zhang." The man was elated, his confident demeanor indicating the truth of his words. "My name is Huang Buqiao. You may call me Xiao Huang." Zhang Zhen assigned Wu Qinyu, Xiao Wu, Xiangzi, and the twin sisters to remain at the community, instructing them that anyone seeking to pledge their allegiance must wait outside the community gate for Zhang Zhen to personally conduct interviews. Should the wait extend excessively, they might consider providing a meal. Accompanied by Xiao He, Xiao Peng, and Mo, Zhang Zhen followed Huang Buqiao to the jewelry processing factory. Guided by Mo's acute sense of smell, they skillfully avoided areas densely populated with zombies. When they encountered unavoidable segments of the path, Xiao Peng first established a defensive position, and the 4 of them effortlessly dispatched the zombies in a coordinated effort. Their seamless teamwork drew commendation from Huang Buqiao, who became increasingly resolute in his desire to join their ranks. Before long, the 5 arrived at the processing factory. Upon witnessing the devastating scene before him, Huang Buqiao's eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Throughout the journey, Zhang Zhen meticulously observed Huang Buqiao's every action, gauging his character through the shifts in his expressions. It became evident that he was an individual capable of emotions, suggesting his moral fiber was likely commendable. The 7 or 8 zombies wandering within the premises were swiftly dealt with by Xiao He and his companions, allowing Huang Buqiao to successfully unlock the warehouse door. 2 tons of silver lay carelessly scattered upon the ground, devoid of value, while platinum resided securely within a safe. Once esteemed precious metals, they now bore no worth. And Huang Buqiao felt no remorse, willingly offering them to Zhang Zhen. "From this moment forth, Xiao Huang, you are a member of the Tianzhu community," Zhang Zhen proclaimed, making a promise before collecting the silver and platinum into the spatial realm of his left hand. Huang Buqiao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. In the future, should you require anything, simply command me." Zhang Zhen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such formality was unnecessary. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit and fairness. They retraced their steps, and Zhang Zhen not only achieved his objective, but also leveled up with the increase in his accomplishments. Physique, 97. Vitality, 77. Abilities, left-hand space, S level. 600 square meters, Eye of Insight, S level. Rank, Awakener, level 5, 14,100. Achievements, Stage 1 Zombie, 224. His physique had reached 97, drawing ever closer to the coveted 100. Yet, his vitality was a pitiful 77, inferior even to the newly joined Lin sisters, only slightly surpassing Li Chengxian and Huang Buqiao. Was his endurance truly so lacking? That seemed implausible, for he had exerted himself through the night just 2 evenings prior, and the previous night had been no less vigorous. With the dance department's beauty begging for mercy, this simply would not do. To prevent this from being but a fleeting moment, he must devise an effective method to swiftly enhance his vitality. Upon their successful return to the Tianzhu community, Zhang Zhen and his companions encountered several uninvited guests at the entrance, surrounded by 4 mechanical hounds. "Boss," Xiangzi approached, introducing the newcomers as individuals from Tang Xiping seeking refuge with us. Zhang Zhen, with his discerning gaze, observed them closely, apart from one possessing an A-level ability. The remainder were inconspicuous B and C levels. It was evident that they were undervalued within their previous ranks, thus contemplating a change of environment. At that moment, Zhang Zhen comprehended why Zhu Zhihao steadfastly adhered to a principle of selective recruitment rather than training. Cultivating a talent proved exceedingly challenging. From the loss of mutation leading to the emergence of crystal cores to the appearance of the first ability user, merely a few days had elapsed. The collective was inexperienced with abilities, and investing in an individual without prior knowledge bore a significant risk of yielding naught in return. After all, they lacked Zhang Zhen's insightful vision, and no one had enlightened them about the classification of abilities. given that they were not elite talents, lacking the right to special consideration. Zhang Zhen naturally proceeded with due diligence, imposing the same requirements for allegiance. The group had presumed that merely presenting a flyer would grant them membership in the Tianzhu community, leading to their palpable disappointment. Fortunately, the demands for allegiance were not excessively high. It was rumored that some formidable teams required a black crystal core as an entry fee, a feat unattainable for the average individual. After dismissing these individuals, Zhang Zhen briefed his team briefly before returning to the real dimension. Heading directly to the great central car city, he intended to procure a vehicle, a metallic core valued at 1.96 billion, equivalent to 28 tons of gold, an extraordinary opportunity that must not be squandered, lest the night bring unforeseen complications. After graduating from high school, Zhang Zhen aspired to become a driver and obtained his driver's license. However, due to his youth and lack of experience, the job opportunities he found offered meager salaries, prompting him to pivot to food delivery instead. In the interim, he worked as a part-time chauffeur for a few months, honing his driving skills remarkably well. Weipai Automobile, the largest off-road vehicle dealership in the area, encompasses sales, maintenance, and outdoor modifications. The FJ Cruiser, Land Rover Defender, and Ford Raptor are among the models that have garnered significant popularity here, alongside the domestically produced Tank 400, all of which are commendable choices. The sales staff enthusiastically provided their introductions. As Zhang Zhen surveyed the array of vehicles, he felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, his gaze was captured by an imposing figure that rendered him unable to look away. Noticing his captivated expression, the salesman eagerly introduced, "This is the Dongfeng Warrior 917 Highland Lion, boasting an impressive 827 horsepower, with a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration time of merely 6 seconds, a maximum wading depth of 90 centimeters, and a remarkable 45 climbing capability. Is this a military version?" Zhang Zhen inquired. The salesman shook his head, explaining no, but it offers greater comfort and more features than the military variant. The military models prioritize durability and reliability, often lacking in comfort and amenities. Just as the salesman was about to elaborate on the features, Zhang Zhen interjected with a direct question. "How much does it cost?" 690,000 yuan. This vehicle is equipped with an L2 level driver assistance system and a 540 panoramic camera. Before the salesman could finish, Zhang Zhen decisively stated, "That's the one. I'll take it." "Excuse me?" The salesman responded, astonished. Zhang Zhen, undeterred, made a stunning declaration. "I want 3 of them. Do you have them in stock?" Chapter 44. A Twist of Fate. An unexpected encounter with Tang Xiping and her fiancé at the car dealership Gulialu. The salesman swallowed hard, nodding in acknowledgement. "We only have this one in the store, but we can arrange for additional stock from the provincial capital. It will arrive in 3 hours." "Very well. Please proceed with the order. Are you truly requesting 3 vehicles, or is this some jest?" The salesman could scarcely believe his ears. Though the car exuded an aura of power and majesty, it was not universally appreciated, compounded by its exorbitant price, staggering fuel consumption, and considerable maintenance costs, which deterred many potential buyers. Since its launch, not a single unit had been sold in the store. Yet here stood a young client who, within mere minutes of entering, boldly requested 3 vehicles. Who would dare to believe such audacity? "Of course, where may I scan to make the payment?" Zhang Zhen replied with utmost seriousness. The salesman, realizing that he was not being trifled with, stifled his excitement and said, "Sir, there's no rush to pay just yet. We must first sign the contract. A deposit is required, and once the other 2 vehicles arrive and pass inspection, you may settle the remaining balance and take possession." "Ah, so this is the procedure," Zhang Zhen mused, stroking his chin and wryly admitting, "Forgive my ignorance. This is my first time purchasing a vehicle, and I lack experience." The salesman rushed to flatter him. "You certainly have a sense of humor. To buy 3 cars at once, totaling 2,100,000. Who would believe such a tale?" Additionally, Zhang Zhen added, "I require modifications to ensure all functionalities of a military vehicle, and the modifications must adhere to military-grade standards. The price is of no concern." The salesman nodded incessantly. "Certainly. We have proficient designers here who can generate 3D renderings on the spot, ensuring your utmost satisfaction before we proceed with the modifications according to the design." In the modification design area, the designer meticulously added each modification module on the computer, adhering to Zhang Zhen's specifications. Firing ports were to be incorporated not only on the sides, but also at the front and rear. The more, the better. These are for dealing with zombies. They attack from all directions, so we must ensure formidable firepower output. The wheels need rotating cutters installed in the middle. What's the professional term you use? A nave? Yes. Naves. Add them to all 4 wheels, and they must be retractable. A skylight, and a machine gun mount on the roof. Just like the Humvee military vehicles in the games. Bumpers at the front and rear, as thick and as hard as possible. Titanium steel has the best comprehensive performance, right? Then that's what we'll use. Given the excellent foundation of the Highland Lion, the modification costs were just over 10,000, and Zhang Zhen decisively approved on the spot. Including the price of the 3 vehicles themselves, the total came to just under 2.5 million. As they were intended for use in the post-apocalyptic world, there was no need for license plates or purchase taxes, which saved some money. The way you're modifying these, they're practically identical to military combat vehicles. Not only the designer, but also the salesman harbored this question. Zhang Zhen casually explained, it's for shooting an action movie. To make prop vehicles, the director is extremely meticulous and demands that they be exactly like the military versions. I see. The 2 men had an epiphany. The modification will require 3 days. Both parties agreed upon vehicle retrieval thereafter. Considering future commuting needs, Zhang Zhen resolved to procure an additional vehicle specifically for navigating the city. Although the hotel provided convenient transportation, the daily expense of over 20,000 was rather disheartening. Serendipitously, an Xiaomi sales and service center was adjacent. The SU7 model had been gaining traction recently, boasting a striking design and commendable performance, which resonated with his preferences. During his tenure as a delivery driver, Zhang Zhen had frequently encountered the vehicle, then only affording himself admiration, acutely aware of its unattainability. Darling, this car is truly exquisite. With your impeccable taste, I'm sure you concur, wouldn't you agree? In the showroom, Tang Xiping, adorned with heavy makeup, clung to the arm of a balding, middle-aged, and rather unctuous gentleman, her affected, high-pitched voice grating on the ears. This was Tang Xiping's prospective partner, named Ma Fuqiang, age 48. Tang Xiping was merely 22 years old, making Ma Fuqiang a year older than her mother. Their union was predicated on mutual opportunism. He, captivated by her beauty, she, enticed by his wealth. A veritable match made in avarice. Having formalized their engagement, with Ma Fuqiang having dispensed a dowry of 500,000. They were present to fulfill another pledge, the acquisition of an Xiaomi SU7 for Tang Xiping. Dearest, as long as it pleases you, Ma Fuqiang proclaimed with a magnanimous air. Tang Xiping promptly bestowed a kiss upon him, unperturbed by the oily sheen emanating from his acne-scarred visage. You're the best, darling. The saleswoman maintained a courteous smile. Sir, madam, we happen to have a vehicle available immediately. The client who was supposed to pick it up was detained for drunk driving the day before and had his license revoked, leaving him with no choice but to relinquish the car. Tang Xiping exclaimed with delight. What configuration is it? It's the high-end model, priced at 299,900 yuan. The color is also the exact glow purple you prefer. If you like it, you can take it home today. Ma Fuqiang frowned slightly. He had intended to purchase the base model, which costs 215,900 yuan, considering Tang Xiping's inexperience behind the wheel. The high-end model, with insurance and registration, would cost 310,000 yuan. Darling, it's only about 80,000 yuan more, Tang Xiping cajoled. Why don't we just get it? This car is incredibly popular, she added. If we were to order one now instead of taking this one, we'd have to wait 3 or 4 months. It's better to be here at the right time. It shows we have a special connection with this car, doesn't it? 3 or 4 months is a conservative estimate. It could take up to half a year. The saleswoman chimed in with a smile. Ma Fuqiang felt a pang of reluctance, as it meant spending an extra 80 or 90,000 yuan. Just as he was wavering, Zhang Zhen walked in from outside. By sheer coincidence, he and Tang Xiping made eye contact. Their eyes met, and Tang Xiping, recalling the 2 times he had sent her to the police station, was immediately incensed. You again, Zhang. You're like a persistent ghost. What are you doing here? This isn't your house, Zhang Zhen retorted, not mincing words. What's it to you what I'm doing here? I'm not here for you. So why are you getting so worked up? Ma Fuqiang inquired. Darling, who is he? My ex-boyfriend. Tang Xiping gritted her teeth and swiftly embraced Ma Fuqiang's arm, adopting a haughty and arrogant demeanor. Zhang Zhen, this is my fiancé, and he's brought me here to purchase a car. We've already set our sights on this fully equipped model. So, you might as well relinquish any lingering hopes and cease your attempts to pester me. Ma Fuqiang's competitive spirit was indeed ignited. Precisely. What's a penniless delivery doing here? Looking at cars? You're hardly worthy. Tang Xiping was secretly delighted. As expected, men are concerned about their image. With this experience, she could easily manipulate Ma Fuqiang in the future. The ultimate form of disdain is to ignore, and silence is the highest contempt. Zhang Zhen treated them as if they were air, heading straight for the most exquisite car and inquiring, "What car is this?" As expected, Tang Xiping and Ma Fuqiang were infuriated. The female sales representative in a suit and skirt was professional and did not discriminate based on appearance, answering with a smile. This is the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra Limited Edition, also known as the top-of-the-line model. Its comprehensive power reaches 1548 horsepower, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 1.98 seconds. Zhang Zhen had a sudden realization. I remember seeing it in short videos. Saying that the car's emblem is made of gold? The female sales representative maintained her smile. Yes, it's carbon fiber gold-plated. Zhang Zhen nodded. Good, I'll take this one. Ma Fuqiang immediately scoffed. Kid, do you even know how much this car costs? Have you been watching too many CEO dramas and become delusional, thinking you're a young master of a financial group who's been living among commoners? Stop daydreaming. Chapter 45. A resounding slap in the face. The lawyer begins to assert himself. I have heard from Ping Ping that you are merely a poor delivery man, incapable of affording this car even if you were to abstain from eating and drinking for a decade. Young man, it is far wiser to remain grounded, lest you become the subject of ridicule. The more Ma Fuqiang spoke, the more fervently he continued. Beauty, just look at his pitiful appearance. Does he seem like someone who could buy such a luxury? Why waste time on him? Let us leave him be and attend to other customers. Zhang Zhen had no intention of heeding Ma Fuqiang's taunts. His apparent indifference to humiliation stemmed from a resolute determination to deliver a decisive counterstrike through his actions. You claim I cannot afford it? I shall purchase it right before your very eyes. The female salesperson furrowed her brow and replied earnestly, Sir, please refrain from such remarks. Once you step through our doors, you become our esteemed client. Genuine affection cannot be quantified by money. Well said. Indeed. Those from reputable companies possess a higher caliber of character. Observing that someone had spoken on his behalf, Zhang Zhen felt compelled to retaliate. Unlike certain snobbish individuals who excel at looking down upon others, this car, how exorbitant could it possibly be? The female salesperson responded. The base price is 814,900 yuan. With the addition of purchase tax, insurance, and registration fees, it totals approximately 880,000 yuan. I was expecting something far more exorbitant. How shocking. It turns out it's less than 900,000. Zhang Zhen exaggeratedly exhaled in relief and promptly declared, I'll take it. By the way, is there a queue for this car? How long would I have to wait? The standard version of the SU7, due to a high volume of orders, necessitates a waiting period of 3 to 6 months. However, the ultra-top model can be acquired immediately if available. Ma Fuqiang, feeling uncomfortable as he observed the animated conversation between the two, retorted with a sarcastic tone, how could he possibly afford it? He truly acts the part. It would be a pity if he didn't pursue acting. Tang Xiping also doubted Zhang Zhen's financial capacity. Despite possessing 2 kilograms of gold, his stay in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, coupled with the extravagant expenditures of recent days, would surely have depleted his finances. Spending 880,000 on a car? Even if he had the funds, he certainly did not belong to that echelon of consumerism. To take it a step further, even if he were to endure the financial strain for the sake of appearances and acquire the vehicle, he would undoubtedly be unable to maintain it. It is well known that the upkeep of luxury cars incurs exorbitant costs, akin to a relentless flow of money. What grounds does Zhang Zhen have to support a car with daily external earnings? What a jest. Zhang Zhen then produced his mobile phone, 818,000, correct? I will pay via QR code. The female sales representative clarified, No, sir, you have it reversed. We must first sign the contract, then inspect the vehicle, and only after confirming that everything is in order can we proceed with payment. A trivial detail, yet I trust in Mr. Lei's integrity. Paying first and completing the contract afterwards should pose no issue, correct? Zhang Zhen asserted. The saleswoman could only nod. All right, very well. If he successfully processes the payment, I shall write my name in reverse. Ma Fuqiang interjected, unable to contain himself. No sooner had he spoken than a voice proclaimed. WeChat payment received, 818,000. Tang Xiping, upon witnessing this, stood in stunned silence. Ma Fuqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face adorned with a multitude of questions. Your ex-boyfriend truly delivers takeout? As a dignified business owner, he found himself overshadowed by a mere delivery person, leaving him utterly humiliated. At that moment, a man clad in Weipai work attire approached. It was the salesman from earlier. Mr. Zhang, upon seeing you enter this establishment, I hurried over. The 3 1,000-pound winches you ordered are out of stock at the warehouse. I sincerely apologize for our oversight. Given your urgency, we fear that restocking may not be timely. May I offer you instead the 1,200-pound winches? What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement. Sure, what is the price difference? I shall compensate you. No. Our manager has stated that this is our error, and we will bear all the losses. You need not spend a single penny. The salesman replied courteously. Ma Fuqiang thought he had found a chink in their armor, seizing the opportunity to retort loudly. What winches? What delivery? Are you two merely putting on a show? Turning to the salesman, he accused. Is this Zhang fellow a plant you hired? The Weipai salesman frowned and countered. What show? This Mr. Zhang just placed an order for 3 vehicles, which I personally handled, with a total expenditure nearing 2.5 million. He continued, Mr. Zhang. Our agreed delivery schedule remains unchanged. You can collect your vehicles in 3 days. What? Tang Xiping was utterly astonished. Zhang Zhen's acquisition of the Su-7 could only be viewed as a facade of wealth. After all, 2 kilograms of gold are valued at approximately 130 to 140,000. With a bit of determination, he could indeed afford it. However, what's the story with spending 2.5 million at the neighboring dealership? Where did he get so much money? Zhang Zhen, how many secrets are you keeping from me? Very well, please convey my gratitude to your manager for their kindness, and thank you as well. I'll be sure to seek you out when I purchase my next vehicle, Zhang Zhen said with a smile. The Weipai salesperson was ecstatic. No problem. I'll definitely ask the manager to give you the lowest possible discount. Ma Fuqiang was utterly dumbfounded. His face flushed crimson as he recalled the words he had spoken earlier. Some individuals haggle over the price of a standard edition. Perhaps it's best to remain pragmatic in middle age and avoid biting off more than one can chew. Zhang Zhen retorted, using Ma Fuqiang's own words against him. Ma Fuqiang was rendered speechless, and Tang Xiping hastily defended her fiancé. You. Me what? Zhang Zhen interjected. Tang Xiping, when are you going to repay the 500,000 you owe me? Tang Xiping panicked, her eyes darting around nervously. 500,000. I have no idea what you're talking about. She exclaimed. Zhang Zhen, don't make baseless accusations. I can sue you for extortion. Do you think I'm powerless just because you deny it? Zhang Zhen said with a cold smile. With evidence in hand and a professional lawyer on my side, you're destined to lose this case. Just then, Tang Xiping's phone rang. She immediately answered it and walked a few steps away, hoping to use the call as a way to escape Zhang Zhen's interrogation. Little did she know, the call was from the court. Tang Xiping, Zhang Zhen has filed a lawsuit against you for illegally possessing a substantial amount of his income. The court has accepted the case, and an electronic summons has been sent to you. Please check your inbox. The plaintiff has presented pertinent evidence, and you are required to appear in order to submit your own evidence. We shall determine the court date based on the materials provided by both parties. Tang Xiping stood there, utterly bewildered, her countenance paling. She had presumed that by refusing to acknowledge the matter, she could leave Zhang Zhen with no recourse, hoping that with the passage of time, the issue would simply dissipate. Little did she anticipate that Zhang Zhen would initiate legal proceedings. Upon witnessing this, Ma Fuqiang hastily approached, inquiring with concern, My dear, what is the matter? Naturally, Tang Xiping could not allow her fiancé to become aware of the situation. With a thick face, she said, It's nothing, just a common nuisance call. Quite bothersome. I'll simply blacklist the number. Oh, that is indeed annoying, Ma Fuqiang said, genuinely believing her. Zhang Zhen, observing the scene, thought to himself that the truth would inevitably surface, wondering how long she could maintain the charade. Chapter 46. A beautiful full-time housekeeper. A formidable supporter amidst Tang Xiping's profoundly intricate expressions, Zhang Zhen drove away in his new car. Sir, madam, are you still interested in the high-spec Su-7? The saleswoman inquired politely, adding, These cars are currently highly sought after. If you decline, I shall offer it to another client. Yes, Tang Xiping exclaimed without hesitation. Before seeking Ma Fuqiang's approval, darling? Then, let's take it, Ma Fuqiang conceded through gritted teeth. Tang Xiping's face lit up with joy. Honey, I knew you were the best. However, Her smile soon faded uncontrollably. Although she had achieved her objective, she couldn't understand why she felt no joy. On the other side, Zhang Zhen felt the exhilarating force of acceleration as he arrived at the Xinrong Grand Hotel. He had two matters at hand. Firstly, to enlist the assistance of his private butler in liquidating the recently acquired batch of silver and platinum. Secondly, to check out of his suite. Although the service in the presidential suite was exceptional, the exorbitant price of over 20,000 per day was somewhat excessive. A fleeting indulgence was sufficient. Practicality must prevail. Before long, the private butler informed Zhang Zhen that the liquidation had been successfully arranged. So soon? Zhang Zhen exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. The butler smiled and replied, "It is primarily due to the substantial quantity and high purity of your assets, along with our long-standing friendship, that the process went so smoothly. The silver is priced at 5.2 yuan per gram and the platinum at 204 yuan per gram. 2 tons of silver amount to 1.04 million, while the platinum totals 5.1 million, bringing the grand total to 6.14 million. I shall transfer this amount to you now. Kindly confirm receipt." Zhang Zhen was taken aback, as the selling price exceeded his expectations. He quickly responded, "No, just give me 6 million. Consider the remainder as a token of appreciation for your efforts." "Absolutely not," the private butler insisted with a serious demeanor. "I merely made a phone call to bring in the buyer. Beyond that, I have not performed any significant tasks, so I cannot accept any compensation." He continued earnestly, "Moreover, I have already reaped considerable benefits from our previous dealings with Old Kai, for which I am profoundly grateful to you." The additional 140,000 yuan effectively offset Zhang Zhen's expenses during his hotel stay, a delightful and unexpected windfall. "Manager Liu, it is truly thanks to you. I have yet to finish packing my belongings, and you have already accomplished everything. Why not simply resign from your current position and become my full-time butler? Feel free to name any salary, and I shall not flinch." This is not a mere whim of Zhang Zhen. He has expressed similar sentiments on several occasions before. Zhang Zhen genuinely acknowledges the capabilities of a private butler. Should he succeed in securing your services, whether for procurement of supplies or liquidating precious metals, he would be spared the need to involve himself directly, thus saving a considerable amount of time. I appreciate Mr. Zhang's kind offer, but it is not that I fail to recognize the opportunity. Rather, the proprietor of this hotel has shown me great favor, and I have signed a long-term contract with the establishment, making it inconvenient for me to breach it unilaterally. The private butler spoke with impeccable discretion. "I am honored by your regard, but I can only receive your goodwill in my heart." Zhang Zhen felt a tinge of disappointment. "Very well, everyone has their own aspirations, and it is not the mark of a gentleman to impose upon others. However, should you ever contemplate a change in your employment, do not hesitate to reach out to me immediately." The private butler furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you truly wish to hire a full-time butler?" "Indeed," Zhang Zhen replied with solemnity. The private butler continued, "The daughter of a friend, who is also my junior, has recently returned to our country after graduating with distinction from a prestigious international butler school in the Netherlands. As you are aware, the economic downturn of the past 2 years has severely impacted the performance of hotels, leading to a tightening of budgets and a reduction in staffing. Consequently, my young junior is currently struggling to find employment. Mr. Zhang, if you are in need, would it be possible for you to consider hiring her?" Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow slightly. "She possesses no issues regarding her capabilities, does she? After all, she has just graduated and lacks work experience, which inevitably renders her less competent than a seasoned private steward. The matter of her abilities is not a concern. I can assist her with anything. The connections and resources at my disposal can also be made available to her," replied the private steward. Zhang Zhen contemplated this, realizing that he was merely a lone figure in this setting, and a professional steward would indeed suffice. He inquired, "What is the monthly salary for your private stewards?" "In our locality, individuals of my caliber command a monthly salary exceeding 30,000 yuan, complemented by year-end bonuses, resulting in an annual income of approximately 400,000 yuan. Naturally, a newcomer would not require such a sum." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhen responded, "Very well, let her come. A monthly salary of 30,000 with a 13th month bonus." The private steward's expression brightened, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I shall call her immediately to expedite her arrival in Songzhou." Zhang Zhen nodded yes. "Let her come directly to the hotel for our meeting. However, I will not be staying in the presidential suite. Please arrange for me a more economical and quiet room." The private steward acknowledged, "No problem. I will ensure you are placed on the quietest floor, free from disturbance." He proceeded to arrange Zhang Zhen's new accommodations before dialing the phone to his junior sister, Yufei. "Swiftly book a high-speed train ticket and pack your belongings to come to Songzhou. I have secured a job for you." Far away, along the lakeside highway, a comely young woman, adorned in a smoke-gray tracksuit and leggings that accentuated her lithe figure, her hair gathered in a high ponytail, exclaimed into her sports headphones with undisguised delight, "Uncle Lu, is that really you? As far as I recall, in Songzhou, only Shinrong possesses a 5-star hotel. Are you working in concert with them?" The private concierge teased, "You shall discover the truth upon your arrival. Uncle Lu, aside from our shared alma mater, you were also my mother's first love. By that reckoning, I am practically your daughter, am I not? Surely you can confide in me?" The girl entreated playfully. The private concierge chuckled merrily, yet remained reticent. "I can divulge this much. Your remuneration will be 30,000 per month, in addition to an end-of-year bonus. Does that meet with your approval?" "Exceedingly so. Uncle Lu, from this day forward, you are my own flesh and blood." Apocalyptic realm. Zhang Zhen arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, confronting four supplicants. "We were formerly affiliated with the Shuang Squadron. The captain is named Su Su, and the vice-captain is Zhang Xinhong." They introduced themselves. Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "Why? Were you not faring well there?" One of them shook his head. "We harbor no grievances toward Captain Su Su. Despite her youth, she is exceptionally capable and impartial. We all hold her in high regard. Our discontent lies with Zhang Xinhong. That fellow is utterly reprehensible. Prior to the viral outbreak, he was a profligate scion of a wealthy family that owns a hypermarket. He wielded his authority, bolstered by control over a vast supply warehouse, flaunting his power within the ranks, regarding all but Su Su as inferior. Our close association with Su Su, due to her esteem for us, incited Zhang Xinhong's jealousy, prompting him to seek every opportunity to create trouble for us. Unable to endure the situation any longer, we sought refuge here, having heard of the admirable reputation of boss Zhang Zhen, known for his fairness and integrity. Rather than succumbing to the flattery, Zhang Zhen remained astutely vigilant. This group, once feeble, had transformed into a cadre of elites. 5 arduous years had unveiled the treachery of human nature to him, illustrating the harsh realities of society and the futility of believing in fortuitous windfalls. Chapter 47. A grand scheme, turning into a losing proposition. Su Lao's camp lay a mere 2 kilometers from Su Su's team, facilitating frequent interactions between the two factions. During a trip to the processing plant for silver and platinum, Xiao Huang had mentioned the circumstances surrounding Su Su's team. The Tianju community and Su Su's camp fell under the jurisdiction of the same street office, yet belonged to distinct neighborhoods. Su Su commanded a group of over 200 individuals. Not only the largest survivor team within their community, but also a formidable force throughout the entire street jurisdiction. Their camp, housed in an office building, had been fortified under Su Su's meticulous efforts, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress. While Zhang Zhen's Tianju community boasted around 100 members, it paled in comparison. More than half of Su Su's followers were formidable supernatural beings, among the earliest to awaken their powers. Each one of them possesses strength comparable to that of Xiao He and his cohorts. On Zhang Zhen's side, apart from a few core members, the rest are merely supporting characters. These 4 newcomers, under Zhang Zhen's discerning gaze, reveal their stats without reservation. The leader, named Wang Jiaxiu, wields an A-level invisibility ability. With a constitution of 107 and vitality of 95, remarkable figures, marking him as a natural assassin. The remaining 3 also possess A-level abilities: cryokinesis, electrokinesis, and gravity manipulation. Such prowess would typically position them as mainstays in any team. It is common knowledge that even with Su Su's abundance of talent, elites should not be treated with neglect. Yet, their betrayal of their former leader and defection due to mistreatment by a spoiled second-generation heir seems dubious. Shouldn't the logical course of action have been to seek assistance from Su Su after explaining the situation? Furthermore, Su Su's encampment lies 4 kilometers away. Given that Zhang Zhen did not distribute leaflets in that direction, the motives of these 4 individuals are questionable. Meanwhile, atop a distant building, Su Su, clad in a sleek black suit that accentuates her curvaceous figure and exudes an unapproachable aura, focuses her monocular telescope on the sky-built community. "Su Su, I sense something amiss. Beside her stands Zhang Xinhong, adorned in designer attire, his face etched with an air of conceitedness. He furrows his brow and says, dispatching 4 individuals at once, all of whom are elites, seems far too conspicuous, wouldn't you agree? I've heard whispers that this Zhang Zhen is no simpleton. Of course, I harbor no intention to diminish our own prowess by extolling the virtues of others. Prudence is paramount, a maxim you often espouse. A single Wang Jiaxiu, accompanied by 3 individuals of unremarkable talent, would present a more plausible scenario, thereby facilitating their portrayal of differential treatment and unfulfilled potential. A quartet of exceptional individuals might arouse suspicion in the mind of Zhang. Without raising her head, Su Su inquired. Even if he were to question the motives of Wang Jiaxiu and his companions, what recourse would he have? Zhang Xinhong, momentarily taken aback, responded, what do you mean? Zhang Zhen himself disseminated leaflets to solicit talent, and now that talent stands before him, how do you suppose he will decide? Su Su's lips curved into a subtle smile, exuding an aura of complete command. To accept them would be to invite unease, yet to reject them would be to contradict his own pronouncements, incur accusations of short-sightedness, and even be branded as narrow-minded and envious of talent. Who, then, would seek refuge in the Tianzhu residential complex in the future? Zhang Xinhong, enlightened, exclaimed, ah, I comprehend. This is the legendary overt stratagem, one without resolution. Su Su, your acumen in discerning human nature is unparalleled, he added, paying homage to the goddess as was his custom, raising his thumb and exaggerating his expression, sublime, truly sublime. This time, Su Su did not exhibit any signs of disgust. Rather, she patiently inquired, why are they all elites? Why 4, and not 5 or 3? An overabundance of individuals can have a detrimental effect, overshadowing the core members of Zhang Zhen's group, who number only 7. They are undoubtedly vigilant, fearing that newcomers will usurp their prominence. Conversely, an insufficient number of people would preclude the formation of a cohesive group, hindering their ultimate objective of seizing Tianzhu residential complex through coordinated internal and external efforts. To outsiders, the office building beneath Su Su's feet appears to be an impregnable fortress. However, the reality is quite different. Its facilities are not only antiquated but also unsuitable for long-term habitation. As an isolated structure, it would become a completely isolated island if confronted by a large horde of zombies. Furthermore, an office building, being a place of work, could never provide the comfort of a high-end residential complex. Therefore, she desperately desires to conquer Tianzhu residential complex and take possession of Building 8. Over at Tianzhu, Zhang Zhen smiled faintly. Welcome, everyone, who has traveled from afar. Since you hold me, Zhang Zhen, in such high regard, we are now one family. Does this signify that you're accepting us? Wang Jiaxiu and his companions were visibly delighted. They were aware of the practice of presenting a pledge of allegiance. They had anticipated that Zhang Zhen would create challenges for them, as he had done with others. To their surprise, he agreed so readily. Indeed, all 4 of you are invaluable talents, and the camp is currently in need of personnel. I can conceive of no reason to refuse. Zhang Zhen maintained his smile, exuding sincerity. This was because he had already formulated a well-thought-out plan. Attempting to outmaneuver me with a transparent scheme? It won't be that easy. Since you are willing to offer elites so readily, I, of course, will accept them without hesitation. He not only garnered a reputation for valuing talent, but also substantially enhanced the team's capabilities. Wang Jiaxiu and his cohort, seeking to earn Zhang Zhen's trust, would undoubtedly exert themselves to the utmost. Excellent, precisely the outcome desired. Zhang Zhen had already resolved to assign them the most arduous tasks in each combat mission. Of course, Zhang Zhen was never one to be petty. He would not exploit them as free labor due to his suspicions. The more perilous the mission, the greater the reward. Zhang Zhen needed not do anything extraordinary, merely ensure impartiality to gain everyone's sincere approval. As for whether his magnanimity would eventually move them to confess their clandestine motives, vow to mend their ways, and remain here with unwavering loyalty, Zhang Zhen would not insist. Even planting a seed of goodwill or simply making a friend would be worthwhile. On the rooftop, Zhang Xinhong was also observing through binoculars. Heavens, Wang Jiahong and the others actually entered the gate. Zhang Xinhong exclaimed excitedly, Su Su, it's a success. Your plan worked. Su Su lowered her binoculars, the corners of her frosty, beautiful face subtly upturning. Zhang Zhen, you are not so formidable after all. Tianzhu residential area and building number 8. I shall temporarily entrust them to your care. but do not become arrogant. One day, you will obediently hand them over to me. Su. Chapter 48. There is no fairness in the world. Marching to Su Laolu's camp. Under Zhang Zhen's command, the group thoroughly cleaned the residential area, as if zombies had never infested it. If it were not for the occasional chilling cries emanating from outside, one might easily be led to believe that the viral outbreak was merely a figment of a vivid dream. In today's labor, the audacious individual once again achieved recognition, this time securing the second position, while the first was claimed by Li Yan, a humble and earnest middle-aged man who had previously ranked second. Zhang Zhen publicly commended both of them, and, after distributing the rewards, bestowed upon them an additional prize, a crystal core. However, the extraordinary abilities they awakened were rather mundane. One possessed a B-grade mastery over water, while the other wielded a C-grade in earth manipulation. The former was assigned to assist Wu Qianyu in providing water sources for the community, and the latter was tasked with infrastructure development. Nevertheless, their peers looked upon them with envy, setting aside the myriad conveniences bestowed by their powers. The mere fact that they were impervious to the zombie virus infiltrating their blood was a privilege unattainable by ordinary individuals. The next order of business was to change the locks. The community's security doors were equipped with electronic locks, which, although could be temporarily managed with mechanical keys, proved to be exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, in the abandoned homes, even mechanical keys were nowhere to be found. Thus, Zhang Zhen resolved to standardize the lock replacement for the community. He procured a batch of stainless steel door locks, employing B-grade lock cylinders, retaining 2 spare keys from each of the 6 locks, while distributing the remaining 4 to the residents. Wang Jiaxiu and 3 companions were assigned to reside in Building 6. Zhang Zhen further categorized the personnel within the camp into 3 tiers. The first tier comprised core members, determined by their ability to reside in Building 8. The second tier consisted of key members, which included powerful newcomers and elites who had emerged from the surviving populace of the community. Wang Jiaxiu and his 3 companions were designated as key members, exempt from routine labor and directly assigned tasks by Zhang Zhen. The third tier comprised ordinary members, consisting of average ability newcomers and survivors from the community, who collectively constituted this stratum. They were responsible for performing the labor and physical tasks. Li Yin and Cir too were fortunate enough to be elevated to key member status, eliciting uncontainable joy. The rest of the group looked to them as role models, resolving to exert themselves diligently. Different tiers enjoyed disparate privileges. Ascending the ranks was not solely predicated on individual prowess, but rather on making substantial contributions to the encampment. Even those of unremarkable talent could, through unwavering diligence, selfless dedication to the collective, and unswerving loyalty to Zhang Zhen, aspire to become core members. The notion of universal equality was fundamentally unattainable. If true equality were achievable, why would some individuals drive luxury cars, reside in opulent mansions, consort with celebrities, and indulge in gourmet delicacies, while Zhang Zhen toiled as a deliveryman, braving the elements and enduring hardships, yet remained mired in the lowest echelons? While equality might prevail among comrades in arms, it was manifestly unsuitable for the encampment. Consequently, Zhang Zhen had always rejected this disingenuous slogan and would never utter it himself. "Boss, we have a situation." Li Chengxian and Huang Buochao approached Zhang Zhen, their faces etched with anxiety. Some of our companions who came with us had managed to unearth 30 kilograms of gold, intending to present it to you as a token of allegiance this evening. However, Su Laolu discovered their plan, confiscated the gold, and apprehended them all. Under the guise of setting an example, he is publicly subjecting them to torture. Having successfully integrated into the Tianzhu residential complex, the pair did not forsake their former companions. They maintained consistent communication, lending their assistance in the completion of the initiatory task. "It's that Su Laolu again." A sudden frost glazed Zhang Zhen's countenance. "Rest assured," he stated, "since they have come seeking refuge in earnest, and are currently engaged in a task I assigned, I shall not stand idly by." With these words, Zhang Zhen retrieved a checkmate-type drone from his spatial inventory, arming and launching it on the spot. Su Laolu's encampment was a mere 2 kilometers distant, a straight flight of approximately 1,200 meters, and the drone soon hovered above their heads. In the courtyard, 6 or 7 individuals were stripped to the waist and bound to pillars. Whips, soaked in saline solution, mercilessly lashed their backs, leaving behind a horrifying tapestry of welts. A cache of golden trinkets lay scattered between the pillars. The victims, their skin torn and bleeding, shrieked in agony. Su Laolu, confined to a wheelchair, watched them lapse into unconsciousness, his face devoid of pity. Instead, he commanded his underlings to rub salt into their wounds. Why not douse them with cold water? He sneered. Nonsense. Water is far too precious to waste on a band of traitors. Ah! The harrowing cries echoed throughout the camp, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers, rendering them speechless with dread. Let this be a lesson to you all, Su Laolu proclaimed, seemingly gratified by the effect. His twisted psyche thoroughly indulged. He continued in a frigid tone, henceforth, anyone who dares to emulate this behavior shall suffer the same fate. You ingrates! I have provided sustenance and safeguarded your well-being. Yet you repay me with betrayal by defecting to another. While I comprehend the natural inclination to seek advancement, your choice of allegiance is utterly reprehensible. To align yourselves with Zhang Zhen, a man who bears a blood feud with me and is responsible for the crippling of my legs, is an act of utter perfidy. Since you harbor such animosity towards me, do not expect leniency in return. Continue the assault and ensure their demise. I will not harbor traitors within my ranks. The high-definition imagery transmitted back to Zhang Zhen caused both Li Qingxian and Huang Buqiao to be overcome with rage and sorrow. Helpless in their distant location, they could only bear witness to the inhumane treatment inflicted upon their comrades. Zhang Zhen activated the remote control, releasing a bomb from its rack, which plummeted earthward. A deafening explosion erupted, causing a building to collapse in a cloud of dust and debris. What is transpiring? Su Laolu exclaimed, startled by the massive explosion, which was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Could it be that Zhang Zhen, that ominous star, is orchestrating events from the shadows? Su Laolu had no time for contemplation or investigation, as the explosion had attracted a horde of zombies that were now converging upon their location. Quickly, establish a defense. Su Laolu commanded. Some of you, seal the breach created by the explosion. Under no circumstances can we allow the zombies to breach our defenses. Due to the ambiguity of the situation, Su Laolu hesitated to act rashly, opting instead to consolidate their defenses. Brother Sixth, what shall we do with these individuals? A staunch sycophant pointed at the few individuals barely clinging to life against the pillar and inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Laolu replied, spare them for now. If they cannot endure, we shall cast them out as bait for the zombies, buying us time for our retreat. Understood. In the Tianzhu community, Zhang Zhen was also issuing orders. Momo, Xiao Wu, Xiangzi, Xiao Pang, and Wang Jiaxiu, you four shall accompany me to raid Su Laolu's hideout. Li Qingxian and Huang Buqiao will lead the way. The rest of you will guard the camp. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, follow the pre-established contingency plans. Not only were Li Qingxian and Huang Buqiao taken aback, but Wang Jiaxiu and the others shared the same sentiment. Was it truly worth risking everything for a few inconspicuous individuals? As the leader of the camp, Zhang Zhen was willing to embark on such a perilous mission to rescue them. Logically, Zhang Zhen could have chosen to disregard the fates of these individuals, and no one would have questioned his decision. Ultimately, their plight stemmed from their own inadequacies. They failed to secure their own survival and instead exposed themselves before Su Laolu. Adults must take responsibility for their actions, a fundamental principle. To put it bluntly, this is fate. It was destined that these individuals were unworthy of being part of the Tianzhu community. Thus, in any argument, Zhang Zhen bore no obligation. The fact that he was willing to, however, Zhang Zhen, unexpectedly, took the initiative to lead a team to rescue these individuals of questionable value, leaving everyone astonished. It was only after the team had embarked for some time that Wang Jiaxiu and his companions became increasingly convinced that Zhang Zhen was not merely putting on a show or performing for the audience. He was genuinely committed. Under the leadership of Huang Buqiao and Li Qingxian, the team advanced smoothly. In no time, they successfully reached the periphery of Su Laolu's camp. Inside, over 30 individuals were fiercely battling against a horde of zombies, their struggle intense. The 6 individuals on the left were Su Laolu's most trusted subordinates, as Huang Buqiao explained. Even before the outbreak of the zombie virus, they had been Su Laolu's loyal followers, indulging in a life of luxury, and their loyalty had only deepened thereafter. Zhang Zhen observed that these 6 possessed commendable abilities, with the weakest among them being of B-class power. However, the zombies on the left were noticeably fewer and of a distinctly lower caliber than those on the right. This was perplexing. Any commander with a modicum of sense would deploy their strongest subordinates against the fiercest foes. Yet, Su Laolu did the exact opposite. sending his evidently weaker subordinates into battle against formidable adversaries. It was not that he failed to grasp the situation on the battlefield, nor was it a lapse in command. Rather, it was a deliberate strategy. By doing so, he could preserve his most formidable team while regarding his weaker subordinates as expendable. Their demise would evoke no regret in his eyes. As long as his core team remained intact, he could safeguard his territory. Preserving his territory meant ensuring a steady supply of resources. As long as food was abundant, he could attract numerous new followers to replenish any losses in personnel. Zhang Zhen was acutely aware that if he were to recruit these 6 individuals, they would undoubtedly become ungrateful, treacherous wolves. Therefore, it was clear that they could not be retained. He pointed towards the group and addressed Wang Jiaxiu. You 4, take care of these 6 fellows. This marks your inaugural battle as members of Tianqiu. I shall observe your performance closely. I hope you will live up to your status as key members and not disappoint me. Zhang Zhen deliberately applied pressure on them, compelling them to tackle formidable challenges. Wang Jiaxiu took a deep breath and replied earnestly, Boss, you need not worry. Just watch us. With that, he gestured for his 3 companions to stealthily advance. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhen was not idle. He instructed the stout fellow to quickly construct a rudimentary defensive position, then organized an offensive formation. The battle between the zombies and Su Laolu's men was fierce, leaving them oblivious to the group of Su Laolu's men suddenly charging in from behind. The sounds of gunfire erupted, and zombies fell in droves, struck in the back of their heads. Su Laolu and his subordinates were momentarily taken aback, their faces displaying a mixture of confusion. Reinforcements? That seemed unlikely. Su Laolu believed he did not share such a close relationship with Zhang Zhen, nor did he possess such influence. Was it merely an opportunistic raid? That seemed quite plausible. Just then, a series of agonized screams with the support of advanced weaponry. Zhang Zhen swiftly eradicated all the zombies, crouching with his head in his hands. He warned that anyone daring to act recklessly would be dealt with on the spot. At his command, the crowd complied without hesitation, leaving not a single stubborn soul behind. Huang Buoqiao and Li Chengxian hurriedly approached to untie their bloodied companion. Indeed, Zhang Zhen was a paragon of righteousness. Su Laolu, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, brazenly proclaimed, You have overlooked past grievances and extended your hand in our time of peril, truly a model for this era. I, Su Laolu, am wholeheartedly grateful for your life-saving grace, and I vow to elevate your name so that all may know you as a person of virtue who repays grievances with kindness. This old fox sought to elevate Zhang Zhen through flattery. Should Zhang Zhen accept the title of a noble savior, it would transform their interaction into a mutual act of camaraderie, thereby rendering Su Laolu reluctant to encroach upon Zhang's members and territory. Zhang Zhen was too wise to fall for such tricks. He raised his shotgun, aiming it squarely at Su Laolu's forehead. Cease your petty scheming. If you dare to play tricks on me again, I shall send you to the afterlife. Seeing his first ploy fail, Su Laolu feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Boss Zhang, what do I mean? Are you truly oblivious? It appears the lesson I imparted last time was too lenient, allowing you to forget the pain of your injuries. Zhang Zhen barked. Oh no, my wounds still ache. I was wrong. Boss Zhang, please don't be angry. Disregarding his leg injury, Su Laolu leaped from his wheelchair, prostrating himself on the ground to beg for mercy. Spare my life. I swear to pledge my allegiance to you, willing to serve you faithfully. My ability is to conceal our presence, not only for myself, but also for the entire team. No matter how keen a zombie's sense of smell, it won't be able to detect us. Brother Zhang, no. Master Zhang, as long as you spare me, Su Laolu's life is yours. I will follow your orders. Ready to go through fire and water, even to face death. Zhang Zhen smiled coldly. I can't trust your character. You prioritize petty gains over great principles. And you are in awe of power, but not appreciative of virtue. In short, you are an opportunist, always siding with the strongest force. Today, you submit to Zhang Zhen to save your life. But tomorrow, with a new temptation, you will betray me in an instant, stabbing me in the back when I lower my guard. This kind of ticking time bomb, which could explode at any moment, must be nipped in the bud. Su Laolu's expression was extremely awkward, wanting to defend himself. Zhang Zhen didn't give him a chance to speak, preempting him, but seeing how readily you concede. I can also give you a swift resolution. Su Laolu's eyes widened, wondering what he meant. Bang! Zhang Zhen pulled the trigger. A shotgun blast struck Su Laolu's head. 27 pellets of 4 buckshot erupting. His large head exploded like a watermelon, the red and white matter splattering the snow-white walls, creating a strong visual impact on the others. Elder Zhang, spare me. Pleading and kowtowing arose one after another. Chapter 50. A combination of kindness and authority gained support. Mutated zombies launch an assault on the community as the atmosphere grew increasingly festive with the approach of the new year. A few individuals took the initiative to kneel before Zhang Zhen, prompting others to follow suit, transforming the scene into a large-scale display of reverence. Zhang Zhen, feeling the weight of this unexpected homage, was tempted to toss out a few stainless steel basins in jest, but reconsidered. After all, the loss of a few basins was inconsequential compared to the necessity of distributing red envelopes. Who were these people, after all? In the end, reason triumphed over impulse. The individuals he had rescued expressed their profound gratitude, repeatedly proclaiming their indebtedness for their lives and offering to serve him loyally, akin to oxen or horses. While he had no intention of providing red envelopes, other forms of compensation were certainly possible. Zhang Zhen commanded the confiscation of Su Laoyou's small warehouse, extracting the various foodstuffs hoarded by this fellow and distributing them evenly among those present. These junk foods held little appeal for Zhang Zhen, but this modest act of generosity elicited yet another round of bows from the crowd. Through a blend of kindness and authority, he swiftly won their hearts. Though you have procured your loyalty tokens, they have yet to reach my hands. I must also request that my brothers accompany me on this perilous journey. Therefore, you may join the Tianzhu community, but you must start from the bottom. Is that understood? The individuals exchanged looks of astonishment, as if their wounds had suddenly ceased to ache, and they expressed their thanks profusely. Understood, completely understood. We are deeply grateful for your recognition, Zhang Laoda. Zhang Zhen allowed a hint of satisfaction to show on his face and continued, for the remaining individuals who wish to return with me, you will be subject to a month-long probationary period. During this period, it is imperative that I adhere to the rules. Those who exhibit good behavior may attain the status of ordinary members, while others risk expulsion at any moment. Do you all understand? We hear you. A group hastily affirmed. Compared to the conditions at Tianzhu community, this place is barely a doghouse. Moreover, it is rumored that even the lowest-ranking members at Tianzhu receive 3 hearty meals a day. The crux of the matter is that with Su Laoyou's demise, no one can maintain order. A camp that is akin to a scattered sand cannot endure for long. And soon everyone will find themselves at the mercy of others. Given this, why not opt for the best camp? Thus, they were all eager to join Zhang Zhen's ranks. Since their departure, Wang Jiaxu had been discreetly observing Zhang Zhen's every move. The various actions of Zhang Zhen had profoundly impacted him. Based on Wang Jiaxu's understanding, he could not believe that Zhang Zhen was merely motivated by greed for a mere bag of gold to lead everyone to rescue the injured. Furthermore, Zhang Zhen's demeanor towards the wounded and others, balancing principles with warmth, won everyone's respect. It is no wonder that rumors circulate outside, portraying Zhang Zhen as a man of extraordinary righteousness. Previously, Wang Jiaxu's greatest admiration was for Captain Su Su. Now it appears that Zhang Zhen and Su Su belong to the same ilk. In fact, in many nuanced aspects, Zhang Zhen surpasses Su Su. Both are innate leaders whose charisma naturally inspires trust. In reality, Wang Jiaxu was overthinking. Over 30 kilograms of gold holds a value exceeding 20 million in the material realm. In the community, there are over 100 inhabitants. Even though Zhang Zhen possesses an inexhaustible supply of resources as a stronghold, the daily expenses remain a significant burden. A mere penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. How can one possibly manage without funds? As for the lofty ideals spoken of by the masses, Zhang Zhen dismisses them entirely. In this brutal end-of-day scenario, such notions carry too great a weight. Who could ever truly embody them? Zhang Zhen has always adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. You exert effort, I provide remuneration, fair and just. While Wang Jiaxu secretly observed Zhang Zhen, he was unaware that Zhang Zhen was also scrutinizing him more precisely, the 4 of them. During the earlier skirmish, Wang Jiaxu and his companions exhibited remarkable synergy. The one skilled in gravitational manipulation struck first, employing his abilities to generate several times the atmospheric pressure, impacting both the zombies and Su Laoyou's minions. Caught off guard, their movements became exceedingly sluggish, stumbling as they lost their physical balance. Following this, the other 2 unleashed their offensive abilities, ice encasement and electric shock. These powers further hampered and incapacitated their foes. Then came Wang Jiaxu's individual display, wielding 2 sharp blades, Enhanced by his invisibility ability, he effortlessly harvested his enemies. The other three were not idle either, utilizing melee weapons to expand their spoils. In no time, they had dismantled Su Laolu's painstakingly crafted core team. Of course, their victory was largely due to the element of surprise. Nevertheless, it must be said that without solid strength as a foundation, all efforts would be in vain. These four individuals truly lived up to the title of elite. Zhang Zhen, stirred by a sense of admiration, secretly resolved to retain them within the Tianzhu community, aspiring to cultivate them as his loyal subordinates. Under Zhang Zhen's guidance, the group returned to the encampment. Lin Jiaru and Lin Bairu, the enchanting twin sisters, awaited at the entrance for an extended period, accompanied by Wu Qianyu. Their purpose was twofold: to welcome Zhang Zhen and his triumphant return, and to administer immediate care to the injured. Over the past couple of days, the sisters had refrained from any labor, instead consuming the abundant crystal cores prepared by Zhang Zhen while honing their skills in wielding their extraordinary powers. Normal injuries became trivial matters in their presence. With a mere gesture, Lin Jiaru completely healed the whip wounds of several individuals, and those who had been injured in confrontations with zombies also received treatment. The crowd expressed their heartfelt gratitude, showering her with praises for her beauty and kindness. Flushed with bashfulness from the compliments, Lin Jiaru's delicate face turned a rosy hue. Seizing the moment while her sister busied herself, Lin Bairu boldly approached Zhang Zhen, inquiring with genuine concern, "Captain, are you injured?" "I'm perfectly fine. The zombies capable of injuring me have yet to be born," Zhang Zhen replied with a smile. Soon after, the news of Zhang Zhen personally leading a rescue mission to secure Su Laolu's camp spread among the survivors. In an instant, Zhang Zhen's reputation soared. Those who had previously harbored doubts and feared that the Tianzhu community was a trap found themselves swayed by newfound hope. The number of individuals seeking refuge grew steadily. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Zhen had already been in this apocalyptic realm for 10 days, marking the 42nd day since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the Tianzhu community thrived in an orderly manner, both inside and out, with a clear delineation of responsibilities. Each individual was not only imbued with a renewed zest for life, but also a defined sense of purpose. The entire community was immersed in a positive and uplifting atmosphere. A neatly attired middle-aged man, his face glowing with health, was diligently sweeping and collecting refuse within the residential complex. Sanitation work, not being particularly strenuous, was among the most coveted tasks, with everyone vying for the opportunity to participate. Suddenly, a dark silhouette breached the perimeter wall. The middle-aged man perceived a fleeting shadow. Upon turning his head, he was petrified by the sight before him, emitting a piercing scream. Alas, a disheveled zombie, its tattered garments emitting a pungent stench, stood menacingly before him. Was it not purported that melanistic-eyed zombies were incapable of surmounting a 3-meter wall? How, then, did it gain entry? As the middle-aged man was about to abandon his broom and flee, the zombie, with greater celerity, extended its arm and delivered a swift, clawing blow, precisely severing his jugular vein, resulting in a torrent of blood arcing through the air. Amidst the agonizing cries, the middle-aged man clutched his neck and collapsed. The zombie, with its sanguinary maw agape, was poised to pounce and revel in its macabre feast when Wang Jiaxiu, on patrol duty, bellowed, "Desist, you fiend!"